Oh, hello. Welcome back, or rather, welcome to a new stream. Put in the chats how long you've been watching. Not this particular stream, because you've only been watching it from 5-10 seconds or whatever, but how long you've been watching this morning, maybe all since 7 o'clock last night. I want to just quickly jump over to the D&D team. So Max Hughes, who I know quite well, will be leading this. So Max, do you want to take it away?
There you go. I think Sam's got a short introduction before mine, so I'll hand over to Sam quickly.
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. Good afternoon now. My name is Sam Langford. My pronouns are he, him, and I am the producer for Science and Sorcery, the chaotic scientific tabletop role-playing Twitch stream that brings together science communication, improvised comedy, and fantasy storytelling through Dungeons and Dragons. Now, I hope you're loving this marathon of mathematics, and I hope over the next hour we can inspire you to play more Dungeons and Dragons or other similar TTRPGs, and perhaps bring some STEM topics into them. For now, though, I'm going to hand over to our game master, who'll provide more details on what this game will entail. So, Max, over to you.
So yes, as Sam says, welcome to this very special Dungeons and Dragons one-shot, The Pact Mathematical. As part of the 24-hour maths game show, my name's Max. I'll be your dungeon master for today. And for those who don't know, Dungeons and Dragons is a fantasy role-playing game that relies on the roll of a die to determine whether an action succeeds or fails. The dice are made up of the 5 platonic solids. So we've got the tetrahedron, the cube, the octahedron, the dodecahedron, and the icosahedron, as well as 2 pesky non-platonic decahedra. Now, this adventure takes place in the Forgotten Realms, a land of swords and sorcery, where great heroes rise to combat forces of even greater evil. Recently, a threat from the lower planes has been ravaging the lands of the Sword Coast. Noble devil worshippers in Waterdeep have been getting even bolder. The city of Baldur's Gate has become embroiled in a plane-spanning blood war, and portals to the demonic abyss have torn open in the Underdark. So, when a small group of mathematicians begins to realise that something might be wrong with the foundations of mathematics in the realms, they are paid fairly little heed. They needed a group of people to investigate the foundations of mathematics itself and find out the secret to the recent demon incursions. And the strongest and most capable heroes had their hands full with noble quests or higher paying patrons. So maybe this group will do. So, players, you have been sent to a dungeon, rumoured to harbour a lost page of the Pact Primeval, harbouring secrets to the foundations of mathematics itself. A perfectly cut rectangular entryway stands guarded by 2 peculiar-looking constructs, round of body, with one Mike Wazowski-esque eye and mechanical limbs. They stand staring at you with spears crossed, blocking the doorway, but you haven't appeared yet, so flying over.
Before we get them all in, we have a little intro video that will just kind of set the scene.
Let's entry now. So, scouting ahead for the party on the autumnal wind, there's nice orange leaves floating through the air, and scouting ahead is our ranger. So, can Barney, please introduce themselves. There you are. Feel free to do a bit of a plug of whatever you fancy doing. And yes, tell us what you look like and who is Barney.
All right. Hi, everyone. I'm Dagmar. I'm playing Bonnie tonight. I am the creator of Science and Sorcery. Sam is my underling. But this afternoon, I'm playing Bonnie, the Aarakocra Ranger, who is of the cormorant subvariety of the Aarakocra, dressed in dark leathers that match the dark feathers of this particular bird species. I'm not a mathematician, I'm an ecologist, so apologies for all the animal facts that might happen. And Bonnie prefers to spend time a little bit further away from everyone else, not really a people person or a people bird. So we'll be floating high up, but still within range in case of emergencies.
Very nice. So you're quite a quick flyer, so struggling to keep up with the speed of your flight is our fairy companion. So Ash, can you introduce yourself, please?
Yeah. Hi, I'm Kat, and I'm going to be playing Ash Cloudweaver, a fairy wizard. When I'm not playing Dungeons and Dragons, I am doing a PhD in maths in the University of Bath and also streaming maths communication on Twitch. So Ash is a fairy Order of Scribes wizard. I like to think that she is a PhD student currently trying to get her thesis together, but it's kind of turned into such a mess that she's actually wearing most of it. She's a bit excitable, a bit, nervous for her thirst for knowledge, but she's overly keen to get involved with anything and learn what's going on.
Very nice. So now on the ground, without the ability of flight, are our other two companions. So who's going to come in through first? Let's go Daff. This is a forest environment. So coming out of some of the surrounding bushes, you see a satyr. So go for it.
So hi, I'm Daff Leafshine. I'm a kind of mid-20s satyr. So I have like a humanoid frame, like a human's face, kind of a human's face. I've got like a little waistcoat on, a little backpack, and I'm carrying a big quarterstaff, but then have the cloven hooves that you would expect from a satyr. So running along really quite like at the top speed that I have to try and catch up with my two flying friends. I could be described as willing but a little dim. So we'll see how that plays out over the next 45 minutes.
Perfect. And finally, trudging along behind Daff, we have Bowser.
Hi, I'm Jimmy, maths teacher and D&D player, and I'm playing Bowser Gozerian, Bugbear Barbarian, part-time librarian, and muscle for hire. So yeah.
Perfect. So you all arrive on the scene. I will describe it again. So these autumnal smells of damp leaves are wafting through the air, and you come across, as I say, this perfectly cut rectangular entryway, which is stand guarded by two peculiar looking constructs. They've got round bodies, spherical bodies, with one Mike Wazowski-esque eye in the center and mechanical limbs. They stand staring at you with their spears crossed, blocking the doorway. And there's some interesting text above the door. Does anybody know how to speak Celestial?
I believe I do. Yes.
Perfect. Okay, so we have got a Celestial speaker, and as the Order describes, you've done lots of research and lots of reading books in your time. So having all of these languages makes very much sense. So as you kind of read above the door, you read, say aloud the name of the god who carved these caves. One Modron is programmed to lie, the other to tell the truth. And below, you can see that there are two symbols, so everyone can see these symbols. There's the symbols of a balanced set of scales resting on the top of a warhammer, and next to that, a symbol of a hammer and an anvil.
Right.
Do anyone, if you want, you can do if anyone fancies doing a religion check, you can have a look and see if you recognize any of these symbols. Let me know.
Could you just repeat what the symbols look like again? So it's scales and a warhammer.
So we've got balanced scales, so perfectly balanced scales resting on the top of a warhammer. And then next to that, we've just got a hammer and an anvil.
Religion is not my strong suit. If anyone else...
I can give it a go, see if it's come up in other texts.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Our scholar can try again. So.
Okay. That's a nat 1.
Oh, perfect.
Let's roll.
I forgot this is what happens.
Good start.
Yep.
You have absolutely no idea kind of what these symbols relate to at all. You think that they might have something to do with kind of gods of chaos and kind of very kind of unlawful gods is your is kind of the idea that you think when you're looking at them, but names aren't coming to your head very quickly at all.
Is this anything to do with Fae by any chance?
So, as I say, yes, so that's a good point. Lots of the party is very Fae themed. So the Feywild is another realm that's kind of adjacent to the material plane in D&D. And all of the characters have a small link to the Feywild at least. You are all feeling very out of your depth right now.
Okay.
There doesn't seem to be any links to any of the Fey deities, especially because any of you who grew up in the Feywild and not the material plane as well won't have as good a knowledge of the gods, possibly of the material plane as, but there are certain gods who reside in the Feywild, so they're almost closer to you, but not necessarily all of them.
Okay.
Could I come at this as from the librarian angle and see if there's a historical bent to this? Can I see if there's anything I might have picked up?
You can do it.
Okay. History check. That is 15 plus 3, 18.
18. So that sounds good. Yeah. So you've kind of read your histories before, and also with an 18, you know a bit about the Pact Primeval, which I've mentioned in my setup. So this is an ancient kind of text, but also a document signed between the gods of order and Asmodeus themselves, which kind of set up the whole all of Asmodeus's deal with punishment within the 9 hells of this realm. So using that, you kind of think, oh, maybe it's got something to do with the gods of order, opposite to what Ash was thinking. And you recognize both symbols. So you recognize them, the balance scales resting on the Warhammer as Tyr, god of justice, which is very strongly linked to the story of the Pact Primeval, as kind of the main opposing force against Asmodeus. And next to it, you see the hammer and anvil of Moradin, the dwarven god of creation.
Okay.
I will share that information with the party and see if we can puzzle out what we're supposed to do here.
It was something about speaking the name of the god, right?
So above the door, in Celestial, I can read it. So it says, "Say aloud the name of the god who carved these caves. One Modron is programmed to lie, the other to tell the truth." This is a bit of a homage to Labyrinth, so people may recognise.
Yeah.
That's a bit of a Star Trek activity.
Should we try talking to the things? Ash is going to fly over and just stare into the eye of one of them and be like, "Hello."
It just blinks. Hello.
Instantly flies back. Should we ask them for advice?
I think that at this point, we need some advice from the eye.
Yes, I agree.
Do one of you guys want to go?
No, I don't want to talk to anyone.
I'm pretty but dim. I'm not going to be very good at persuading anyone. Charisma's not looking great.
No.
Yeah, I think at this point, Daft's just going to turn around and cast Druidcraft and just figure out what the weather's going to be like for the next 24 hours, just so that he's got something to talk about. But
Nice. So it's a kind of so set in autumn. So the weather's probably going to stay fairly cloudy over the next 24 hours. Maybe spots of rain here and there.
I mean, what do we want to ask? I guess is the question.
So
If you go.
there are two gods and there are two things. So we need to. What if we just say both names? We could skip the people,
Yeah.
or we ask the
stand
people
really
which
far
one
back
built
when we
it.
shout the names just in case.
Yeah.
Did it go?
All right.
What were the names?
What do we think? Was this like
I think we
first-
stand
first bet
far
we
back
just-
and all together just shout both names.
Just half
Okay.
of the shout one name, half of the shout the other.
Yeah.
then we'll never know which one worked. We'll just assume that we got through. I'm fine with that. Bypass a puzzle by just
Okay.
Yelling.
Brute forcing the puzzle.
Sam does have a history of doing this.
So-
The names were Tyr and Moradin then.
Yes.
I will go with Tyr. It seems the most simple for my character to try and say.
Okay, I'll say Moradin.
I'll go Moradin.
All right, I'll say Tyr as well then.
Exactly how far back in feet are you standing from the entryway?
Like 30 feet?
Yeah, 30 feet sounds good.
Yeah.
Okay, so
That's a worrying question. That's filled me with a little bit of dread, honestly. Yeah, 30 feet sounds good.
Okay. So as you all shout out the names, there's a cacophony of noise as they all kind of the words combine into each other. And suddenly a bolt of lightning shoots from the two spears. But you stood just far enough away, so it kind of grounds right at your feet and hits none of you. And as it does that, both of the Modrons sidestep away from the door, and it opens up. So you seem to have both got the bad and the good result of this, and managed to get far enough away from this bolt of lightning that it didn't harm any of you.
As Daft decides to kind of take a few steps forward at this point, you just see that there's a tiny little deer poo just left behind.
Hey, Dev, you didn't tell us there was lightning predicted.
Oh.
Well, yeah, I was just told like maybe a few drops of rain, like that. It's not really good at like detecting pressure change. You know, like I can figure out like precipitation, but like figuring out a thunderstorm is beyond my. I'm only level 3. It's beyond my kind of abilities at this point.
All right. I guess we're going into the caves then.
Yeah.
Onward.
Perfect. So, who's going in first? What's your marching order into the cave?
Should we send the barbarian in first?
It's what I'm here for.
Yeah.
Who is the squishiest of the lot?
The wizard, probably.
I think me.
Yeah.
I'm deity.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll go second then,
Yeah.
behind our barbarian.
I'll squidge in
But
the middle.
Yeah, I'll close up the rear, just in case something comes at us from behind.
Perfect. Okay, so as you kind of step into the cave, you realize from the autumnal light outside, you're now stepping into a fairly dark room, all perfectly carved, as if carved by a master kind of dwarven craftsman, despite, you know, you're from the Feywild, so some people might notice that, but lots might not. So which of you are able to see in the dark? Have any of you got dark vision?
I don't
If
think
any.
I do.
Yeah. look at
I
your
do
faces.
not.
I do
When you
not.
told us this was being set up in a cave, I really should have thought about this, but
I
That
forgot
is-
that we were told that.
So as you look around, you can't see
Dublin.
much. Oh, you've got dark vision. There we go. Okay, and you're going first as well. That's perfect. So Bowser leading the way is the only one who can see, as bugbears are kind of naturally accustomed to being underground compared to the other Fey races.
Can I cast Flame Blade and just like hold it aloft just to have some sort of torch?
Perfect. Yep. So you set your blade on fire. What does your magic look like as you cast a spell?
So I would feel it's very related to the kind of leaves of autumn. So you're watching as a swirl of kind of red and orange flames and leaves appear to morph together and create this large blade out of seemingly nowhere.
Nice. So that lights kind of a short distance away, so everyone else can see around a bit. And as I say, Bowser can see much further into the room with this. So, and Bowser and the others, as you look around, it's almost as if you have been stepped back in time to an age known as the Founding Time, when humans were taking their first steps on the continent of Faerun. The smooth, dwarven-hewn stone walls of this almost rectangular, 55 by 40 foot room are covered in ancient chalk drawings, accompanied by a harsh, alien-looking script, sweeping your field of vision like a primordial comic strip. Dust from ages past covers the floor and swells up into ghost-like patterns as it is disturbed by your entry. So apart from this heavy layer of dust and the ancient inscriptions, the cave seems to be fairly empty.
Can I cast Detect Magic? See if there's anything.
You can, yes. What does Detect Magic look like for you when you're casting it?
We're going to go with faint red light, if there's anything magical around.
Nice. Okay, and that's so you're sensing to the presence of magic within around 30 feet of you. As you're sensing around, you get a few strange auras. You can't see where they're coming from because it's on the floor covered by dust. Kind of almost highlighting 3 circles of red shining through the dust on the western side of this chamber. And as you kind of walk forwards, there's even a couple more circles reveal themselves. So you can see glowing through this dusk, there's about 4 different kind of interesting circular shapes on the floor, emanating some form of magic.
Do they make any like pattern on the floor, is it?
You can't see, because it's kind of still covered in this layer of dust, it's still quite hard to kind of tell. You just see that kind of light shining through. So yeah, it's difficult to tell, but it's worth noting that you know the School of Magic as well, don't you, with Detect Magic? So you get a good sense that there is some, where are we? It's like a conjuration. Is that a magic type? If it isn't, there we go. Conjuration magic. Yes,
okay. Can I fly over, so not touch the floor anywhere near it, and see if I can see anything with my eyes? Like, oh wait, no, it's dark. Shit.
It's still dark. Yeah, you can't see much, especially with the moving away from your party members with the light.
Okay. In that case, I will just like pull on Duff's sleeve and be like, over that.
Do I want to walk into the area, or
No.
can I lob my flame blade into the area, just to see if anything happens, but also if nothing happens, it'll light up the area for us.
Perfect. Yeah. So so you're lobbing it towards where the circles are.
Yeah.
Cool. You throw it there, and it's shining. As I say, it's got bright light from 10-foot radius, and then dim on another 10. So you light up kind of around where 2 of the circles are on the floor. It's still covered in this thick layer of dust, but so you can't see much more. But it does light the wall up that they're adjacent to, so you can see some more of the inscriptions a bit more clearly. They're up on the wall, written in chalk.
Can I do an investigation check on the inscription, see if I can understand it?
Yes, go for it if you want to roll investigation.
Can this not be a nat 1, please? Okay, that is 6 + 5, 11.
11. So most of the writing is in Celestial. Do you know any Infernal?
Mm-mm.
Does
No.
anyone know any Infernal?
No.
Abyssal.
Okay, you go, Abyssal. I will say, as a kind of a librarian, a learned individual, you can, Bowsy, I will give you a, should we just go straight intelligence roll?
Ooh.
Or I will allow you to do,
Okay. Yeah.
if you want, if religion's higher, I will allow you to do that, or Arcana, maybe. Yeah, let's do it.
Oh, let's go for Arcana then.
Okay,
So
do
that's
that.
+3. Okay. 18 +3, 21.
Nice.
Okay, so although you
I
don't
never
know-
normally roll this well. This is brilliant.
You're doing really good. So, although you don't know Infernal yourself, because of all the text you read, you know that lots of the mathematics within the Forgotten Realms uses kind of a base of Infernal because of the logical script and the logical way it is written. So, you know the general kind of numbers, much like, although I don't know Spanish, I might know the numbers 1 to 10 in Spanish. You kind of have that knowledge, so you recognize some of the symbols as well. And as Ash looks down at her skirt and dress made of all of these pieces of mathematical paper, you recognize a few of the symbols from the wall as well. And yeah, so this is celestial text which Ash can read, mixed in with some mathematical symbols written in Infernal, which I will say Bowser is able to read at least to a basic level. So when you look at it, it seems to be telling some form of story, but Daff and Barney aren't left behind as well, because there are some chalk drawings accompanying each of the lines. So you can see the nice pretty pictures underneath the words and get some of the story.
Picture book.
Yeah.
I've always preferred picture books.
Definitely. I'm a big comic book fan. I came here from a Comic Con today, so it's very much I had to include some form of word and picture things. So you see, since before time itself, demons lied in chaos and disorder, and you see depictions of various demonic beings surrounded by spirals. Then, to balance the cosmic scales, the perpetually honest gods of order, some of the first prime deities came into being. And you see next to that a set of scales with demons on one side and a warhammer on the other, balancing it out. And as you look around, it tells you the story, again, what Bowser kind of had heard of earlier, of this packed primeval. But it misses lots of big chunks out. And as it gets around, as you kind of follow the wall round, it does the whole story about the creation of Asmodeus as a solar, a being of absolute goodness, who had to defeat these hordes of demons and eventually fell into the ranks of the demons himself and came up almost a courtroom-like battle. You can see pictures of almost a courtroom scene with Tyr at the judge's table and Asmodeus pleading to the jury. But as it gets to the end, as you sweep round to the side a bit nearer, you're not going too near the circles yet, but something a bit nearer these circles here, you just see a singular phrase. Where did I put my singular phrase? The primes summoned their courage to defeat the fiendish forces of the world. Once defeated, they would finally succeed in their quest and continue their journey. I will say, Barney, you've got the highest passive perception, so you notice things more than lots of the other characters here. So with your perception, you notice that upon this line, you can see that prime summoned is kind of almost in italics.
Okay.
And yeah.
Sums. Summoned. Some. Do we have to add some things together? Maybe. I'm not the mathematician of the group, but I know what sums are.
Bowser's looking at Ash, expecting something to like click.
Okay. Starts like fumbling through the dress. Were there any numbers on the wall
Yeah, there was a few kind of, but only to say like the numbers of kind of, yeah, just in small elements, just small number. Yeah, so nothing that looks important necessarily. I'll say for the sake of brevity.
I mean, how many prime numbers could there be? What if we just add all of them that exist together?
Ash just like floats downwards, sits on the floor and stares.
Ash, do you want to do an insight check?
Yeah, let's do an insight check.
I will say, for people who don't know how to play D&D, so when I ask for a check, people roll a 20-sided dice and then they add certain ability modifiers and see how good they do. There we go, we've got a 20-sided dice there.
Yeah, 11 plus 1, so that's 12.
12, okay, so you think, yeah, as you sit down, you're kind of sitting down near the red of the circles are still shining in front of you with your detect magic, as that's still active up to 10 minutes. Yeah, it hasn't been 10 minutes yet. And so you sit down and that's still glowing in front of you, and this kind of idea of conjuration that you detected mixed with the word summoned is certainly interesting to you.
Ooh. Yeah. Okay. Circles, conjuration, summoning things, summon primes. If I like get really close to one of the circles, can I see anything underneath the like dust? Or if I like try and blow the dust off the top?
Yeah, okay, so and yeah, you got wings as well, you know, you can use your wings to waft it and
true.
blow. So as you get you're able to blow some of the dust away from these circles and it puffs up into, again, these kind of almost ghost-like eerie figures, especially with the very dimly lit room with this flame sword lighting the way. And you notice that, yeah, it's a circle mainly written kind of in these infernal numbers, and there's infernal symbols. It has there's a pentagram shape in the middle of the circle, and four of each of the points have an infernal symbol which represents what you know as numbers, but you can't really tell. You'll need to see. I think Bowser will have to have a look to tell exactly what numbers. And in the center of this pentagram is another infernal symbol. This is on the kind of leftmost circle.
Huddle together and sort of start scratching on a piece of paper, trying to figure out which numbers are which. And Ash, is that a 12 there? I'm not quite sure.
It depends.
What do we make of that?
Base 6 or base 10?
Oh, the basis, of course.
Again, for sake of ease, the infernal script is always in base 10. And so as you have a look at this specific circle, you can see that the infernal symbol for 1 is in the center, and around the outside on 4 of the 5 points, you see kind of going round in a circle, kind of clockwise, 1, 4, 9, 16, and then the last one is blank.
Okay. And in the middle there's just a 1.
And in the middle there's just a 1.
Okay. I think Vanny might have been right with the adding summing up to make a prime. Maybe we're missing the top number to, but then if it's 1 in the middle.
1, 4, 9, 16 squares. 25 being next.
25, yeah.
Sequence.
Yeah, square numbers. That's a shout. Bowser, do you want to risk? Should we try writing?
Bowser will step up. Yeah.
Just like Ash is going to step back.
Yeah. Stand back.
Not touching that.
I'm just going to write this in the dust on the ground. I'll try just writing the dust on the ground and see. I'll cautiously, with my finger, trace out written infernal script as close as I can get.
Okay, and so you are tracing which number again? Sorry.
25.
25. Okay, so as you trace this number in Infernal script, suddenly the circle flashes red, and what you see appearing in front of you is almost a teardrop shaped like creature with legs and a big mesh of spiky teeth. The teardrop opens up, and if someone wants to do, let's go Arcana or Religion again, check, please.
I'll do that this time.
Go for it.
Arcana or Religion. That is 19.
19, nice. So you recognize this creature as an abyssal chicken. Now, I've been told that Science and Sorcery has lots of farmyard references in their campaign, so we got an abyssal chicken.
Usually when we have farmyard animals referenced, the audience falls in love with them, so we cannot kill the abyssal chicken. We have to keep it alive now.
Yeah.
We have to give it a name.
It squawks in anger. And well, it looks very angry. So we kind of pre-rolled some initiative stuff just from using passive initiative. So Barney, what do you do when you see this this chicken appear?
I think I'm very disturbed by it and intrinsically feel like there should only be one bird in this cave. So I would like to, hold on, where's my abilities gone? I would like to cast Zephyr Strike, and I would like to then try to attack the chicken with my longbow. Which, nice. as soon as Bowser stepped up to write the number, the bow was out and like ready to fire. So
go for it.
I'm gonna get advantage on that because of the Zephyr Strike. So that will be a 17 to hit.
It hits.
All right, and then I get to, that's gonna be 10 points of piercing damage, and then another 7 points of force damage as the magic that I've infused into myself and my weapons just kind of sparks out, and gusts of wind comes from behind me and like powers the arrow forward.
Overkill. So as this arrow comes enhanced by this magical wind that you blow onto it, it just skewers the chicken and almost puffs up into an explosion of feathers, and you can see these feathers are almost kind of in this black ichor-like substance just on the ground in the circle.
This cave was not big enough for the both of us.
Bowser coughs and just spits out a feather. What?
And this circle now kind of starts glowing, not just to Ash's eyes, but to everyone's. So kind of almost a red thumping signal. But it doesn't do anything else. It just seems to be glowing a dim kind of bad red.
It seems like a bad thing. Like, red's that warning color.
It could be a magic color too.
Now that the chicken's dead, it's not like we're in any more danger, right?
There are 3 more circles on the floor. Did I forget to mention that bit?
Yeah, but if they just make more chickens, then we just all have one chicken for dinner.
I have to say, I don't think that this is the type of chicken that we all want to be consuming afterwards.
Not after.
If I eat other birds, I get prion disease, but you know.
I did read of an interesting cookbook on preparing abyssal chickens, but I wouldn't personally trust it.
I'm vegetarian. I don't want chicken. But should we look at the other circles?
I think we should look at the other circles.
Okay. I'll try and get rid of the dust on the other ones by like hovering above it.
Okay, cool. So dusting off one by one, you might need to move the sword in order to keep the light kind of in each of the circles.
Pick up.
Perfect. There we go. So Daphne's got the sword and shining the light. You're dusting it off. Meanwhile, Bowser is kind of doing the main kind of reading of these infernal numbers. So in the second one, you see in the center of it is the number 2. And you can see that the 4 points in order are 1, 1, 2, 3. On the third one, we have the number 3 in the center, and it goes 3, 1, 4, 1.
Okay.
And for circle 4, we have a 4 in the center, and it says 1, 3, 6, 10. Although I said the last one. 1, 6, 10.
We heard that. Our characters didn't hear that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Should we do these in order? Should we figure them? Yeah.
Yeah. 1, then 2, then 3, then 4. That's usually how I count.
The circle 2 was
It's a good
1, 1,
choice.
2, 3.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So the second circle then is 1, 1, 2, 3. Everyone agree that's 5?
5.
5.
Okay.
Even I can do that one.
Yeah.
Not so sure about the rest. Not awake enough.
So, are we going to fill in 5 then?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah.
Perfect. So, as this happens, again, summoned in this circle, we see another teardrop-shaped chicken. And we'll go around instead of just doing Barney first. This time we'll go for the next one. Daff is the next in the initiative order, so we'll go Daff. What do you do as soon as seeing this chicken?
Well, I'm still holding on to this flame blade, and after seeing what has happened with the first abyssal chicken, it was like skewered to a wall, so it's like some sort of kind of spatchcock chicken. I think at this point we're going to go for some flame roasted abyssal chicken. Take a swipe at it with my flame blade.
Go for it.
Which would be that is plus 4, 13 to hit.
13. It almost dodges out of the way, but you manage just to change the angle of the flame blade right at the last minute and hit the chicken.
Outstanding. And that is going to be 10 points of fire damage.
10 points of fire damage. You feel it's a solid blow, but this abyssal chicken coming from the realms of the abyss is slightly resistant to this fire damage. So it's not as it doesn't. You think seeing the hit with the arrow, you think, oh, that would have been, that should have been enough, but it doesn't seem to do as much force as you want to against the chicken. Do you do anything else?
I think at that point I might just like try and get out of not much else.
Out of chicken range.
Like, out of the range of the chicken.
Okay, so you were in melee, so as you kind of step away, it can try and do an opportunity attack.
Yep.
With a bite. Does an 18 hit? I think it does.
Yes, it does.
So as it tries to peck at you, but so what you would expect as a pectorine chicken, but it's actually got these needle-like teeth as it squawks. So I should have rolled a d4, not a d6. So that is 3 piercing damage as these needle-like teeth clasp into your leg. But you manage to get away, but not without taking this hit. So
I'm happy with that.
After that, I think it was Bowser kind of writing into the circles. So I will. You're likely to be fairly near to where it was summoned. So this chicken then goes straight into attacking you. Got a multi-attack. Does a 14 hit, Bowser?
A 14 hits.
A 14 hits. Yeah. As it bites you
this chicken
now,
is tearing through us
with 6 piercing damage.
Oh.
But then you can see small claws on the end of its feathered wings that swipe at you. And 14 again. Oh, I don't even know how many hit points you've got overall. So let's just so that's a 14 that hits, dealing 7 slashing damage as it slashes at you. I hope you're still good.
Okay.
Okay, but now
still up.
Ash, it's your turn.
Okay.
Get it off me.
Yeah. I'll firebolt. We'll keep going for the green flame chicken vibe. We'll go for a firebolt.
Perfect.
That's a 16 to hit.
A 16 to hit is a nice solid hit.
Okay, and 2 damage.
2 damage.
Yep.
And again, what type of damage is that? It's is that all fire, or is it just magical?
Yeah.
I think it's
Fire damage.
Fire damage, I assumed it was. So again, it doesn't do as much as you think it does, even though you were disappointed with the power of your spell as it came out, even as it hits the chicken. You know, it's creating a nice kind of chickeny smell, you know, you're feeling hungry, but it's not doing as much damage as you're wanting it to. Do you do anything else this turn?
I think that's all I can do. So no, aside from look terrified.
Perfect.
Start like
Okay.
protecting the pages. Yeah.
Very much so. Yeah. That realization comes to your face as you realize you're wearing a dress made of paper and then all of this fire is being thrown about and it's not even doing as much damage as you want. Okay, Bowser, what are you up to?
I'm going to rage because this chicken has annoyed me.
Okay, you've got cool raging. Do you have the table up with you?
I do have the table, so
I
raging
love this.
triggers my wild magic surge. So
This is going to be chaotic. I cannot plan for this.
here we go. That's a 5, which whenever a creature hits you with an attack roll before my rage ends, that creature takes 1d6 force damage as magic lashes out in retribution. So if the chicken bites me again, it's getting bitten back.
No. So, yes, as a wild magic barbarian, Bowser is connected by the chaotic energy of the Fae. And when this emotional surge of raging comes about, this magic of the Fae kind of entangles in it, and it's now fighting back very much and helping protect you. Does it look like anything? Is there any visuals there?
I'm going to say it looks a little bit sort of blue, glowy, ethereal, like twisty lights and almost like fairy lights.
Ah, very nice. Would you do anything else on your turn?
Yeah, now I'm going to smack it with a great axe.
Good.
So, why are we using fire? Someone hit it. That is a 15. Yeah, 15.
A 15,
To hit.
that hits. It does indeed, as you slam down.
And that is going to take 2 plus 5, 7 points of slashing damage. Right? Yeah.
Perfect. Matt Mercer, this, how do you want to do it?
Chop off its head, decapitate the chicken.
Perfect, as it goes. And you can see the chicken walks about a bit, headless for a
Yes.
while, as his chicken's head lays on the floor. You can see it is no longer any harm, but it's just kind of wandering about kind of this circle that has been made. This circle, as you kill this abyssal chicken, flashes green.
Oh.
Well, that's a nice color. Better than all that red.
I
So-
have a red.
Realize we don't have much time left. Do we want to do
Don't.
2 circles at once?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
It might be quicker to just do it one at a time still and do the next one first.
It's okay, but we're back to Barney
Yeah.
and initiative. So.
Barney should be good. I mean, yeah, you said why don't you hit it? I have unarmed strikes and a dagger. I'm not a fighter. I'm a brain.
So the third circle, it was 3 in the center, and it said around the outside 3, 1, 4, 1.
I know this one. And I know this one. I think it's the digits of pi. I like scramble around in my dress and then like take off my earring, and I'm like, it's written on the back. Yeah. This is gonna be embarrassing if I get this wrong, but I think it's 3.1415.
Are we writing this in?
Yep.
Perfect. So as you write it in, again, the arcane energy of this circle glows, and summoned before you is something different looking now. You can see an interesting bison-looking creature, and it's got kind of long, straight horns going backwards with almost a fiendish nature to it. But yeah, so Yes, it is back to Barney and initiative. What would you like to do?
Has it been more than a minute since the first abyssal chicken appeared?
We can. You done the calculations? No, let's say no. Just
okay. In that case, my Zephyr Strike is still up, so I'm going to give myself advantage to try to hit this bison with another arrow.
You worked quickly. I'll say it's done it within a minute.
Yeah, that's a 21 to hit.
21 definitely hits.
And that's going to be 7 piercing damage and 4 force damage.
7 piercing, 4 force. Let's double check. That's all good. So, yep, it does exactly what you're expecting. 7 piercing, 4 force. But this being...
Oh, actually, I can also add in a dreadful strike to it as I harness the power of the Feywild. So it's going to be another 4 psychic damage to it as well.
Nice. So that's so 7, 4, and 4. There we go. Should be good at maths, didn't I? That's 15 overall.
Yes.
Which happens to be the exact hit points of this creature known as the Stench Cow.
The Stench Cow.
I'm taking notes of all these monsters and bringing them back in science and sorcery.
It's what so it's one of the kind of main kind of forms of cattle. I think in like Nine Hells or the Abyss or something, which they use for food. So how do you kill the Stench Cow?
I think I fire the arrow, and again the wind pushes it through, and I see that the Stench Cow isn't dead yet, and I just kind of glare at it, and that's what does the psychic damage. And it just kind of like ruptures a blood vessel in its brain, and then it just kind of collapses dead.
As you stare at it, you just see a bit of blood come out of its kind of ears and nose, and it just collapses onto the ground in a heap. And as you do so, the ground starts glowing green. And I'll say you've got a good passive perception as well. So maybe everyone, Bowser's still kind of raging and angry, but everyone except Bowser can just hear almost a clinking of a mechanism that was almost magically connected, but also with a mechanical element as well. As a door begins to open, completely secretly hidden within the walls, made of perfectly smooth dwarven stonework. And as it rises, you see into another dark room. But now Bowser's can actually see it happen. You're fine. Okay. It's just the initial hearing of it clicking. You can, especially with your eyesight.
Charge headlong into the scary dark room.
I think we need to.
Good. 5 minutes left. That sounds like a plan. So
TPK or we fix everything.
Nice.
Let's do this.
Okay, you charge in head first.
Axe held aloft, just running straight in. Let's do this.
Perfect. That rage of anger is still kind of, at least in this 6 seconds, is, you're charging in, and that's kind of almost like, as soon as you run into a room, you suddenly, all of this rage kind of dissipates from you, because you haven't taken any damage or damaged anything else. So you just you get slightly more relaxed. And as you look into this room, you see a pedestal with a single document on it. Again, written in the languages of Celestial, but with much more infernal script on it this time.
Okay. Can me and Bowser decipher it, investigate, or?
Yes, you can. So, do you want to roll? Let's see. I kind of want it. Again, what shall I go? Either a straight intelligence or an insight. Let's do.
Let's go intelligence.
Okay.
Come on.
If you want.
Hey, 21.
21, perfectly.
Hey, finally.
So, as you read this document in front of you, you see almost a set of different rules listed just in different orders. So you can see kind of, the words in Celestial saying axiom of extensionality and axiom of regularity and axiom of schema of specification and axiom of pairing and axiom of union. And you can see like an explanation of each of these different axioms on there. And you realize that this might be a document well, that's been hidden by the gods of lore who have created this very much cave that was torn from the pages of the Pact Primeval. And you can see the tearing on like the left-hand side, and this interesting looking paper almost made it's written kind of, I say, as you look closer, does someone want to do a nature check?
Oh, that might be my area. No, not really.
I can do that.
Yeah, Daff, as a druid, you're good at nature.
So that's 12.
12. Okay, so you notice that this isn't necessarily written on paper made from kind of the bark of wood that you might be used to. This paper is made of the skin of humans, and it's all been written in each of these axioms. And at the bottom, underneath all of these kind of 9 different axioms, you see a single line. Oh yeah, we got 2. Oh, perfect. So yeah, it's yellow, decayed by passage of time, and you see a proof. Well, the start. They say the size of the hordes of the demons of the abyss is infinite, as just a statement. And to the left on the margin, you read, I have discovered a truly marvelous proof of this, which this margin is too narrow to contain. And that is where I shall end today's session.
Just for Daft to kind of finish off, because feeling a little left out in that battle, didn't really do much to fight with that. Abyssal Chicken is gonna use Wild Shape and assume the shape of the Abyssal Chicken for a little bit. It probably goes completely against the rules of Wild Shape, but I'm gonna do it. Thank you so much, Max, for leading us through that. That was loads of fun.
That was great fun. I will point out Bonnie immediately attacks the new Abyssal Chicken.
I'll give a quick shout out to Sam Murphy, who done the art for all of your characters. So hopefully,
awesome.
I think it's on the screen now, and also on my Twitter as well. I think everyone else lots of people have posted it. So really good art. So shout out to Sam. Thank you very much for that. You're a legend.
Yeah, for any of the players who haven't seen YouTube looks amazing.
Yeah,
so you should have a look
really,
at it. And
really
see
cool.
what it looks like.
Yeah.
And thanks to Sam for setting that up.
Folks, I am going to hang around and introduce the next segment. So thank you so much to Max, to Dagmar, to Jimmy, to Kat for playing along as part of this small little teaser introduction to how you can play Dungeons and Dragons and bring some maths and perhaps some other STEM topics into it as well. Hope you all enjoyed at home. I am going to hang around and wait for our next presenter, who's going to come on, Hannah Ayub, for some maths and art. So yeah, I'll hang here. You folks can head off, but thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Thank you very much.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Thanks, guys. Bye.
Okay.
Hello.
Hannah, hello. How's it going?
Good, thank you. How's it been?
Yeah, good. My character really didn't do very much. It was just like pretty but dim. And just watched as like the other characters all kind of solved maths puzzles, fought a chicken, 2 chickens.
Two chickens. We're cramming in quite a lot of zoology into this like maths stream.
Apparently so, but it wasn't your regular chicken, it was
Okay.
an abyssal chicken, so it was a chicken with like not a regular mouth, but like it opened up into spikes. It was quite horrific. And then there was something called a stench cow, which was a big bison like thing that we just destroyed in one kind of round of fighting. How are you doing?
Excellent. I'm good, thank you. I've just been like frantically running around looking for art materials, which like, you know, bodes well, but I've got everything. And hopefully my contestants for the next like segment also have all the materials they need. So I think we're all set to get going. So yeah, thank you so much for the intro, Sam. And really glad that your session went well.
No, it was so much fun, and I'm really looking forward to watching along with what you do. So yeah, take it away.
You can join in as well if you've got some pen and paper.
I'm gonna grab some now.
Brilliant. Thanks, Sam. Bye. So I think we now have a intro for the next segment, which I'm quite excited to see. Hi everyone, and welcome to our next segment, which is going to be a maths art challenge. I'm Hannah Ayub. I am an illustrator and mostly science communicator, but I occasionally get dragged into the other areas of STEM, which I always enjoy doing. And mathematical art is a particular interest of mine. I really love how there are lots of artistic concepts that have mathematical influences and vice versa as well. So the way that today's going to work means that if you want, you can join in with us too. So there are a few things that you will need at home. You will need some paper. You will also need a pen or pencil. I'm going to be using a marker so people can see me, but that's less of an issue if you're at home. You will need at least 4 different colors of pencils or pens. You will need a ruler or just a straight edge. So we're not going to be using the markers on the ruler. So even if you've got a credit card or something like that, you can use that too. And you will need a pair of compasses, or what we in the art world just call a compass that you use to draw circles. But in the mathematical world, apparently this is a pair of compasses. So those are the materials that you will need. There are going to be 4 rounds with a mixed number of challenges in each round. The scoring might be slightly arbitrary. I am just going to be the final judge on the scoring, with maybe getting a bit of help from some of you at various points. There are 8 points available per round. And if you are joining in from home, we would love it if you could post to Twitter, either using hashtag #MathsArtChallenge and tagging in at 24-hour maths. And we also have a Padlet link for those of you who may not want to use Twitter, which we will drop in the YouTube chat later. Now, it is time to meet our 4 amazing contestants for today. So first up, I would like to introduce to the screen Craig Poku. Hi, Craig. Yes, it's working. I can see and hear you. And I can hear the laughter, which is always a good sign that Craig is on screen. Can you briefly introduce yourself to our audience?
Yeah, sure. So I'm Dr. Craig Poku. I am a data scientist at undisclosed company, and I am a mathematician that likes to dabble in a whole load of other bits. So I've gone from environmental sciences, mathematical biology. I also like to introduce mathematical designs in bread. So that's sort of the thing that I kind of dabble into. Mm-hmm. And let's just say that I did not have a pair of compasses. I had to ask my younger cousin who's at school because I didn't know where to find them at the moment. So yeah, that's a bit about me.
I might have borrowed a pair off my mum, so you know, I'm glad I'm not the only one. Okay, so moving on, our next contestant that I would like to introduce to the screen is Sohang Tang. Sohang, are you there?
Yep,
yes,
hi.
Brilliant.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Good, great. So could you briefly introduce yourself to our audience, please?
Okay, so I'm a maths teacher. Clearly, I really love maths, and I love anything to do with art. So origami, I quilt, I sew. So I'm always trying to get the kids into any free time. I like to get them into origami. So my next task, I really want to make those blocks that sit on top of each other.
Ooh, excellent.
So that's what I really want to do. So yeah, so I'm really looking forward to today.
Great, thank you so much. And next up, I'd like to introduce Scary Boots to the screen. We had a flicker. Oh dear.
I hit the button. I hit the start button. Why is it not obeying? I'm sorry, it's saying it fails to start the video camera. Is there someone else you can throw to while I...
It's okay, yep, you fix that. Instead, we'll bring in Kyle D. Evans. Is Kyle there?
Oh, it's all good.
Oh, yay, we got both of you at once. Yeah. Hi, everyone. Okay, we'll go to Scary first for a quick intro.
Hey, so my name is Scary, Dr. Scary if you fancy, and I have a PhD in the physics of jelly. That means that everybody who isn't a mathematician assumes I'm very good at maths, and everybody who is a mathematician goes at my maths practice. So, judge me appropriately according to your background. I also really enjoy art. I have done a little bit of mathematical art. Basically, I blame Hannah. Hannah is my on-ramp to this. I do enjoy it, and I like to draw things. I live in a house I've just moved into that isn't modern art.
Brilliant. Thanks, Gary. And from someone who I've encouraged to do art to someone who uses me to escape doing art, we'll move over to Kyle and his assistant.
Hello, my name's Kyle. I'm a maths teacher and occasional maths communicator, writer, that sort of thing. Dabbler in all things mathematical. And Hannah is absolutely correct to say that I avoid art wherever possible, but
I draw everywhere.
All right, yeah, he draws all the time. This is Edwin, who's come along to help me draw today, but I am open-minded about my shortcomings, and I don't believe that art is a closed shop for when you can't improve in any more so than any other area. So I'm here to try and do better.
Excellent. Okay, thank you so much for all five of you for joining us today. So with time, against us, I'm going to move over to our first challenge. So I'm hoping to sort of ease you in gently with this one. The first contestant to draw 5 circles with a compass gets a point. So ready, steady, go.
Oh God. Wait, I don't even know how to set this compass up.
I'm vaguely going to attempt to keep up as well. Oh, I think that, yep, that's 5. Right, Scary is in with point number 1. How's everyone else getting on? Craig, did you manage to actually use the compass?
I can't even know how to use a compass. So many years. Oh, and I can't even just get my R program to just do it for me. Gosh, I am having a technical difficulty here. So this is already going resplendently, as we can see.
Okay, I think we've got circles from everyone else, and maybe just to put Craig out of his misery, we'll move on to challenge number 2. So for your second challenge, I'm hoping this one might be apparently easier than drawing 5 circles. I would like you to draw a person using only squares, circles, and triangles, and you have 2 minutes to do this. You will get 1 point for completing it, 1 point for anatomical accuracy, because we're throwing some biology in here, and 1 point for artistry. So I failed to get a timer up, so I'm just going to do that now. But yes, you have 2 minutes, and you're drawing a person with circles, triangles, and squares.
Easy. Easy peasy lemon squeezy.
Okay, this in theory should be easier.
In theory, being the operative word.
What triangle, squares, and circles, Hannah?
Yep.
Are you checking, or are you asking which specific triangles?
Any triangle that you feel like, which I think the definition is 3 sides.
I like scalene triangles myself. They don't commit you to anything. Oh no, I did a rectangle accidentally.
This is going to be the point where it's like how, let me get this right. The fact that a rectangle is a square, but a square isn't a rectangle? Or did I just say that the wrong way around? I think I've just said the wrong way around.
We have 2 maths teachers on, so.
Yeah, if anybody can school us.
Other way around, I think. But yeah, it's a good point.
No, it's not very good.
I've moved on to adding the adipose tissue, Hannah.
Oh wow, we're really going for anatomical accuracy.
Triangles.
I didn't want to be fat phobic in my drawing.
You have 30 seconds left.
I curry favour with the judge.
I feel like mine is not even like, mine is kind of low-key giving me musical theatre vibes, like something from Wicked, and I'm just going along with the flow now.
Okay.
Triangles and squares. However you
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. How are we doing, everyone? Okay, I'm going to go over to Sohang first. How's your drawing doing?
I've done mine in 2 bits because I ran out of paper.
Oh wow, that is brilliant.
So is that's a top half?
Yep.
And that's his legs. I couldn't work out how to do the feet. But notice I put my mathematically correct to show that they're square.
Yeah. I love that. Okay, I think 3 points. Like I think we've got enough anatomical accuracy, got the artistry, you completed it, that's great. Okay, so I'm gonna go over to Craig next.
Okay, so I know that you said that we have a spec for being anatomically correct, but maybe because it's spooky season. But oh gosh, hold on, there we go. I decided to go more down like the kind of robot route instead, as you can see. So like, it's got its little legs, and oh gosh, hold on. I need to change the background on my thing because it's, there we go, cool. So it's got its little legs, you can see, it's little triangles. And then obviously then I thought, okay, we've got like circles for the mouth and circles for the eyes, and it's got a little hat. I'm going to call it Timmy. Look, I'm not planning on winning this thing, but I think Timmy is cute. So
giving
that's
you 2
what we're going
points.
with.
You can have the artistry and you can have the completion, but that triangle on its head, just the anatomical accuracy is just gone. Like, hey, Kyle, come to you.
So how many points do I get then?
2 out of 3. I think you did pretty well.
Go on, Edwin, talk us through it.
This is my terrible person.
Talk us through the
I
shapes.
don't think they're terrible.
Talk us through the shapes then.
His head is a circle, his eyes are circles with circles inside, his hair is a triangle, his ears are squares, his arms are made of squares, his legs are made of triangles, his shoes are made of squares. He's pretty much Mr. Shapes.
I like that Mr. Shapes has a name.
And I didn't get so far, so this is Triangle Man. For 90s indie rock fans there, he hates Particle Man. I like to include jokes that very few people will understand.
I'm here having a time, so 1 point from me.
If I'm scoring just you, I'm going for 1. But I feel like I'm going to take Edwin's contribution into account and go for 2.
Oh, do we get? Oh, wow! Thank you. Up to 2 points.
I think.
Okay, Scary.
Ta-da! Also going.
Wow,
that's so
modernist vibe.
Yeah.
I would like to draw your attention to the fact that we have breasts and we have abdominal fat.
Wow.
For realism. We have a patella and another patella. I had a moment where I realized that I'd drawn a rectangle, but I reckon you can decompose any rectangle into squares. So that's what I did. I think you're okay as long as you don't need to go to a lower resolution than the resolution of the universe. So I think I can get away with it. But I invite anybody to check my work in.
Scary. That is amazing.
Yeah, I don't even care how the scoring works. I'm giving you 3. Like, it's just like that deserves 3 out of 3.
Currying favour with the judge.
Should be 5.
Judge, dictator, something. I saw a flash of some brilliant artwork, but I think we need to move on.
Oh, I'm sorry. I can hold. No.
I think Edwin was holding up something cool.
Oh, right, got you.
Okay, so the next one, I'm going to be honest. I think the maths teachers are going to have an edge here. So
a straight edge.
hopefully. But I am also going to join in with this one, which may give people a bit of a clue if they need it. So I would like you to construct a hexagon with 6 equal length sides. The first person to do it gets 2 points, and everyone else who finishes gets 1 point. So a hexagon which obviously have 6 sides, but they're all equal lengths. And I'm also going to do this. So if you have no idea, you can maybe follow along.
Can we start? Probably reveal at this point.
Start.
I've forgotten my compasses, but I think I can still do it anyway.
Ooh.
I
find out.
used to be to do this asleep. My maths teacher would be so disappointed in me.
I'm disappointed in you.
Disappointed in yourself. Then what's the point? Okay, I think.
Don't worry.
So it's about there to there.
No.
I just recently taught this, so I can. So that's mine.
Yay! Okay, so we've got our number 1. That's 2 points.
How does one do this again?
How does one what again? Bing, 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 bing.
Oh, you got the math notation on there.
Excellent.
Entirely stealing your style. Sorry, Sohang. I was really impressed when you did that last time.
Do you know what?
Hold on.
Nice one. Hexagon.
Hexagon.
Give us an update. It seems like it's all gone dark at your end.
At my end?
No,
Craig's
screen
end.
is black to me.
Oh, I think we might have lost Craig slightly. I think this is deliberate.
Oh dear.
How are you doing, Kyle?
I'm doing okay. So I'm trying to do the same principle because we've just got a load of cups and things here because I forgot to bring any compasses home. I'm trying to do the principle of the thing with compasses, but using a cup. So I'm about here so far. So I'm getting.
Oh, nice.
I'm doing it on hard level.
I think I'll that I love your hexagon, Edwin. That is brilliant. Kyle, I'm giving you the point for like ingenuity of like finding a circle, like even if you haven't quite finished. So 2 points to Sohang, 1 to Scary, 1 to Kyle. We'll see what happens if and when Craig reappears. So we have one last task for round 1. So I would like you in 2 minutes to
I'm back.
Craig. Oh, Craig's back. Okay, how's your hexagon?
Okay, so I got halfway there because I was having technical issues, but I figured out that it was the thing of using the compass to like do like your circle thing, and then afterwards they're measuring the same distance all the way through. And like, look, I wouldn't get an A star at GCSE maths again, but I mean, it's not even A star anymore, but you get what I mean. I've also turned off blur, but that's as far as I got. And then, but I was like, the concept is there.
I'll give you half a point because I don't want to be too mean.
No, that's fine. Give me half a point. It's the taking part. It's the effort, the tenacity, the energy, the vibes.
So we've got 3.
Okay, so we are going on to our final chat. I can't believe we've not even finished round 1 yet. But we're going on to our final task of round 1. Excellent hexagon going on there, Kyle. I would like you to draw a 2-dimensional representation of a 3-dimensional shape in 2 minutes. You get 1 point for completion and 1 point for ambition.
Wait, hold on. Can you repeat the question again?
So I'd like you to draw a 3-dimensional shape, but you're drawing it in 2 dimensions, so on a piece of paper. So if you, for example, think about like drawing a cube, like how would you draw that out? But you also get a point for ambition.
Okay.
So maybe don't go for a cube.
Oh, damn, because that's the first thing I was going to go for. You just killed my vibe. Okay.
And your timer begins now. I know some people started ahead of time,
Oh,
but
sorry.
that's fine. Don't worry.
Oh, do you know what? I'm gonna go pencil on this one.
How are we defining shape?
We're
I mean, do you require like a platonic solid, or like it's like an irregular shape? Okay.
No.
I mean, that's without a doubt the most philosophical thing I think I've heard all day. I mean, this is coming from somebody who thinks about.
I now feel like I'm sat here going, am I a shape?
Yes, you are, Heather. You are a valid shape. Okay, in which case, like, it's your fault. What you're getting is your fault. Okay.
Okay. You have about 45 seconds left.
Hold on.
Ooh.
Don't give your hand away too early.
I got too ambitious. I'm having to use the rubber from this compass set. Oh no.
Craig, I also got too ambitious. I've started smearing it all over myself.
Oh my gosh, no, honestly, like
say smearing it all over yourself.
Like I'm using a Posca and I don't normally use Poscas, and the Posca is fighting back.
What's a Posca?
No, do you know what? Like, so when I was trying to pick GCSE options years ago, my art teacher was like, Craig, don't do art. And I was just like
3, 2, 1, stop. Okay, so I don't even know who to go to first at this point. I'm gonna Craig, come on. What have you drawn?
So for context, because I like nail polish, I thought I was going to try and do a 2D version of my nail polish brand, and one nail polish remover, and I then forgot that I can't draw. So that's as far as I got. So I started trying to do like the cylinder with all the shading and stuff, and then afterwards, then of course you can start to see some gradient, but then I then went, I can't do this. This is hard. And then I tried the top bit, and then that's when I went, this is too ambitious. So I had to rub that off. So this isn't even an expectation, reality.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm feeling like the definition, never mind shape, the definition of ambition is now big, but I think I'm giving you 1 out of 2. Okay, Kyle, I'm gonna come over to you now. And I now have the power to spotlight, which is like exciting.
You go first. What have you drawn, Edwin?
I've trying to draw a cube. I tried to draw a cube.
Yep. I like that. I think it might be physically impossible, but I still love it.
Yeah. I think there's one line missing, but it's pretty good.
I tried to do that. It was supposed to go there, but
That's
no,
it.
it went too
That's
far.
all right. And I've gone all in on the adventurous mark. So what I've this is a 3D shadow of a 4-dimensional shape. So this is a 4-dimensional hypercube, but you can't draw that on paper. So this is a 2-dimensional projection of a 3-dimensional shadow of a 4-dimensional object.
What's that?
And
why is there an Eiffel Tower?
well, there's an Eiffel Tower, Edwin, because there's an actual real one of these in Paris. It's a massive structure called Le Grand Arche, and one of my students told me recently that it's still there. So and I couldn't remember which way around the flag went, but I hoped that Zoom might turn the red, white, and blue backwards anyway, so I could just claim that.
I mean, it's fine. It's just blowing in the wind, like whichever way. It's fine.
Right, exactly.
Cool.
Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna.
So it is by definition the answer. Sorry.
I am going to next come to Sohang. Let's come to you.
So I drew a square-based pyramid. Oh, we can't really see it. Can you see it? There we go.
Think we can, yeah.
And
Ooh,
then,
nice.
And then I thought, actually, that's not ambitious. I drew a frostrum.
Cool.
So
I'm saying 2 points. 2 points. Thank you very much. I really like it. Did you say it's called a frostrum?
yeah, I can never. Yeah, frostrum. It's just a cone with the top bit taken off.
Yeah, cool. I've learned a new word.
I learned the other day that it comes from being a frustrated cone. It wants to be a cone, but it can't get away. I don't know if someone was joking when they told me that, but they did tell me that.
Well, basically, if you like, you know, when you're a child, you used to eat like cornettos. Some
Yeah.
people used to eat the bottom bit first, didn't they?
Weirdos.
I mean, I was one of those kids, and I am a weirdo. So maybe there is some truth in that statement, Scary.
And you created the frostrum. There you go.
Okay,
being a math prodigy.
Scary, I'm going to come to you.
Hepatahedron. And with bonus like Oscar moving on to me. Yeah. So
I feel like 2 points just for that name alone.
I can't claim credit. Matt, who do I owe for that? Is it Russell or is it someone else? Can't remember.
Well,
yeah,
at the end of round one, I'm not entirely sure we're going to make it to round 4 at this rate, but
I thought that was round 4.
At the end of round 1, Scary and Sohang are in joint lead with 7 points. We then have Kyle with 5 and Craig with 3.5. So we are now going to... Someone's just informed us in the YouTube chat that you can buy packs of Cornetto tips, which has... never mind round 2. I'm now like focusing on that. Yeah, Adam, can you tell us where? Because that's information everyone needs to know. But, you know, whilst we're waiting for that answer, on to round 2, that is vaguely themed pictures, because nothing we've drawn so far has been a picture. So for this next round, for this next challenge, I am going to need a little bit of help from our audience and possibly our behind the scenes crew when it comes to judging. So I would like you all to draw a recognizable mathematician in 3 minutes. So you get 2 points for the chat or the backstage crew being able to actually recognize who you've drawn. And you get 1 point for artistry. So your 3 minutes starts now.
Oh God. Oh God.
Okay.
Oh,
Gonna draw God.
I mean,
The ultimate mathematician.
the ultimate mathematician.
I am definitely good at who I'm drawing.
I'm gonna try my best.
Have you got that music from Tony Hart's gallery to play while we're doing this?
No, that would be useful.
We could all just hum it.
I've forgotten to draw on an arm and now I don't know where to put it.
See, whereas I've got the countdown music playing in my head. Like,
would you like to share with the room?
Do 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 do.
I do like that when we were talking about, you know, how we'd fill the time when the contestants are doing challenges, we're talking about lots of different things. And I was like, I'm not sure they're going to all stay quiet.
I think it's because I realize how badly I'm doing, and so therefore I'm like, you know what, this can't get any worse. I want to at least, if I'm gonna lose, I'm gonna lose in style.
You have about 1 minute left, everyone.
And we can't even use math equations down, so
Oh, yeah, I drew a speech bubble. Am I allowed a speech bubble?
Yes. I'm making up the rules as we go along.
Already. She doesn't need any extras. You can't be
And
giving
she's doing really well. Where is my
They're doing really well.
They are.
Oh, yeah, they're doing really well indeed.
Sorry.
Dad.
So scary. Tell us about Jelly.
Oh, is this the distracting bit?
There are 10 seconds left.
No, I would definitely never do anything to sabotage my opponents. Definitely not.
3, 2, 1, stop. Okay, so I am going to come to Kyle first. I'm trying to change this up, but that requires remembering what order I went in the last time, which doesn't always happen. So, okay. Ooh, can we bring that a little bit closer? Okay, so we have a person who seems to be wearing a check shirt and a tie. They're holding on to something. Does that say I am very smart?
Yes.
Kyle, is that meant to be you?
Yes, it is. And the thing you book, you know, which is.
Well done, Edwin. Right.
That is amazing, and I cannot believe I actually reckon.
I'll show you mine. I started one and abandoned it. So I was gonna do Sophie Germain in doing maths under her duvet secretly, but I gave up on that. So I've done another one instead.
So don't tell. Okay, don't tell. I take it from the laughter that other people recognise that.
Yeah, we're on it. I'm assuming you don't want us to spoil it.
Don't spoil it yet. We'll see if the audience also recognises who it is. I probably shouldn't have spoiled Edwin's drawing of Kyle either. Okay, so audience / backstage crew, let us know if you recognise that picture. Meanwhile, I am going to come to Scary.
We have a scene.
Oh. Oh.
Don't disturb my circles, bro. Okay. I think I might know, but I'm not going to spoil it. We'll leave that up for a few seconds longer. Audience, let us know if you recognise who that is. And
sorry, I just clocked onto who it was.
I'm going to come
on the time lag.
Going to come to Sohang next.
It's all a bit all over the place.
That's fine.
See it. So,
oh wow!
If I zoom out a bit more, I panicked at the end.
Is that
see what that is?
It's a hippo.
Yes.
It feels like a hippo. Oh no! I just got it. Okay, no worries.
That is brilliant. I love it. Okay, so audience, let us know if you recognise who that is. And next, we are coming to Craig.
Okay, so. Look, I was having an issue with whether they were physicists or not, but at one point, but we've gone for this.
I think dual honours physics maths. That's how.
Okay.
I was so proud of this. Okay.
I mean, I think we're going for a very broad definition of mathematician. So that is a good... So, okay. So Kyle, I think someone's guessed Ada Lovelace for yours.
That's correct.
That is correct. That is also very well done. So that is 3 points to Kyle. Then Scary, was yours Archimedes? Correct. Amazing. So that is 3 points. Sohang, Pythagoras, or was it hip? Yep.
Okay.
And it's the hippopotamus, right?
Yes,
right.
it's a hippopotamus.
Okay. So I got distracted by Hippocrates. But cool.
I was considering Hypatia, and then I was like, how do I draw Hypatia? So I left it.
And Craig Newton. Excellent.
Yes.
Also, thank you to, I think that's Sweater CS. I'm going to try and read that out, username on YouTube, who I think guessed every single one of those. That's brilliant. Thank you very much. In a very important update, apparently Tesco's and Sainsbury's sell Cornetto tips, just so everyone is aware of that. So I also enjoyed, there's a brilliant, some brilliant comments like Kyle's son knows how to plug books. And I love that Kyle's son is Kyle's biggest fan, which is definitely true. We're really loving it. Thank you so much for joining us. Okay, so let's try and at least finish round 2. So we're going to move on to the second challenge in round 2, which is to draw an animal in 2 minutes, except every single stroke needs to be a number from 0 to 9. So you're drawing an animal in 2 minutes, but every single stroke. So when you put your page, like when you put your pen down on your page, like, so that would be like a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So your 2 minutes starts now.
I got this.
And you will be scored for 1 point for finishing, 1 point for artistry.
We've got points just for finishing now.
Do I just have to?
There's been points for finishing throughout. Like it's why Craig is on like at least 6.5 points.
Can I do whatever I want to it now?
Burn.
No, it's got to be numbers everywhere.
Oh.
You can't. You have to only use numbers.
Oh yeah.
So if you want to do a straight line, that's got to be a 1, hasn't it?
Dad, look.
Be careful using the paper with dots on it. Yeah, you might want to go over with black pen.
I've just gone blank.
What, on all animals?
Okay, hold on. I'm going to start that again. Take 2.
How am I going to do that?
What do armadillo's legs look like?
That is not a question I thought we'd be getting on this.
There's something I need to do and I'm literally blank on it. Okay, I'm going to do that. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
You have 20 seconds left.
Dad, how do you do this? How do I do this? I'm just going to do a 3.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, stop. And to give you a little bit of a grace period, because there was some really panicky squeaking there, I've drawn like a cat that's looking quite demonic. But I'm quite happy with it.
That's great. I love that.
Okay, so Hang, I'll come to you first for this one.
I started off with this, which looked a bit like a dancing giraffe. And then I just thought that's ridiculous. So I drew this, which is less ridiculous.
Oh, is that a fish?
Yeah. Like a 9.
Oh my god, with the hook.
And there's a hook with a 5.
The fishing hook.
And then it looks like it's doing a poo, but it's like another 6. There you go. So that's mine.
We'll go with 2 points for that. I'm going to come to Craig next.
Okay, so look, I don't know where I was going. So I started off, I've gone with this. I'm not sure what it's supposed to be. I think, okay, in my defense, I started off with the idea of trying to go for an owl. Yes. And then I somehow ended up.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Okay, I think we got the owl. Oh, Craig, are you there? Are you not?
You're getting owl from that.
I'm getting owl mostly from Craig saying owl.
Yeah,
and
fair.
then eyes, ears.
I'm getting Angry Birds piggy.
Craig, are you with us? Don't know anymore. Okay, we'll move on. I'm gonna give Craig 2 because like I'm just quite enjoying that face. Scary will come to you next.
I attempted an armadillo.
Oh, that's so cool.
And then I did an arrow to it, and then I realized I wasn't allowed to do an arrow to it being curled up. So it's a bit conceptual. Also, it could be a crocodile if you wanted it to be.
Someone said it looks more like a wasp, but because of the delay on YouTube, I don't know which animal looks more like a wasp at this point. I think I don't know. So I'm loving the armadillo. Like, I'm loving the amount of numbers contained in it. So yeah, I'm going with 2 points. I think they're from. Well, Kyle, you're coming to you next.
So the whole head and body is a big 8. His eyes are circles. His ears are circles. His arms are 1s. His legs are 2s. His tail is a 3. And I bet you can guess what he is.
Is it a person?
The monkey.
Monkey.
Crazy monkey.
I mean, we are a subset of monkeys, aren't we? No, we're apes. Wait.
We're apes. I mean, Kyle does struggle with that distinction, as we found with his first book. But we are apes. Sorry, Kyle.
That's all right.
It's here if
No,
you want.
it wasn't that one. It was a children's book where I showed a very adult understanding of what monkeys, chimps, apes all were. So I've really outreached my grasp here, or whatever that saying is. Well, no, it was meant to be a python. You see, I got so excited by the tongue being a pie that then I realised I was working from right to left.
I love that.
It doesn't even
love
look like
it.
a python, does it?
I think for the name alone.
I really like it, although I'm going to be honest, I thought it was a caterpillar, but then again, I can't be judging people's drawing kids because we've seen the level that we're in. I'm leading the struggle bus right now.
I literally can't operate other than in puns, so
Yeah.
apologies for that.
Okay, so our final challenge for round 2, which we should have completed 14 minutes ago, but it's fine. We're having fun. We're drawing. It's all great. Is that I would like you to take your favorite mathematical symbol. Ideally, that isn't a number, something else. And sorry, there isn't like a number consisting of 0 to 9 put together. I'm reaching the limit of my math.
Not
Pick
an
a
Arabic
symbol
numeral.
like pi or something like that, and turn it into a cartoon character. So you have 2 minutes, and there are 3 points available.
Dad.
30 seconds.
Dad.
30 seconds.
Dad.
Yeah.
This is Mrs. Butterfly. Can you see the sign?
Oh, that's really neat. Is that butter?
4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, who shall I pick to go first? I'm going to come to Craig before his internet like drops out again.
No.
Or has it gone? I think
He's gone.
Oh, okay. Never mind. Scary. Oh, Craig, are you there?
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm here.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello. Yes,
Yeah.
we can hear you.
Okay, so anyway, there's this thing known as integration, but within integration, you've got closed integrals. So here is my closed integrator. So you've got the integration sign that you see in the middle here, and you then know that it's closed because you calls. And what I basically got is I've got little legs with closed integral signs all the way around, some open integral signs at the top, some closed integral signs at the top, and then afterwards it's like I feel closed. And yeah, this is I don't know what I'm going to call it, but yeah, it's something that you come up in like electromagnetism and general relativity, generally speaking.
I'm just loving the cute little character. 3 points.
It's a really loopy design, Craig.
Yep.
I'm a very loopy person, so.
You should make a t-shirt with that.
Okay, Scary.
It's a lemonist cat.
Hey.
Sorry,
I did not get the reference. I still love the artwork.
Sorry, the infinity sign is called a lemonisket.
Ah, cool. I particularly love the sunglasses. Is that related or?
Sunglasses look a bit like the infinity sign.
That is very true.
Who can truly see infinity? It's protect your eyes.
Cool. We're going with 3 points for that. And Sohang, come to you next.
Maybe we can partner up, Scary, because look, I got Infinity Man.
Yes, Infinity Man and the Lemonist Cat. They solve crimes, but only infinite crimes.
I think this is like the making of a new like graphic novel right here. I love that. Yep, 3 points. And Kyle.
Yeah.
Okay. This is Mrs. Butterfly. So the long line down the middle is, and the 2 dots is a divided sign if you flip it round. And then she's flying away with some butter, and the tomato and the banana saying, "So long." Mrs. Butterfly flying off with the butter. So long.
I'm particularly enjoying the butter being flown away by. Brilliant. Thank you.
I just did Fire Guy.
Yes.
Excellent. Love it. I think there's 3 points for everyone for that set. And just because I'm quite proud of this, I'm gonna like show my table. I turned like Pie into a sloth.
Oh man. What?
Transcendentally restful.
What secret?
Sorry?
Transcendentally restful.
Yes.
Okay, so are we going to manage another round? Who knows? But we might manage at least one more challenge. So we're going to move on to round 3. The first task of which is something that we did get close to in the first round. So I would like you, see if I can find my one that I created earlier. I would like you to create a flower of life. So this is what it looks like. I would like you to make one that is at least 4 petals along, as this one is. Your clue is hexagon, in case you hadn't picked up on that from earlier. And if you feel like colouring it in, that would be lovely, but it is completely up to you. You have 4 minutes for this. And there are 4 points available.
Can we see the flower for life again, just so I can be prepared?
The flower for life is the reusable version.
No, it's not that one.
What are you looking for?
That took me like an extra few seconds to get. Like,
I have panic all at once just hit me like a train. So I'm gonna try my best.
Your 4 minutes has started.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!
Honestly, Craig's panic is everything.
No,
This is really
Craig's
making
panic.
me feel better about my life.
No, Craig's panic is not everything. Craig's panic is not everything at all. Like my designs are chaotic and beautiful and okay.
Oh yeah, speaking of which, I'm going to put mine up on Twitter or Instagram afterwards if people wish to admire the beauty and show me how much better they can do.
It would be amazing to see any and all of everyone's designs up on social media afterwards.
I'm still struggling with the compass. It's
clearly need to go to more of Hannah's maths art drawing sessions.
I'm also I'm enjoying that there was like a materials list sent out quite a while ago, and you didn't think maybe I should check I can use this thing that's on the list.
No, but Hannah, do you watch RuPaul's Drag Race? There's always somebody who gets, booked to go on the biggest drag competition that can really catapult you into the, the next level. And they're always like, I'm going to have to sew something. And you're like, yeah.
Oh no, so for those listening, I started a brand new job this week and it's going really, really well. Are
you going for life points if you can't have Flower of Life?
Well, no, it's more if you know me personally, you know that I left the job that I didn't quite enjoy, and now all of a sudden I'm in something that I am enjoying. But I also probably didn't read the materials list, and this has been a very last minute addition. So, I'm here for vibes. I'm trying my best. That's what I can do.
You're going for an A for effort.
You are halfway through your 4 minutes.
I'm just copying Hannah with circles, hoping for the best.
I mean, my compass is like slipping, which is not particularly helpful. But
I'm onto colouring.
Are you showing me up here?
How?
Reckless inaccuracy. If you do it poorly, it takes less time.
Right.
Okay.
That's science.
I have a lot more sympathy for students using maths equipment now.
Yeah, do you know what?
Are any of your students watching?
I hope not.
I honestly think that I have a lot of respect for people who have to do this now because 60-year-old Craig was amazing, but 29-year-old Craig, I'm just going to start colouring and hope for the best. That's the level that we're at the moment.
Are you going for colouring points?
Yep.
You have approximately 50 seconds left.
How? What is going on?
The progression of time.
I'm so sorry, Craig. I'll do you a physics primer for it in a bit.
Please do. Oh. See, you know what? Maybe if I just pretend there's a shape there, then it's okay.
Oh no.
So for those listening in the audience, do not use me as an example of preparation. Do not pass go. I will not pass go. I will not collect £200. I will just sit here contemplating the fact that I can't use a compass.
3, 2, 1, stop. So this is as far as I got. Then I got distracted by actually adding up scores because I realized that we're rapidly running out of time here. So okay, who let's get some volunteers. Who would like to go first?
No.
Okay, Kyle's hand went up first. Wow, is this without a compass as well? Using a glass.
Did you build on your hexagon?
This wasn't the one from earlier. It is definitely a new one.
Okay, I'm loving this. We've got the 4 petals across in all directions. We've got color, we've got bold lines, beautifully expressive. 4 out of 4. Excellent. Okay, Scary, I think your hand went up next.
Oh, look.
Ooh.
Oh, wow.
That is beautiful. Very, very nice. Very uniform. Definitely better compass wielding than me.
Yours is amazing.
So yeah, 4 out of 4 as well. The points are starting to like coalesce in probably slightly unhelpful ways as far as competition's concerned, but everyone's having fun. That is the most important
We're
thing.
converging.
Yes, that's mathsy,
This
right?
is a converging series of challenges. Sorry.
Okay, we'll come to Sohang next.
Oh, hold on.
Oh, there we go. Yeah.
Oh no, hold on. Yeah.
Ooh. I'm enjoying the like snowflakey type shape.
Yeah, I
And
don't
the
know.
colours.
Yeah.
I am going to go with 3 points just because it's not quite as complete as the others.
They look like old balloons tied together.
You say that as though that's a bad thing. Okay, Craig, over to you.
God. Oh God.
Try not to sound so scared. It's just pencil and paper.
It's so bad.
Come on.
It's so bad.
Holy God!
Entropy has taken over the flower of life. Petals are wilting. It is autumn.
Is this like, you know, those deconstructed like meals in restaurants? I feel like this is like a deconstructed flower of life.
No, do you know what it feels like? You know, when they have like celebrities do like celebrity bake-off and stuff, and then they then go, oh yeah, this is my attempt. Like, I wouldn't even give myself a point for this.
I'm giving you one. I can't
Is this
give
your
you
version
zero.
of
It's
nailed
two.
it?
Yes, this is Matt's art. Nailed it. Craig is playing nailed it. The rest of us. The rest of us. Stuff.
Okay, we have 2 minutes left before the next segment needs to begin. So I am going to wrap up here. Well done, everyone, on completing 2 of the 4 rounds and 1 other challenge. But it's been brilliant. We've had lots of exciting chat. We've considered the nature of shapes. The mathematicians that were drawn were absolutely brilliant. We've had some great puns along the way. So thank you so much, everyone, for joining me and our audience today. So points have been added up. So in 4th place, we have Craig with 12.5. Well done. I feel like I should add about 5 points for added chaos, but that wasn't within the scoring system. In 3rd place, we have Kyle and Edwin with 17 points. In 2nd place, we have Sohang with 18 points. And in 1st place, we have Scary with 19. So thank you so much, everyone, for joining. I really hope people have been joining in at home. I will post that Padlet link in the chat once I'm off screen, because in case you would like to share anything. If you would like to share on Twitter, do use #MathsArtChallenge and tag in at 24hmaths. And with no further ado, I would like to say goodbye to my contestants. I'm going to stay on screen to say hi to Katie in a second. But thank you so much, everyone. And
thanks for having us. It was lovely.
Thank you. It was great fun.
Thank you. It's been good.
Thank you.
Cheers. Bye.
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 Okay, hello.
Hello.
There we go. Fantastic. Thank you so much, Hannah. That is, I mean, I've literally just turned around and said, I think this is my favorite segment of the whole show. Like, it was just incredibly sort of gentle chaos energy, but also quite nice, just a sort of wholesome kind of having a nice time thing. And I'm hoping, and I get a sense from the chat that people were kind of joining in and playing along at home, and hopefully you get some nice pictures in from people as well. My favorite comment in the chat that's just gone in is flower of death, if you will, about Craig's wonderful attempt.
I prefer deconstructed flower, which I guess would be the flower of death, unfortunately. Yeah, thank you so much for having me. That was so much fun.
Well, this is one of the so many segments we've got today, but I think it's really cool to include something like this because, you know, if you're into art, it's a really nice thing to be able to do, but we also put a really nice mathsy twist on it. So thank you for doing that and for bringing some mathsy people together to play. So let's say goodbye to Hannah, and I will now push on with the things that I have to do now, because that's how this show works. So the first thing to say is that the total, which is behind me here, has now crept up to over £2,500, which is very, very exciting. My secret personal goal is to see if we can get to £1,000 by the end of the show, because I'm aware that given so many people are going to be watching this as a recording back afterwards, we're definitely going to kind of get in some more donations after the show finishes. But by 7 o'clock tonight, if we could smash £1,000, that would be really cool. So if you are watching along and you haven't actually made a donation yet, we're going to watch a short video about one of the charities in a second. The donation link will be on there. It's a good chance for you to load that up and maybe have a go at putting some money in. Obviously, whatever you can manage. If you're watching and you've already donated, see if you can tell someone else to join in and watch. See if you can get some more people watching on stream so that we can get more people enjoying the show and having a wonderful time. And if you think it's something that the sheer scale of effort that's gone in from everyone who's involved in this, if that is worth anything to you at all, then please think about making a donation, because we really love to raise as much money as we can for charities and make all of this worthwhile. So let's watch this video. It's got the donation link at the bottom of the video, and hopefully we will see you in a couple of minutes.
Hi, my name is Sydney Weaver, and I am one of the presenters for this 24-hour maths game show event. I wanted to tell you a little bit about one of the charities that this event benefits, the Rheumatoid Arthritis Foundation, or RA Foundation. Now, this foundation means a lot to me because I was diagnosed with RA at just the age of 2. And while there's no known cure, RA can be managed with the help of medication, physical therapy, and other means. But unfortunately, sometimes these kinds of treatments can cost quite a bit. But that's where the Rheumatoid Arthritis Foundation comes in. They help individuals and families battling RA get easier, more affordable access to the kind of care they need. And having consistent access to care is extremely important for those with RA to help prevent it from spreading beyond the joints into other parts of the body, including the heart, lungs, and eyes. So please do your part to help fight RA and give a little, because every little bit helps. Thank you.
Okay, so as I say, anything you can do is much appreciated, and you know, I'm really happy that we've raised so much already, but it'd be really cool to be able to get to a nice round number, which is what I call pi. That's a joke. So one thing to say before we go straight into the next segment, if you are a fan of the game Set and you've missed any of our announcements about this so far, at 4 o'clock this afternoon, so in about 2 hours time, we're going to be having a segment on Set, because it's obviously a very nice mathsy game. If you haven't played it before, there will be an explanation during the segment of how to play, but we will be running a live Set tournament kind of behind the scenes during that segment. So we'll have a little bit of an intro at the start. The Set tournament will be running during that hour between 4 and 5 p.m. And at the end of that, we will have a tournament winner. If you are a fan, you would like to play along, you don't even have to appear on camera if you don't want to. You can just join the game and play online. Then drop us an email, hello@24hourmaths.com. If you can do that before 3 o'clock, that will give us time to get you all booked in and set up as part of the tournament. But we'll hang on until then, and then we will decide who is playing against who in the first round. So please do get in touch if that is something you are interested in doing. But now I'm going to pass on to our next guest, which is a segment I'm very excited about. These are some absolutely wonderful people with some brilliant things to say about maths, Peter and Alex. So we've already seen Alex a couple of times so far today, but he's now back and he's brought Peter with him as well. So if I'm all right to just hand over to you and leave you to it, or if you need me to come back in, I'm happy to do that as well. But
we'll give you a shout, but you go and have a lie down. That's fine. Yeah. Hi, Alex.
Hello.
So you've got a setup. We're gonna play snakes and ladders, aren't we?
Yes, if this works, which it should.
The 30-second delay. My son has just giggled hysterically from the living room, which means that we're now on on YouTube. Right, good. So I'm going to turn my camera off so people can see that nice and big. We're going to play snakes and ladders. We've got a couple of counters. Now I have a dice here. I could roll mine and then tell you what number I rolled, but I suppose you've no way of checking whether that's really the number that I rolled. So perhaps if you could roll a die on screen for me, then people can be, it's all above board and we know that I've really rolled what I say I've rolled.
Okay, I'll get a different colour for me then.
Cool.
There we go.
Right.
Sliders.
So, over to you.
So yeah, if you go first, that's no. I didn't quite look. You got a 4.
Nice.
I'm guessing since you're there, you may want me to move you as well.
Yes, please. Yes.
I'm slightly
Yes.
out of focus. There we go.
Alex and I work together in Sheffield, but I live in Nottingham. So he's at home in Sheffield. I'm at home in Nottingham, and you need me to move.
Right, I'll give you the pink token because then the orange is the orange. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. There you go.
Very good.
So my go, I guess. That was a 5. It's possibly very loud, that clattering of dice on plate. I got a 5. I guess.
My turn again. Yeah. Could you roll
Yeah.
for me? Thank you.
I only got a 1, so we're in the same place. Oh, it was me. Somehow I was expecting you to roll for me then. Oh, I got a 6. So I'm going to go.
Congratulations. Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, God, look at that. I must be very good at this.
Well done. It occurs to me. You keep going, Alex. That's absolutely fine.
Right.
It occurs to me that people who are watching on the stream could look at one of these counters and decide, pick a team. Do you want to be the pink counter or the orange counter, and then sort of hope along with it. Gosh, the orange counter is doing very well, isn't
it? You did get a small ladder. 1, 2. Oh, we've missed that one.
Okay, yeah, I'm on 12. This is not bad. Now, I'm just going to reappear. What's happening here? You keep going by all means, but you don't really seem to need me. This is something that I've noticed as we're playing this game. So the people at home who are rooting for the orange counter or the pink counter's gone down a snake, you are, not interacting with the game, but you're sort of wishing along with one of the players. Actually, I'm doing the same. I'm just sitting here waiting for Alex to roll for me, and then I'm hoping he gets a 1 and goes down that big 48 snake. I should say we didn't roll a 6 to start, and we're not going to insist on landing exactly on the win. We could do, but just prolong things. Oh dear, so Alex has won. But actually, I wasn't really doing anything. I wasn't having a different experience to how I would if I was just watching along on YouTube and wishing that the pink counter would do better than it did. Do you know what I mean? So, there is a sense in which this isn't a game that I'm playing. Because I'm not. I literally have just stood here and watched the die get rolled and my piece get moved around the board. How was it for you, Alex? Did you feel like you were properly playing the game?
Well, I felt like I had some more involvement because I got to throw some dice and move some counters, but I just did what the dice told me to do, really.
Yeah. Okay. So this is an interesting aspect of some games, right? Some games you sort of think that you're playing, but you're kind of not playing them. And this is one way that you can get a 0-player game. So Snakes and Ladders is entirely governed by the probabilities involved. And this sort of got me thinking as to, where did this game come from? And did, when it was invented, did people think they were playing it or what was happening? So I looked into this. It comes to us from India. And it's actually the origin of it. It's sort of religious, and it's basically about teaching you fate and sort of accepting your fate in the world. So there are Hindu versions and Muslim versions and other religions in India at the time, but the idea is that you're climbing up the board, you're getting to enlightenment. And then as you get on your journey to enlightenment, you might develop a virtue. And this allows you to climb a ladder and get closer to enlightenment. Or you might develop a vice. And if you've got a vice, suddenly you're sliding down a snake further from enlightenment. But there's a sense in which you're not really interacting. You're sort of having to lay back and just let the fates decide what's going on for you by rolling the dice. So it seems to me that this idea that Snakes and Ladders isn't really a game you play is actually baked in right from the start. This is not a bug; it's a feature, if you like.
Yeah.
So yeah, and the other thing to say is that the virtues and vices are named in some of these old boards. So I've seen a version with Vishnu in the winning square, and you're trying to sort of head to to enlightenment. And the ladders are things like mercy. So the ladders are the virtues that you get a boost along the way: mercy, devotion, right understanding. And then snakes are things like egoism, anger, wrong understanding. If you have any of these vices, it takes you down the snake further away. So then it comes to, it's a sort of popular game in the UK. It comes to us in the Victorian period around 1892. And there they make the morals much more simplistic. So I've seen an Edwardian version, you know, these sort of Victorian Edwardian values, you know, there's an Edwardian version where the snakes are things like vanity and desire and cruelty. And the ladders are things like pity and truthfulness and self-denial. So if you develop self-denial on the path to enlightenment, you get there quicker, sort of thing. And eventually, as time goes on, they just take all that out and it just becomes snakes and ladders. Or the version we've got is Thomas the Tank Engine and the squares. But it doesn't seem to be any pattern to whether you climb a ladder or a snake to do with which character you're seeing. Yeah. So it's sort of it's got an interesting history, and I was pleased to see that it was properly there from the start. This idea that you aren't actually playing the game; you're just to accept your fate. Perhaps I'll share, if I share my screen now, I can show you some slides that I've got about this. So can you see that all right?
Yeah,
you're nodding. That's good. So here I have a simple game. There's a thing in mathematics with problem solving where it's hard to solve a big complicated problem, and it's often easier to break it down into a smaller problem and then go from there. So the board we were just playing on was a 7x7 board, and I'm not too keen to try and analyze that, so I've done myself a 3x3 board instead. It's got a start square so that I can start and then move on to the board. I don't insist on rolling a 6 to start. It's got a win square, and I'm not insisting that you have to land on the win square. The analysis isn't actually much more complicated if you do those things, but it's just an extra little faff. So say I start with my counter on the start square, and I roll the dice, or Alex rolls it for me. Now, I can reach squares 1 to 6, but it's a little bit more complicated than that. So if I roll a 1, I get to square 1. Simple enough. And so that's a 1/6 chance of ending up on square 1. If I roll a 2, however, I go up that ladder to square 6. So there is a 1/6 chance that I might roll a 2 and end up on the 6th square. If I roll a 3, I end up on 3. If I roll a 4, if I roll a 4, I go up a ladder and win. So immediately there's a 1/6 chance of winning. If I roll a 5, there's a 1/6 chance I land on 5. If I roll a 6, I get to 6. But I already had a 1/6 chance of getting to 6. So now I've got a second 1/6 chance of getting to 6. So my probability that I'll end up on 6 is 2/6, which you might know as 1/3, but I left it as 6 to be simple. With a 6-sided die, I can't roll a 7, I can't roll an 8. So there I am. That's my chances from the start position. That's the probabilities of where I'm going to be after one roll. And you can do this from any position. I'm going to do it a little quicker from square 5. If I start on 5, well, if I roll a 1, I get to square 6. That's a 1/6 chance. If I roll a 2, actually, I end up back at 5. So I end up back where I started because I go down the snake. If I roll a 3, I go down the other snake, so I end up at square 3. So actually, even though I've started at 5, I can end at 5, or I can even end further down the board than 5. And then 4, 5, and 6, I end up on the win square. So there is a 3/6 chance I'll end up on win. Okay, and so on. You could do this analysis. I've actually tried to do it as a, I can't get to 1 and 2. That's one thing. I can't get back to start, and I can't get to 1 or 2. I've tried to draw this as a graph. Graphs are a structure in mathematics. What you do for a graph is you basically draw a dot, which is called a vertex or a node, and then you draw lines between the dots, which are called edges. And the vertices and the edges mean something depending on what you're using the graph for. So here, my dots are big rectangles with the number or word in them, and then the lines are lines between them. And what this is supposed to show is that it is the connections between each of these squares. So it's how I can reach between them. So from start, I can get to 1, 3, 5, 6, or the win square. So start has an outgoing edge pointing at every different square. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And in reality, if I wanted to, I could put probabilities on each of these, because they aren't all even chances, these edges. But this kind of gives me a flow through the game so that I can try and understand how that works. This is another way of representing that game. This is a table of probabilities. So I showed you how I build up from on the left-hand side is the from, and across the top is where I'm going to. So that first row is, imagine I start at the start. What are my probabilities of going to all the different squares, which is the one I did for you first. And the fourth row here is, imagine I'm starting at 5. What's my probability of getting to all the other places? And then I've just filled in the others. And this is, I mean, those of you who know a bit more advanced mathematics might recognize that this is a matrix. And actually what I can do is, this is the probability that in one turn from these positions, I end up in those positions. But if I just keep running these probabilities repeatedly, then I can end up, if I do it twice, I can see where I am after 2 turns. And if I do it 3 times, I can see where I am after 3 turns. So for example, from the start, I've got a 1/6 chance of ending on 1. And then on my second roll from 1, I've got a 2/6 chance of ending on 5. And then from 5, I've got a 1/6 chance of going back to 3. And if I multiply all these probabilities together, I can build up this quite complicated picture of where I'm going to end up after, however many rolls I want to do. It's an area of maths called Markov chains. So if I run this, I pump this into a computer and I got it to multiply this together multiple times. So I've got 1 roll, 2 rolls, 3 rolls, 4 rolls, 5 rolls, 6 rolls, and so on. And the other column is the probability of winning on that roll. So after 1 roll, we already saw there's a 1/6 chance that I'm going to win just by straight away rolling a 4 and going up the ladder to the win. After 2 rolls, I've got a better than half chance. It's 55.6% chance. And then after 5, 6 rolls, I'm getting into the high 90s. It's pretty certain the game's going to be over pretty soon. So that tells me on a 3x3 grid, there's a really strong advantage to going first. Of course, the bigger the board gets, the less that happens. One thing I just thought I'd show you, I don't expect you to be able to take it all in. This is the graph of the board that Alex and I were playing on. So I told you I wanted to analyze a simpler version of this problem, and this is why. So these are the connections between all the different squares and all the different routes. There are arrows going up and arrows going down. The big arrows are the ladders and the snakes taking you between all the different rows. It's horrendous, but it's perfectly possible to pop this into a computer and analyze it. Okay, actually, I think you have something else to show us. So we have this idea, didn't we, that we would play a game, and actually we've ended up not playing a game. We've just kind of watched a game happen. So perhaps you've got something you could try instead.
Yeah, so when we talked about kind of doing the session about games, which you maybe are playing, maybe aren't, my mind went to the kind of old choose your own adventure books. So I was cautious last night. I was watching James Grime do his sort of playing against the book thing, going, "Oh no, please don't do what I'm about to do tomorrow." So when I was younger in our school library, I had lots of. Let me kind of switch my thing back over. I had lots of things like this, the Warlock of Firetop Mountain, which was mentioned, I think, in the chat yesterday. So this is a choose your own adventure, well, a fighting fantasy book similar to the choose your own adventure books. And lots of the steps through this, you roll kind of your stats with some dice, and you get kind of some stamina and some luck. And then at certain intersections, you might have kind of where you go north or where you go south. Or in the combat, I think you kind of get told if you roll a 5 or higher, you go this way, or if you roll less than that, you go the other way. And there's a lot of these things aren't actually a choice. You're not really kind of doing anything. There is actually a bit more choice in here than I thought. And what happens is when I started to try and write down the analysis of this, I realized there were 400 possible places you can end up in this. So I thought, I'll write my own, so it's just shorter, so we can actually play it within about 10 minutes. So here's a version, which I couldn't think of an interesting title. So it's called The Witch of Waterbottom Valley, which is, I think, somehow the opposite of the Warlock of Firetop Mountain.
Sort of the inverse of the title, yeah.
Yeah, sort of. I couldn't really think of an opposite of Warlock, so I just chose another magical person. So I think if I do that, then audio is there, but I'm not taking up the picture there. So made you a choose your own adventure game you can play. And the rules are you'll use a coin to determine your direction, and which will involve heads or tails. And occasionally you'll have an encounter with something where you need to flip 2 coins. And if you flip the same as your encounter, you stay where you are and you do it again. If you flip different and you get a head and they get a tails, you win and you follow H or heads, and the other way around you follow tails. But I'll explain that when we get there. So the adventure starts. This is the start of your adventure. For anyone who's a category theorist, you could think of this as the co-end. And you've got some tattered books, scraps of paper, old cups of coffee, and so on. There's 2 doors, and you need to decide which one to follow. And to do that, you're going to flip a coin.
Right. So you want me? I have a coin. I'm going to flip the coin, and it is a tail.
A tail. So you need to go to. Oh wait. Tails go to 6. I'm reading ahead of myself and getting confused. See, Peter was prepared and made digital things. I've made pieces of paper.
You've made digital things and then printed them out. Yeah.
Yeah. Go to 6, which is a gambler's ruin. So you're flipping coins, and it's all got to even out eventually, right? Flip a coin.
Okay, very reasonable. Right, flip a coin. That's also a tail.
Tails go to 7. Okay, this is one of the stupid ones. You go to a room and there's 2 people having an argument about biscuits. One of them prefers figs, the other one prefers chocolate biscuits. And they want you to settle this argument. And because you don't really care, you're going to flip a coin.
Okay, so here we go. I've thrown coin number 1 on the floor. If I get to the point where I need 2 coins, I'll have to go and get that. That's a tail again.
A tail,
what are the
okay.
chances of it? Yeah, and all that.
I can't remember where it actually goes now. Oh, going to 11. Okay, so this is a bad end. This is another category theory joke, because I tried to put things to do with ends, mathematical ends of different types on here.
Okay.
So yeah, you got to a bad ending. Would you like to play again?
Well, I'm not sure. We're 5 minutes from the end, so are you going to tell me about the maths behind it?
Yeah. So if I put those to one side, we'll clear those up later. Now we just got a blank table, so I'll put myself back on. There we go.
Cool.
So this involves me moving Zoom around for a second. I'm ducking under my very analog camera setup. So if I share my screen and go there. So this picture on the right, turns out I drew a graph as well, because I think it's a very nice thing when you've got a problem. You can often draw it as a graph and get some kind of visual insight into it. And in fact, I actually worked backwards on this. I drew a graph first, and then I made the story up afterwards. Obviously, I could have done that the other way around. But mathematician, I drew a nice path first, and then
I'm always telling students this is basically how questions are written. You know, you start from the answer and then you write a question to fit it. And...
Oh, exactly. So which way did you go? You were at the start. You went down to 6.
You just kept flipping tails, is what happened.
Yeah. So you actually tails is in some sense the bad option. There's not really a good or bad option in this. Tails kind of led you down here to 6, to 7, and to lose. So I think you may have lost in the quickest way possible. But you can see there are actually lots of options. At the start, you could have gone to 2, and then if you're on 4 or 6, you can actually get stuck in a bit of an infinite loop. Or 3, you can get stuck there forever because there's a loop. But in actual fact, there was no point. No point where you were actually kind of doing anything again. You were just flipping a coin and doing what I'd planned. I knew where you'd end up because I knew what this graph was. So you can sort of start to analyze these kind of things a bit. So this on the left is sort of slightly related to your Markov, like probability matrices. This is an adjacency matrix for the graph. So if we look in row 1, it's all zeros apart from in column 2 and column 6, because in the graph you can go to 2 or you can go to 6. Now I could do probabilities, but because it's 50-50 everywhere, and in fact I had lots of weird little trick setups which you could have fell into, which were secretly just still 50-50.
Right.
You could have ended up at 2 or 6. So that's where you can get to 2 in one step. I've highlighted the 2 loss and the 1 win square. If we went to 2 rounds, here's where you could end up from the first, from the start point. You could have ended up at 3. You could have got to 4 in 2 different ways. You could have gone via 2, or you could have gone via 6 and ended up there. Or you could have got to 7, which is all the way down here. In 3 steps, you could have lost, and you did. So you got the quickest way to lose, and you managed to find it. Or rather, the coin managed to find it. And then in 4 steps, you could have actually got to here. So you could have won, or you could have actually lost the other way in 3 different ways. And you get this matrix by taking that original matrix and multiplying it by itself over and over again, and say the 4th, how many paths of length 4 there are, starting from kind of the row to the column. So yeah, you can keep going and you find sort of interesting things. So in 5 steps, you can only win in 1 way, but you can lose in 6 different ways. And then in 6 steps, you can lose in fewer ways, so you can lose in 4 ways, but you can win in 6 ways. So this is quite kind of fun once you start building the powers up.
If you stay alive for long enough, it all opens up, sort of thing. But yeah, so this has really taught me something about my fate and my path to enlightenment as well. The coin has determined that I'm going to lose in the quickest way possible. But so this is we've managed to not play a game again. I must apologize, because this is the mathematical 24-hour mathematical game show, and we've managed to not play 2 games. So I'm ever so sorry about that. But how can you tell that you are playing a game, I think, is an interesting question. And the answer is, are you making any decisions? Because if you're making a decision that influences the gameplay, then you're a player of that game. If you're just doing what chance tells you to do, then that's not the case. And actually, you glossed over a bit of detail there, but do you want to tell us about the Warlock of Firetop Mountain?
Oh, yeah.
Because it's not all completely chance, is it? Snakes and Ladders is, but this isn't.
Yeah, because I used to play some of these. I used to read some of these fighting fantasy books when I was younger, and especially there was a version of it, the Goosebumps version, which was Give Yourself Goosebumps, I think. I had one about a carnival. And in my head, you didn't really make any choices. You often just rolled a dice and you followed it along. But if I show you this one very quickly, I found this online. I just kind of searched Warlock of Firetop Mountain, decision tree or flowchart or something, and this came up, and this is basically a graph of it. And you can see there's lots of kind of routes where you can go down one way and get there really quick, but sometimes it takes you a little longer. But in actual fact, there's actually some decisions you can make. Sometimes you decide whether to fight or not. Sometimes you get to choose whether you go east or west. There's a stat called luck where you can kind of invoke it at times. You have health potions you can use. So in actual fact, there's quite a lot of decision making in it, but ultimately it does kind of depend on the stats you rolled. So that's kind of some of your choice taken away, and other things.
And a pure choose your own adventure book, you're choosing all the time.
Yeah.
Right? So that's quite different from this.
Yeah. And this is kind of fun when you actually look down this tree. A lot of the routes kind of, for a long time, you're pushed in the same direction over and over again until suddenly, I think it does branch out at some point down here and gets really kind of messy. But even here, it kind of starts to look like it's branching out, but they still kind of end up back in the same place at 218 again, until it really does kind of branch out and you can find many ways of losing. And this is the reason I didn't want to do this myself, because it gets really, really messy.
Yeah. Cool. So, Katie, are you listening to us, or are you playing Snakes and Ladders?
I mean, sort of both. Yes. So this is a fact that not many people know about me, but I am always playing Snakes and Ladders. So as you've mentioned, there's very little input required on behalf of the players, and my brother-in-law, who is an excellent human being and definitely just does things when he thinks of them, has set up a little web server which is constantly rolling dice. And there are 4 of us that are playing, I think it's about 1,000 games a week. And every so often we get an email to let us know how we're getting on. And I'll just check the latest results for you. So out of the last 1,000 games, I won 241. My other half won 257, but my brother-in-law who's running the game won 272, and his wife won 230. So it looks like Mark is winning at this point. But last week I was doing really well.
Yeah.
Genuinely, he's like, if I ask him, he can tell me what the board is that we're playing on, but I don't really care, to be honest. It's just a random one that he found on the internet, and we're just always playing Snakes and Ladders.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's something that we thought would be fun is I mentioned that the original Snakes and Ladders boards had virtues and vices on them.
Yeah, this is really cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we thought people might enjoy coming up with mathematical virtues and vices to make their own 24-hour maths board. So if you look in the chat on YouTube, if you followed on Twitter, wherever it is, we're going to be putting a link to this so that you can download and print it out. There are 6 squares where you can write, Alex is showing it there, where you can write on your own virtues and vices, divided by 0, or, whatever you think mathematical virtues are, I think.
Always label your axes.
Yes, yeah, that's a good one. So if people will print that out and write them in and then post it and let us know, that would be great to see what people come up with.
Fantastic. We will make sure that that link goes in the chat for you. And yeah, I guess it's time to move on to our next segment. I wish you could stay all day and talk about all kinds of different games and things, but
we might eventually stumble upon one we're actually playing.
I mean, I'm really enjoying how many nice connections there are between bits, because I think Markov chains have already had a mention maybe twice so far.
And 0-player games have come up with the automata.
In various cases. But yeah, thank you so much. And we will ask you to step out and we will bring in our next guest.
Thanks for having us.
Okay, so our next guest is Tiago. If you're there, Tiago, give us a wave. Hello. Hey, excellent. And you've got some people to play some games with you. So I will leave you to introduce them and bring them on. I'm going to disappear. Give me a shout if you need me back again.
All right. So welcome to stage, Alex and Matt.
Hi, Tiago.
So, as some of you might know, I do game-related things. I'm part of an association called the Ludus Association, which is very suggestive. Actually, the whole Snakes and Ladders things brought me back to one of the things that we contribute with or that we work with. It's called the Board Game Studies Colloquium, which I highly recommend. And yeah, the whole history and cultural thing of Snakes and Ladders. I mean, in Portugal, we don't play Snakes and Ladders that much. I first came across it in this conference, but yeah, to see the Indian roots and so on, I really recommend you checking out the Board Game Studies Colloquium. Anyway, I'm derailing, too enthusiastic about the whole 24 hours. Today, we are here to take a look at some games which are played on an 8x8 board. So basically, it's almost a chess board, except it won't be necessarily chess related. Big surprise. And so, how does this come to be? Well, in Portugal, for the last short of 20 years, we have been having this amazing board game, mathematical board game competition. We have about 100,000 people joining every year nationwide. We have a big final with 2,000 kids from 7, 8 years old until they're, here's the cultural differences. I'm not really sure how the schooling system should be described worldwide, but yeah, so kids from between 6 and 18 years play these games in different categories depending on their scholarity. And we run this thing, or we are one of the institutions that runs this tournament. And from this, we started a project. So, and this is what I'm going to do. No, I want to go into the unsafe parts of the web. This is a website we created. It's part of a European project. It's called 8x8 Games, or it's called just 8x8. This website will be discontinued in 12 days, but if you will still want to check out, we have really cool stuff here. We have some selection of games and very easy kind of print out materials, and we have a teacher's handbook in English and Portuguese. And if you really want it in German, I can provide it in German as well. And so these are the kind of games. This is the team, and it's an international team between Austria, in the beginning France as well, the UK with Chess Plus, and in Portugal the Losers Association. Anyway, so let me get out of here because now I need to switch cameras, and I'm going to switch cameras to this over here because some time ago we designed this very beautiful games kit with the Ludus Association and other Portuguese mathematics associations and local science center. This is a little bit improvised rig, so hopefully nothing falls down. Anyway, it's a very beautiful kit, has lots of boards, you can play product, you can play hex, you can play lots of games on it, but today we will only need an 8x8 board, and purposefully I'm leaving out the chess one. So this is literally just an 8x8 board, and this is for me to visually kind of tactile on my end. For you, it's just like recording, show you how to play some of these games. And we'll be switching between this format, and we'll be switching to a platform, which I'll be introducing in a moment. But to start off, I would like to teach the game called Slime Trail, and you'll understand why it's called Slime Trail in a moment. And it's a 2-player game. The first player will be yellow and will want to play to this corner. The second player will be blue and will want to play to the opposite corner. Now, both players have access to the same token, to the same piece, and that's the green piece in the middle. Hopefully these colors are distinct and easily it's distinguishable. Else, I think in the web format, you'll understand a little bit better. This piece here will move exactly like a king in chess, so it can move one adjacent square from the position it's at now, except that unlike the king, it carries a slime trail with it. So every time it moves, it leaves a trail, and this will be represented by a red dot, and that square can no longer be visited because, as everyone knows, slime is highly hazardous and no one should touch slime ever, or at least it's very yucky and we want to avoid that. So players alternate moving this piece. So imagine this was the first player playing, now the second player moves the piece and places. Now this will be the second player, this will be the first player because I only have 2 hands, and so now it's the first player again, and so forth and so on. The rules are very simple. Whoever gets it to the first, if the first player gets it to this corner, or if the piece ends up in this corner, the first player wins. If the second player gets the piece to this corner, or by whatever means, the second player wins. Now there's another winning condition which I will purposefully leave out here because I would rather show and leave. Wait, I don't want to leave the meeting. I want to switch cameras again. And now I'm going to switch over to Mats and to Alex, which I hope are already on this board.
Yes.
And so we have here a depiction and a very cool platform called Logic Board. So for those who are I shouldn't have the URL up here. Please don't join this board. Anyway, if you want to create your own board, just go to logicqboard.com. You can create your own boards. It's pretty easy to do, and you can recreate these games you were playing at home if you want. Anyway, back to the slime trail board. Now, first player wants to get to the lower corner. Second player wants to go to the upper corner. Let's say Alex is first player because A comes previously, and then I'm a little bit CDO, which implies that I really enjoy to have things in alphabetical order no matter what. And so Alex, you'll start by moving the king piece, and you can move it exactly like the king in chess to any adjacent square.
Okay. Wait, it's asking me, am I sure? Yes, I'm sure.
Okay.
Do I need to put a token down? Or?
So we don't have tokens here, but you can use the cross, the red cross, which is in the up here. So you should be able to just drag it out.
Oh, for me, it's a smiley face up there. But, yeah.
Oh yeah, if you click on it, it will kind of switch around.
Okay, gotcha.
I see.
So Alex just moved, and now it's Matt's turn. Matt gets to move the piece.
So I'm trying to head towards blue, right?
Yep, you want to head towards the upper right corner.
So I will just do my best to head in that direction and see where it goes.
Perfect. Alex, turn. Matt. And just continue playing, and I will kind of narrate, or if you have any questions, do interrupt me.
Yeah, I will continue, but I think I already see what will go wrong here. So if I move up again, then he's just going to move down, and that avenue gets shut down for me.
You'll start to see these walls appear, right? So suddenly you need to carefully study which move you should make or shouldn't make.
So let me just try going completely the other way.
That's a good strategy. Now, Alex and Matt, I'm going to do the opposite of what I usually do to people when they're playing games. I'm going to encourage you not to think, just because of time, and so we just run into certain scenarios naturally, just to keep a certain pace going. But usually, this is the time where you should play the game very carefully and think a little bit of what's going to happen. Alex, I believe it's your turn.
Okay.
Matt.
Oh, let's move it down to the side.
Okay.
Actually, this goes into the third winning condition, or the way to win other than moving into the corner in a moment. Which, if you already have a suspicion how
yes, I imagine it's possible that we just get blocked in somewhere that's not a corner.
Exactly. Whenever a player cannot play, they automatically lose. So if you cannot make a move, you lose as well. So even if you are not able to get to your corner, you're still able to force a win somehow in certain conditions.
So wait, sorry, if you can't move, you win or you lose?
So if you can't move, if you don't have a possible move, then you just lost because you could not.
Oh, you've lost, okay.
All right. So for people who are just joining now, I'm just going to recapitulate. Alex wants to play to the yellow corner, and Matt wants to play to the blue corner, number 2. The king piece moves exactly like the king, except every time it moves, you cross out the place it came from, and it can no longer visit that square. Whose turn is it?
Yeah, it's mine. I'm just trying to work out if I'm about to lose or not.
Well, even if I have the winning position, I probably wouldn't realize it.
No, I don't. I think I could try and get a win. That I don't think this is a great move, but I think you can trap me the other way.
Well, if Matt moves now to E2,
we'll
block that path for him by moving to D2, for instance.
Yeah.
Doesn't really matter if you move to D2, to D3, or to E3.
No, sorry, I was thinking about going right and trapping Matt by going right, but I think Matt could trap me if I went that way. So.
Yeah. Or could just make his way up through H. Now here's a dangerous move. So if by accident Matt were to play D4 now, you, Alex, would be able to win by playing E3.
Yes, it's my go. Yeah.
So.
All right, so I have no choice here.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay. Alex to move. So why are you doing that?
I haven't moved. Yeah, I think. Oh no. I think Mats has won.
Not necessarily, but yeah, you start to notice that there is a certain relationship to the parity of moves, depending if you move orthogonally or diagonally, and so there are certain strategies that naturally emerge while you're playing. So I would really still like to show another game, which is related to this one. So I'm just going to end your game here with a draw, in all fairness sake, and I encourage you to continue playing later on. As I said, all of the rules are in our teacher's handbook and the pre-selection of games on our 8x8.eu webpage. It's not doesn't have a security certificate anymore, but it should be safe. And it will be discontinued in 12 days, so you have a very limited time span on the 11th of November. So the next game I would like to suggest playing, and it's called Amazons, and I'm trying to get this into the chat, and I will just quickly demonstrate on my live board. So this is set up for Amazons. There are 2 players, blue and yellow. So again, I will suggest that Alex will play yellow and that Matt will play blue. All pieces move exactly like the queen in chess. So definitely not chess, but here are some chess rules in all of these games. They move like the queen in chess. So this yellow piece could move anywhere on this line or diagonally or down. Okay, same thing with the blue ones. It can move diagonally, orthogonally. Oops, I moved the rank, sorry. Okay, so they move exactly like the queen in chess, except that once they finish a move, they shoot an arrow. Okay, there are Amazons. There are the warrior spirits from I don't know where, and they just move and then they shoot an arrow. And how does this arrow take place in our game? Well, basically we can move a ghost piece from the Amazon to anywhere it could move in the next move. So this piece can shoot an arrow like it was a queen as well in chess, anywhere along these lines. Okay. This is a move for blue, then blue would move, I don't know, then yellow would move, the yellow piece would shoot an arrow anywhere that the piece could reach in an upcoming move and block where the arrow lands. So this piece would then no longer be able to move here. Those are the rules. Pieces move like queens. Every time they move, they shoot an arrow that also move like queens and that block the piece where they end up being at. So let's switch over to the digital board and the screen. Here we actually have queens, blue and yellow. Again, Alex, if you don't mind playing yellow, and if Mats, you don't mind playing blue, that would be perfect. Alex, you go first because yellow, and yeah, and just go ahead and move any queen piece as you want.
So what's the winning condition here? What are we trying to achieve?
Yeah.
So in this case, we want to be the last player to move. So last player to move wins. So yeah.
Right. Okay. Do I put any tile down? Do I put a cross down? Or
exactly. So now that you have moved the queen from you get to shoot an arrow anywhere along the same diagonal, along the diagonals or the same orthogonal lines. So you can choose where you place it down.
Okay.
Matt?
I will move down here and shoot an arrow to the next square over.
Mm.
Okay. So Matt, you're trying to pin down Alex Queen on h3, perhaps? Please.
Well, it seems to be early to really be pinning things down, but just trying to constrain the board.
Yeah.
I think it's time to get this one out of here. Well, did you move to row 3 and place an X in row 2? Or
I thought I moved to row 2 and placed.
Okay.
I thought I did the.
So it was F2, and then the arrow was shot from to B2.
I see. Yeah, I just got the movement to the corner of my eye.
Yeah, please be mindful that the board is not smart, so it doesn't constrict any movement. So you have to be honest. You could just technically just place a piece anywhere on the board and pretend it's a magical queen that turns around. Ooh. First queen to be almost captured. First Amazon, sorry. So as the game progresses and as the queens move around, you'll notice that there are certain pockets forming, right? So suddenly you can actually see that there are certain areas which are locked off. And both players are competing to keep those areas as big as possible for their own movement's sake. And well, now they're only...
If you want to get out of there, you have to let my Amazon out as well.
Or just constrain it there.
One for one.
So we're getting short of time. We're getting to the hour. Please continue playing. I just wanted to comment that as you have noticed that these games are relatively simple to play. All of them are very, well, they have some interesting thoughts and strategies behind. There are many problems you can play and solve them. I really encourage you to check out the teacher's guide that I shared on the previous page. In honesty, each game could be a whole segment on its own, and we could discuss each game in great depth. What I wanted to show is that there are many interesting games that you can play on an 8x8 board. Many of them have very interesting mathy things behind, and well, we use these in the National Championship of Mathematical Games in Portugal, and would be cool if they are played, and we could start an international championship of mathematical games at some point. Meanwhile, it's getting tight for maths. Alex is making sure that he's getting a big pocket for his queen on d8. Mads has two queens in the lower region, which he's using to recover that pocket and to lock in Alex's queen on g5.
Did you
definitely notice that I'm not an esports commentator?
I shot an arrow back to f4.
Okay.
Nicely done.
Cross to b1. Ooh. It's getting very aggressive. So at this point, you might be counting how many squares are left for each queen to square.
Yeah, I don't think I need to count to know that I'm not in a good position.
Oh, Alex, I think you had the better move.
Yeah, I want to lock it down.
Yeah.
No, I agree. I think I could have done better, but
so a queen to e1, I think would have given you a little bit more room for that queen. At least it would have forced Mats.
Yeah.
But at this point, we can already count the squares. So up here, oops, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 moves. Then we have 1, 2, that's 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 possible moves, and yellow has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So Alex, you won by three moves. I don't think we need to play this out, but this shows well how the dynamic of the game creates these pockets and how you have to kind of stay alert, how you best place your queen and so on. And I think with this we are 2 minutes before the hour, so let's wrap it up here. I had 4 more games to show, but let's leave that for the next 24-hour math game segment. That extra time. And yeah, so thank you very much, Alex. Thank you very much, Mats, and hopefully we get to play live at some point. And final announcement: if you happen to come to Portugal, I really encourage you to visit the Azores between the 20th and the 30th of January 2023. We will be having the recreational mathematics colloquium, and just before that, we'll be having the combinatorial game theory colloquium. So, as you might know, there's a big area of combinatorics which concern itself just with games. And well, we'll be having this conference in January. The exact dates I don't know, but if you visit our webpage ludicum.org, you'll find all the information there if you search a little bit for it. But yeah, please come and visit. And really nice being playing games with you. And I think I will pass back over to Katie.
So signals now. Okay, so we are back in. Hello, everyone. Everything's going on here. Thanks very much to Alex and Matt and to Tiago for some fun games. So we are here and we're streaming live from Leeds. Kevin, how's it going in Leeds?
Can you hear me? Wave if you can. Oh, good.
We can hear you.
It's like number one again.
Yeah, the headphone doesn't work. So I'll just carry on because I think this is the first time. It's the first time we've had an outside broadcast on 24-hour maths, isn't it? So this is the first. So I'm very, very excited. So where exactly am I? I'm actually in Leeds. I'm in Leeds Trinity Shopping Centre because behind me you can see. Whoa, I can't get this right, can I? You can see Maths City. It's the first UK Maths Discovery Centre. So Maths World UK as a charity has been set up to produce the first permanent Maths Discovery Centre in the UK, because we don't have one, unlike various other countries. So they're doing their best. This is a short-term thing, a pop-up if you like. It's here in Leeds, it's 5 minutes away from the station, so you know it's nice and easy. Bring your kids, bring your grandparents, that sort of thing. And what we did is we asked them, what would you like? Would you like to contribute something? And they said yes. We've got plenty of games inside Math City. And so what they did is they had a little competition to find out who's the best helper, the best sort of explainer, who's best at those. So they sent us a video, which I think someone's got teed up, ready to go, have they? They should put up wave their hands and be ready to go. Yeah, it looks like it's ready to go. Well, it's fantastic. So here's the video from, oh, it's starting already. Okay, bye.
No, not that. Sorry. I want to share sound, not share everything.
No, Scroggs, not that apparently. Although we do know that you are an OBS master now. That was the glitch we got.
I'm
just relieved it's not falling to him anymore.
20 hours into the show. It's
we have live feed of the roof from Kevin, and we have live feed of what is under the roof from the video, which I think should play.
Okay. I don't know why I had that in. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can also see a video, it looks like.
Yeah. So the video is now playing. Yes.
Are we getting out of the way so we can watch this?
Let's do that.
Okay. No sound from the video yet, Matt.
Not that.
Technical difficulties.
In the meantime, Katie, what's been your favourite thing on the stream?
I have to say it's been the expertise with which computers have been operated throughout the 24-hour show. No, I think essentially, for anyone watching who's ever tried to do anything like this, you'll appreciate just how much tech and kind of fiddling goes into having a nice slick operation. And we have, for a decent percentage of the time, managed to have a reasonably slick operation. But it's just now that, time is dragging on. It's 3 p.m. We've got 4 hours of show remaining. I think we're starting to kind of, and also we're trying to 4 hours of sleep between us. Yeah, between us, we've had 4 hours of sleep. But I think also we're trying to do a lot of different things in this show. So if anyone watched the last show, the 24-hour Mass Magic show, we had a very simple format, which was somebody turned up, somebody did a magic trick, and then they left. And then somebody else turned up, did a magic trick and left. And that was a really nice thing to do, but a lot easier to organize than what we've had today, which has been basically every possible combination of, we'd had up to 7 people on screen at once. So we've had videos being played. We've had entire segments run as a video. Oh, we've got a video.
It's working.
Go back to the start. Yeah. Right, now we can watch the video. All right, enjoy.
Good feeling. I'm out.
My name is Katie Chico, and here we are at Math City. We want to welcome you here today so you can take a look at what we've got to offer. We're going to have some of our staff and volunteers showing you the games, competing and seeing who is the top of the top when it comes to the Math City exhibits. So the first person who's going to be competing today is Merin. Merin, would you like to introduce yourself to everybody?
Hi, I'm Merin, and I'm a final year PhD student in University of Leeds, and I'm an enabler in Mac City.
So, as well as doing some games today, we will show you some of the exhibits we've got here because we hope that you're going to come down and visit us. So, Merin, could you explain to us about this exhibit? What's it called?
It's called Lights On. You're supposed to make sure that all the lights are on by pressing the button. So, if you press the button and go on in any order, yeah, that happens. So, the puzzle is to make all the lights switch on at the same time.
Oh, I get it. So, when I press one button, the right light next to me goes on.
Yes.
Well, there's two either side. Well, they switch states.
They switch. If you now press it now, they will jump apart.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So is this a favourite for you, or is this one that drives you crazy?
It drives me crazy.
Okay, I think I've teed it up for you.
But
now.
I think,
Ta-da! Not so bad after all.
No, but
Hi, Daniel. What are you demonstrating here today?
I'm demonstrating the giant bubble.
And can you introduce yourself, please?
Yeah, I'm Daniel. I'm a final year PhD student at the University of Leeds, and I'm a volunteer here at Math City.
Yeah, one of our pure diamonds who comes just out of the love of maths and the love of Math City. And this is our most popular exhibit, as you can imagine. Who doesn't want to be in a giant bubble demonstrating some sort of hyperboloid? I'll say,
there we go.
try not to. Oh, this is very steady. Oh, perfect. So another one of the exhibits we wanted to show you, which isn't a challenge, but which is something which is something you can enjoy, something you can demonstrate or experience, is the Ring of Fire. So Merrin, what do we do with this?
so Ring of Fire is one of my favorite actually. So I love getting different shapes in between that. So you can try with different solids we have here and find different shapes there. Like, can you imagine there is a rectangle inside a cylinder? There is. And I love getting the hexagons inside that.
Oh, yeah, that's actually like a bit fiddly, isn't it? Trying to get,
Yeah.
there we go. Six
Yes,
six
there it is.
sides.
There it is.
So there is a bit of a challenge to
Yeah.
it actually as well, isn't there?
Yeah, I love the getting those.
I have to say, I also just love putting my hand in as well. This is very entertaining. So one of the games we have here is called Rush Hour. We've got this giant size version. You can get it commercially. You can buy junior versions, you could buy add-on versions, and this is the original Rush Hour challenge. We absolutely love this game. It comes in all sorts of levels. So there is beginner level, which is where you should start, and then there's intermediate. And today we're going to try advanced. Now, I can tell you that I really struggle on advanced, and it takes me quite a long time. But Merrin has volunteered to go first. We're going to time her, and then I'm going to have a go. Dan's going to have a go, and we're going to see who gets the best time. And maybe we'll award some points for the best time. Maybe we'll add up all our times later. We'll see. Okay, so Merrin's going to try challenge 1. I'll try 2, and then Dan can try another one later as well. I guess we should just say ready, steady, go, Merrin.
Ready? Okay. Now I have to get the red one out.
Oh yeah, if you can explain what you're doing while you're doing it, that would be great.
So
Down now.
the tactic I usually use is that I'm stuck in a traffic block in India and I have to get out. Like, that's my tactic.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the cars can only slide where they can slide. If you get a small kid on this, they just lift the cars out straight away.
Yeah. Okay. I think
I'm getting worried about this challenge already.
Yeah, got it.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
I'm a bit worried because Mary made that look easy, and I don't think it is easy. So prepare for some, prepare for me to cry and collapse in a puddle on the floor. Okay, right, Merrin, what was your strategy? How am I going to do this? You seem to think more steps ahead than I do.
Yeah, kind of. Like, I know some of the cars need to get away from them.
Yeah. I know I also can find myself getting stuck into loops so that I'm just... No, you say that, I don't see it. I don't see how that I should be doing. I know. Oh, look, you see, you can see it and I can't see it. Ah, you're gonna have to. You're gonna have to be able to live with it. I see. You wanted me to do this, didn't you? Is this what you? No, you didn't. Is that enough? It's not enough. It's not enough because I need to take this all the way out of the way, which means I need these all the way out of the way. Oh, which means I need this out of the way. I need to go backwards, don't I? Feel free to do this on Zoom speed up. I thought that was a really good move, getting that out of there. Now I don't feel like it is a good move.
You need the purple one out of that. And
This one.
the purple one.
You're helping me you're helping me too much there, aren't you? You're supposed to be competing against me. Okay. Right, here we go. But I think I've still been too hasty because I need to get rid of this. You know, people at home just going to be absolutely cringing at how slow my thought processes are. They are not fast. You won't stay there. Good. You want to come out of my way because you're annoying. How can I get you out of the way? Without moving this further. Only if I move the blue one, which I don't think I can. Or maybe I can. Oh, well, give me a time check, Dan. Let's get increase the tension.
You 2 minutes 10 seconds.
Oh, okay. For me, that's good. I can appreciate it might not be for good for the people at home. I definitely want you to be able to stay down here. I mean, I think we can say that Merrin's beaten me. Yeah. Which one was I trying to get rid of, or was it this one? But I think I'm stuck in a loop. Come on. This is way harder than Genius Square. I'm going to crush you at Genius Square, Merrin. That's the deal.
Yeah, you can.
But I can't unless I get this one out of the way. Did I? Oh no. No, it's still you. I am in a loop. Go on, Dan. Feel free to give chip in.
I'm just as lost.
Yeah. I'm not going to stay lost though. I feel bad that I've not moved these two, and I feel bad that I've not moved this further. Okay, let's focus on moving that further. I've messed it up is what has happened. I've messed up your good idea. If you would come here.
We need the red arm.
You mean because I've blocked it in more? It's okay. I've trapped it as much as it could be trapped now. That's part of the deal.
Okay.
It happened. It happened without me meaning it to happen.
So, I think that's 3 minutes 45 seconds.
I'm taking that as a win. This usually takes me way longer than that.
My issue is I just move whichever one I can move. So I could move that one. And then
I think that's a strategy.
if you can be moved, I will move it. And that's it over and over again. Trying to find the time on my phone. Yeah. Oh, I've moved the red one. That's something.
Yeah, I think that's positive. I also think maybe it should just be me and you versus Merrin and Jen.
Yeah.
We should just gang up on it.
Yeah.
That's a good thing.
That seems like the wrong move. I'm now out of ideas. Move that one.
Isn't it? Oh, it is easier when you're stood behind the camera, I must say.
That's done absolutely nothing, hasn't it?
You need to get rid of that lorry, don't you?
I know, I
Get
could.
rid of that lorry
Until.
the green car.
Yeah, and so unless I move this, nope, again. I think yeah, I've got that. I think I need to move this at some point because I haven't touched it.
None of them are red herrings. You always end up moving them all.
Yeah. See, I think I've just blocked myself in.
It's just more.
Yeah.
Just moving red might be helpful.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to think, but it doesn't move very much. There we go, and then if we go, there we go. Right. And I see it there, and then, is that useful? No, I think I've blocked that in. Can you move that one back to there? Am I completely blocked in? Hey, there we go.
I think the one thing I said is the unhelpful thing. Yeah, keep going. yeah.
Yeah?
Okay, that was the green one there. Yeah, that's the move that should make it easy.
It should.
Everyone says it like that.
Should.
It's not honestly.
I
but
think.
we need the lorry to come all the way back, so we need the green lorry out the way.
Yeah, I need this now to get out.
We should do this as a team challenge. Individual challenge. Yeah, there it is.
Oh, it's all stuck again. And then, there we go. Oh, maybe. Right. Oh, did I have it? Was that? No, this is good. Just. I think that's in the right place. That's not moving. I'm like, here, leave that there now. The rest of it.
So we need the grey car to go, don't we? Go on, Mary, tell us bright ideas. I'm feeling like the grey car is our enemy.
Yeah. You might want to stop me at some point because I will just keep moving things.
Well, we can just get off the speed. I think that was all right, wasn't it? Is it purple car? I think it's the purple car.
Is this it?
That should be there.
That has to be there because otherwise it's blocked.
It does eventually, but don't we need the other cars come out the way?
Yeah. But I need, unless.
Go there.
And then move this, and then that down. That one down. Yeah. Right. Yellow down, yeah. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, yeah.
I was going to tell you to do the opposite. Yay for listening to Mary.
Take me. In there, somewhere in there.
Somewhere there.
No, because it was on 4 minutes.
Oh no, I've just up. So that was 4 minutes, a bit minutes for me then. So I think I'm the slowest.
Choose something.
No, because it was 4:49. I think we were the same. 4:49. Take 8. Actually, I think I'm at the back.
Good.
Okay, so this is another one of our big favourites. It's called Genius Square. It's another commercial game. Yeah, so it's available to buy here. It's available to buy online. It's it's a nice game because I'll show you how you set it up. You roll the 7 dice, and then you place your blockers in the right positions on your grid. So we've got here A2, and you can do the same, can't you, Marion? A2, we've got E2, E3, E6, E2, E3, E6, right, okay, I've got
F2, F1, F6.
Okay, yeah, F1, F2, F6. Okay, and this is a bit of a grudge match now because you pasted me so much on the...
Okay, there was one more.
Pasted me so much on the...
I wish I can do rush hour all day.
on the rush hour. Oh, it's so hard. We might need to do this a few times because I'm going to be doing some rematches here if I struggle. So yeah, this is quite a lot faster, this game. And the thing about this is that you roll your 7 dice and every single setting can be completed with these squares. You can use these blocks to fill in the remaining spaces, a bit like Tetris. But it can always be solved. And there are hundreds and thousands of settings, but they can always be solved. And that's the nice thing about the game. So do you want to count us in, Merin, so it's fair?
You sure?
Yeah.
Like, okay.
Yeah.
Ready? 1, 2, 3, start.
Go. Okay, and this is it's too serious to talk, this, isn't it?
Yeah. So choose
perhaps I should try and keep you talking.
Match is
I did once try and do this live and chat at the same time, and it did mean that I got beaten. Which
Got it.
obviously, no, 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 no! I got it too. Right, you talk next time.
So we're going to compete. I'm going to compete against Dan on genius squares. We place the blockers, wooden blockers at these positions, which is B1 and F1. So we have identical positions for each of us. D5, D4, F2, F3, really?
Yeah. And then D6.
D6. Okay,
Cool.
is that same?
Yeah, we got the same.
Yeah. And then we have to fill in the rest of the places with all these colored blockers, and it will fill in different, there are different solutions, and we are going to race against time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You ready?
So, yeah, you're going to go.
Are we counting down?
Yeah, count
Go.
down.
Go. 3, 2, 1, go.
Go. This one is a bit more troublesome than
Yeah.
the last one.
I've already
And-
messed up, I think.
Yeah, no,
Oh,
don't
no.
go, don't run away, don't run away.
There we go, he's all done.
Go done? Yeah. I can't finish it.
Go on.
That should not be there.
Wow, this was a slaughter.
So, go there. That will give me more peace.
Come on, you've got this.
Yeah, I got this.
Oh, you've got 2 individual ones though now.
This was there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a bad idea. Shouldn't have individual ones. That's another individual one. And that's another individual one.
I think that's the key. Now you've
Yeah.
got that.
Yeah, that's where I got it lost. Nope. Nope. I only have one. Yeah, got it.
Yeah.
Nope.
Nope.
Nope. Nope.
Go on. So close. Is that it?
Nope. Why?
Oh,
What happened?
this has only happened because I'm really, really good at it.
Yeah. I beat you in rush hour.
Yeah. 1-1.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, there we go. That's the ticket,
on.
surely.
Yep. Come on. Shouldn't be that hard.
Yeah,
Yes.
there we go. Done.
All right, Daniel,
Yeah.
are you ready for this?
Yeah.
You can say go.
3, 2, 1, go.
Right. Okay, I guess the question is,
Yeah.
can I talk and compete at the
I
same
know, yeah,
time?
that is the issue. I don't think I
didn't manage
can.
it last time, Mary, and I think that might have been my downfall.
Yeah, not enough communicating your thoughts once you do it. Yeah.
Oh no, oh, I think I've done something wrong there. That was a mistake. I shouldn't have done that.
Yeah, I'm already in
I've already
mistake
put myself
territory.
into a dead end here. No, the pressure, the pressure.
Oh, yeah.
Pressure's too much. No, I was right where I was. That's where I was.
No, that's wrong. Oh. It says the pressure's getting to me.
Yeah.
Oh.
I've just moved a blocker. No, I've made a classic mistake that I
Oh,
always tell
there
the
we
kids not to
go.
do. No,
Yes, just.
again, damn it! And I've still not done it. Right, okay. This is serious now.
Yes.
You know, nobody's allowed to go home until I've solved
Yeah.
this. That's how the situation is.
Yeah.
I might have made my thing early on, and I mustn't look at what you've done. I haven't put my buckle blockers in the wrong place, have I?
No, that
No.
looks
Okay,
right.
just checking that I've not cheated. Not accidentally cheated.
Yeah.
Obviously, I wouldn't do it on purpose. Oh no, that was there for a reason. Oh, maybe you could go there. Good. You realise that I could keep you here all
Yeah,
day.
no, I think you've got this. It's
you've
the
seen
final
it.
steps, I think.
So you said,
There it is.
Blimey. Oh, I like how you encourage me even though we're competing.
Yeah.
Cool. I've got different solutions. It proves I didn't
Exactly.
cheat.
Yes. Yeah.
Now, don't start yet, guys. So what we're going to do here is we're going to mirror writing challenge. So the camera will zoom in a bit, and you'll see that we've got a image of a fish with sort of a double line around the fish. And the challenge is to draw around the fish without going outside of either of those two lines. And I'm going to add a 5-second penalty to anyone who goes outside the lines.
Oh, my 52 seconds.
But we'll, but we're going to see who wins first, and I'll be adding on the time for anyone who finishes but has gone outside the lines. So I guess we will be
That
ready
one line
to
is
say ready.
Okay, no.
Oh, hang on, we're nearly ready. We're nearly ready. Ready,
Yes.
say ready, steady, go. Okay, we've got some serious concentration here.
I'm so
Come
bad
on,
at
where
And
is
then,
it
of course,
going?
the hard part is the corners. Yeah, Dan's brain is really hurting trying to
Yeah,
turn around
I'm
the
really
corner.
not enjoying the
Oh,
corners.
but not so much as Merrin's brain. Merrin's brain is in a great deal of pain here.
Oh,
Yeah, it
But
is.
then Merrin might have started on a really hard bit. Nope. Daniel's brain's got stuck. Daniel's brain's. Oh, 5 seconds penalty.
No, oh, I need to go the other way.
Oh, another 5
I've
seconds.
got to figure this out. Right, I'm going to go right and with it.
Oh, you can see how hard it is for our brains to try and work backwards and upside down at the same time. I'm going to have to 10 seconds there. I feel like you've gone out
Yeah,
twice.
I'm really. I just can't get past this, but I'm going to come back to it. How do I get away?
That's what happens. It's even worse when we turn the pressure on. Oh. We've got a brain stall here. Merrin here as well.
We've got a few on both
Yeah.
sides now.
Oh,
Oh, 15
God.
seconds on
I
Daniel.
Okay.
Oh, I think Merrin might have listened to the
there we
hare and the
go.
tortoise. She's
There.
going for a whole slow and steady wins the race.
There we
Yeah.
go.
Or is she? Because Daniel's now he's on a groove.
Yeah.
Oh, straight line now, Merrin.
Yeah.
Straight line. Oh, it's the changes that matters. Oh, look, you stopped yourself just before you went outside the edge.
Oh,
then.
damn, I'm out again.
Oh, that's 20 seconds added for Daniel there. But he's got himself back in the groove. Oh, no, 25. Maybe the trick to this to not think about it. And just think, I need to draw.
Yeah,
I am
yeah.
drawing
That's what I was
pink.
trying to do. Stop thinking at some point.
I'm going to start adding 25 seconds now. That was.
I'll sign it off with my name.
Very beautiful, frilly fish.
Yes, it has fins and everything. Come on, don't go out.
Okay, that's Dan's time cycle penalty added as far as mind counting goes, albeit pretty quick counting. Maybe that's not exactly how it should be. The frilly fish is nearly complete. I think we should look at the 2 attempts.
Yeah.
I've tried to write my name in the middle.
Painful. Put it on my fridge later. You can be very proud of yourself.
It doesn't work. That's not how you.
Can I write my name too?
Dan yet? Dan yet?
I want to write my name.
Oh, Baniet.
I'm going to try to write my name.
Finish it off. I feel a bit guilty actually, because I just watched and taunted you. Whereas I know right and fine, I really struggle with this.
I know.
Oh. I think when it comes to writing, I'm going to try this. I know that I can do it with my eyes shut better than I can looking in the mirror.
Oh.
Oh no, because it won't appear upside down. Right, but now if I try to make it go upside down. Oh.
Oh, I did it.
Oh, which way does my...
Why didn't I think of just?
Not closing
Yeah.
your eyes.
Yeah.
I can't make a K. No, I can't. No. Okay, I'm glad I made you two do this.
Yeah. Doing it, yeah, with your eyes closed.
Yeah.
Oh, that's how it looks like backwards. Okay.
Yeah.
That's as good as I would have got. That's my K. That's my K.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
But that's not the mirror image. You have to get the mirror image.
Yeah. I wasn't sure how to make it go
Ooh.
forwards or backwards. Okay, we need to pick a new challenge now.
Oh God.
Okay, so we're now going to look at one of our exhibits that we call the Cipher Wall. It looks like an old-fashioned arcade game, and we've got a Caesar cipher as the first level, and then the level 3 is an affine code, and level 2 is also an affine code, but it's just the multiplication part of the affine code. So for those who don't know, a Caesar cipher is just where you take the letters of the alphabet and you shift the whole alphabet along a certain number of places. So if you shifted it A to C, shifted it those 2 places along, then every letter would be shifted 2 places along. So here we go on level 1, and maybe Merin, perhaps you should have a bit of a think about the time as well, although we can also look at the time on video. So let's go.
Let's go. Cool. Oh, there's a lot of letters here.
Much more letters now.
Way lots. So
and no very small words to give us a clue.
I'm seeing a lot of G's. I like that idea of that being an A.
Oh yeah, a G could be an A. Often when you've got a repeated letter, it's often an E. So there's a 3-letter word. That could be DMP and YLB. Those were both
and others.
Yeah. Right. Okay. So should we try this one being the
yes.
first? Let's try B.
Take that.
Being the first.
So
encoded
Y
letters.
to T, is that?
Right. Yeah. So I'll move B to E first.
Okay. Yeah.
Because that's encoded one. So let's have a look what that looks like.
Nope.
It looks like absolutely nothing.
Yep.
Right, so let's try again. We'll try
P to E.
P to E. So this is encoded, so that would take P back up here.
Right, here we go. Nope. Also no.
Also no. Right, okay.
I think with these lots of 2-letter ones appearing with G.
With G at the start, that's what you were saying
try that
before.
as an A.
G as A.
G as A.
Excellent, good thinking. So encoded letter is G, and we want to move that up to A.
Nope, also no. Oh, I? Is that, what else is?
So those G's do become, so what
are
other
the 2
2-letter
letters?
words begin with G? Me, be, he, in, on.
In and I'm in.
Or we could try G as I.
Is that a Q? QR, so yeah, I'm an N. Would that work for
so
G going to I?
Right, so let's take G to
I to G, sorry.
Yeah, no, that's
So it's
encoded G to I. Try that. Good job, Dan. This animal is famous for liking honey and hibernating. What is it?
It's a bear. Yeah.
Hi, so we have another chord challenge here, which is called semaphore. So Linda there will be showing us letters to signs of flags, and we have to decode it using this decoding signals. It's like a flight coming down and someone signaling to direct it, and Linda will be directing it us towards some words. Let's see how we get along that.
Yeah.
Ready, Dan?
Oh, yeah. Hidden from each other, yeah? Hidden from each other.
All right, Linda,
Okay.
ready. Have you thought of a word? I've got a word. It's going to take me a while to get right, no problem. I think it'll take them a while to understand each letter.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, guys, are you ready? You can give Linda the signal when you're ready.
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 Can't be different ways.
It's a competition, remember.
Yeah. I think I've got this.
That is.
This is what I think it is. Yeah. I'm so good. I'm very optimistic with this one.
I have no clue. I'm writing rubbish here.
Oh, no. Oh, that's turned me off. Oh, no.
I can't see that. I can't see.
Right as well.
I can't see that.
Yeah.
Okay. No, this is not a word. Definitely not a word.
So, Linda, like left and right wise.
I'm mapping it to this. I'm not. I'm not
You want to
reflecting.
look like the picture, don't you? You're making yourself look like the picture.
Yeah, I'm not reflecting
Okay,
this.
what letter is that? What letter do you think it is?
Is that not
Oh yeah, look, that looks like Q. I understand.
Yeah.
a Q?
But
That doesn't work in my word.
Oh.
Okay, that's
what letter do you make that one to be?
that is yes. That's
Looks like an F.
yes. but that doesn't make any thing here at all.
Right.
All right, so what have we got so far for that word? Because we can ask her to do it twice.
Mine is like absolutely rubbish word.
No, some
No, I don't think that's oh, yeah, hello orcs. Okay, I mean, you could take a guess based on what you've got. What's the guess so far?
I don't know. Hello. I thought it was going to be Hello World.
Too short for that. What's got
Yeah.
4 letters and
Hello,
ends in
Max?
YS. No, ends in QS. No, okay.
Yeah.
4 letters.
Is the G and the A similar? Hello, guys.
Oh, yeah, like my first few letters were like absolutely gone forever.
It's hard because
Yeah,
you're
what's
doing it.
what Y and Q? Ah, of course. Y and Q are opposite.
Yeah, that was like, there were slight ones like, okay.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
It's hard, yeah. Think, how is it going to look to the other person? So.
Yeah.
Think. And also, finally, Marion didn't win one.
I'm going to cry. That's going to be part of here. Yeah, that's the most absurd word
That's
that I
ridiculous.
see.
How close are you? So it's, oh, they are very close. H and I are very close. H and I. Then K and L again, very close.
Yeah, they're close.
Was B and what is it? B and G? Yeah, no, I don't know what's going on
Yeah,
there.
unless it's perpendicular, I don't consider perpendicular.
Ah.
Great. In my activity, we have this giant jigsaw of Penrose tiling, which is made of kites and darts. One of my favorite, and we are trying to solve that. Me and Linda is going to try to solve it. It's pattern, but aperiodic, so you won't see a pattern, a sensible pattern going out of it. So how do you say, like, star?
I think we could try and put
So for me, I see the stars here. So there is a star. There is a star.
Yes.
And there is a star. So
Right.
first I do is filling the stars, which helps me to get where it is.
Okay. Like that.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Yes. In the stars.
So the stars will let us fill up a bit more space.
Oh, I see.
And then fill up the places. So that's going to be a white thing. So that should go there. Yeah.
Oh, but is it the case that not every green tile leads to a star?
No, so only 3 stars are there.
3 stars. Okay.
There are only 3 stars. And that's the filled patterns there.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
you surround your green stars, do you?
Then I find the bigger one, so that's going to be that one, which has a bigger angle, because all these angles are smaller ones, so that's somehow going to fill there. No, no, yeah, that's not going to fill that, but that will fill something.
One there. And one there.
Yeah, got it.
See? Yeah. 2 red ones here.
That's going to be a red one.
All right. Shall we complete these stars? I feel like I will show part of the solution. I don't want to show the whole solution because some people want to come in and try it themselves.
Yeah.
I like that. I like the guidance you gave me.
Yeah.
Right. Yes, I see.
And there is another one. That will go
Yeah.
there.
Okay. So I like to do things logically. That helps. Oh, would there be one here?
Yeah.
Okay. So
Now
we've-
we get the angles, which is like that might be it. Okay, that might be it.
Oh, yes. Oh, but are we stuck here?
That's
Yeah,
I
that's
see. Right. Yes, I see. It goes around like this. That's quite good. And that means there'll be another red one here, I think. Oh, I'm on a roll here.
That's going to be a green. No, no.
So what goes between the red stands?
Yeah, is this going to be like
you
that?
feel like there was a lot of reds once you do it. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Hey, that's good. That worked. No.
That's definitely a green. No. Should be green. You
that
are a
doesn't
green.
go there.
I'm going to leave it. There's an element of mystery there. I'll wrap it up. Okay, so this is a Penrose tiling. Again, we've got the pattern which doesn't repeat itself. So no matter how far we spread this pattern infinitely, I can't glide this piece to match another piece, or I can't glide the whole surface to match itself. But you can find the odd repeating shape. So this exhibit, you're looking for this particular fish. Now, I know there's one here, but I know there are other fishes on there, but I don't know where they are. So I'm going to have a go at finding the fish on this exhibit. It just demonstrates like the lack of repeat of the Penrose tiling. Nope. Feel free to be shouting at home about where you can see it, because I can't see it at the minute. I can't see one of them. There are 5, and I can only see one. Yeah, oh, I got one. That's not the same one as I just had, is it? No. Okay. I found one. I'm satisfied. That's good enough for me.
Where's Zoom gone?
Okay, fantastic. So, as Scroggs frantically scrambles to unshare the screen, thank you very much to Math City. Oh, this is such a window into Scroggs' existence. Here we go. There it is. Hey, found it.
We're back.
Fantastic. So this is this was a really nice kind of look at what they've got there at Math City, and also quite fun to watch people playing some games and solving some puzzles. I think this is something you were mentioning earlier about having watched, I think it was Alex on Matt's segment, just watching someone think is actually quite a nice thing to see, isn't it?
Watching someone not be embarrassed about not knowing the answer to a puzzle.
I
find it way more impressive watching someone doing clever thinking and trying to puzzle things out, and that's not watching someone who's done the puzzle before and knows how to solve it. And that's kind of
It was something that you mentioned, Scroggs, 2 years ago when we were doing the Maths Magic. Like some of the best moments in that were when the penny drop moment occurs on camera. But for that to happen, you have to see the sort of perseverance and the sort of getting stuck moments first, which we all know is pretty normal. It's just you don't always see it, do you?
Yeah, I mean, one of the problems that we had with Numberwang last night, or maybe not one of the problems, but in Numberwang last night, you're not going to get it right. First of all, you can't get it right. It's like Wordle. You're not going to get it right first time. Yeah. So, you have to persevere.
That's part of the fun. Yeah, I think this is one of the things that like people who do maths and kind of enjoy doing maths. This is one of the things we try and get across to people that are maybe a bit more hesitant to do maths, is that actually when you do it,
you're not right all the time. You know, it's this subject where it's possible to get 100% in an exam, but actually most of what mathematicians do is struggle and bash their heads against things and don't know what to do next.
Figuratively.
Right, yeah.
Figuratively.
Mostly figuratively, and you know, try things just to see what happens. And I think the fact that we're playing games, as we've been saying, games, the sort of the act of playing is pretty much the best way to make progress in maths, right? Just have a go, right? Just try stuff.
So that's really, for me, when I do maths, it does feel like playing when it goes well. And I think you can almost put too much pressure on yourself to be right, and it should feel like playing. If it feels like you have to get it right, then you're probably taking it too seriously.
Yeah,
maybe.
Yeah, and as I say, you know, people who are not afraid, people aren't afraid to try, and it was fantastic to see. Even when you were getting really stuck with the rush hour and not knowing what to do next, just try something else. It was a very, very lovely video. There was also a lot of love in the chat for Giant Rush Hour and on Twitter. Everyone's like, I want one of those for my house. That's great. There was also some eagle-eyed viewers spotted that the lights puzzle that they had at the start was very similar to something that Tom Edgar mentioned in the Lights Out segment earlier.
Was that 2 a.m? Are we?
Yeah, I think I was asleep at the time, but it was.
I was here.
Yeah.
Yeah,
was that a thing?
Yeah,
good.
Happens.
Good.
Today.
Yeah.
Is that a fever dream?
Also, one thing I will add is that mirror writing thing is absolutely
It's really hard.
so hard. Oh my god. If you've got like a mirror at home, just try. You've got to cover up your hand so you can't see your own hand, but you can see it in the mirror. Just absolutely devious.
Even I found if you have a mirror and you put something on the floor and try and tap it with your foot, just looking in the mirror.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But obviously the best option is go to Math City in Leeds. So Kevin, if someone wanted to go to Math City in Leeds, what would they need to do and how much would it cost them and when can they do that?
Right, you've really put me on the spot there in terms of prices. I know it's well, it depends on where they are. As I said during my highly professional
outside broadcast.
Outside broadcast, which I thought you'd started the video, and so I just I'll just go back inside then.
We tried, but it didn't work. But yes, it worked out.
So if you can get to Leeds train station, then it really is just a 5-10 minute walk from there into the Leeds Trinity Centre. You have to book online to begin with because there's not much space in there, so they didn't want too many people rushing in. So if you go to mathcity.co.uk and you'll be able to find
link
prices.
in the chat.
Good, and then perhaps somebody could look there. And
£6.50 for adults, £4.50 for child concession, and £18 for family tickets off the top of my head, something like that. Maybe.
That's a fantastic guess. Yes, I think it's definitely something like that.
But very good value. Yeah, I mean, we've seen.
Yeah, you could literally spend a couple of hours in there, maybe more, like just trying everything and playing all the games.
I think we've done a lot of that, haven't we? We've been there a number of times.
I've been several times. It's great.
I've not been yet. I want to go. So I have heard it's temporary. So how urgent is it? Like, get on the train now and go to an after party now, right there.
It may be that the funding has been secured for another year. I think it's maybe at least 6 months. Obviously, with the increases in, with inflation and cost of energy, I suppose, then you never know at what point the money's going to run out. But yeah, I mean, if you're a billionaire sitting there on a big golden throne,
you donate more to our charity.
Just sort us out, get us up to 5,000 before you do anything else, and then
donate a big wodge of cash, as I believe they call it, to Maths World UK. And then we can, get the dream of having a maths discovery centre in the UK. Lots of other countries have got them. There's one in New York, MoMath.
MoMath in New York is absolutely fantastic. I think they do a lot of online events at the minute, and I'm going to be one of their speakers for one of their family events in a couple of weeks' time. So yeah, that's it. It's a great spot, and they've got loads of cool activities and things that they run there as well. And there's lots of maths kind of discovery centres in other countries as well. I think this is the one in Germany. There's a really good one.
Mathematicum is that?
Mathematicum in Germany, yeah, because I think
with a K,
with a K, yeah, is another really good one. And other maths discovery centres are available. But
in Paris as well, I think there was one there, but every time I go, it seems to be the science place there seems to be closed.
Yeah, but it's quite an expensive trip to get there
to find out that it's not open. If you had not considered the concept of a hands-on maths museum / discovery centre, then have a look online and find your nearest one and go there today. Not now, because obviously watch the rest of the stream, but as soon as your next opportunity is, locate it and go and visit, because it is a great day out.
Yeah, it's been very busy this week, apparently.
I imagine so. It's half-term week for schools in the UK this week. So yeah, that's probably the busiest time, which is probably why Kevin couldn't even get in the door when you were there. You're just sort of hanging around outside. He's too busy in the math.
Can we actually say as well, Kevin was there live. He has gone from his house to Math City and back again.
All the way from Leeds to a different bit of Leeds.
Yeah. But this is the dedication he is giving to this stream.
Yeah.
And wait till I tell you the story of, what happened on the way there and the way back.
Well, we'll
not
save
simple.
that for another day, because we have got other segments to get onto, and want to say a couple more things. So first of all, we're making progress towards Pi £1,000. We're on £2,704.06. So if you can calculate the difference between that and Pi £1,000, I keep saying Pi £1,000. That's not a thing. What I mean is like £1,000 Pi pounds, so £3,141.59p would be really nice if we can get there.
And if we do get there, then
and then just keep going. Obviously. Yeah. We've spotted a really nice
just keep on adding the digits of pi.
Yeah,
just pound by pound.
Tau pounds, tau £1,000.
Wait, I thought tau was the golden ratio. Wait, hold on now.
Oh no. Anyway, we
That's
saw
a different segment.
really
Sorry.
nice, wholesome tweet on Twitter from someone who's following on with the show, whose small child had insisted that they donate to the charity that was currently on the lowest total so that they could catch up, which is very adorable and much appreciated. And obviously, all 4 of our charities are fantastic. And in fact, we do have some videos about charities, which Scruggs is going to run over there and put one of them on for a second, and then when we come back from that, we'll find out what's happening next. Which charity is currently?
Actually, so we've been watching with very close interest, because how the charities change, and we're trying to work out how much it's correlated to which videos we play. Because currently it's the Malala Fund, which at times has been top for the first. Really?
Yeah, they're kind of on the page. They're ranked in order of how much they've each got, which is
just massively biased the data, because now everyone we're told we're playing Malala because it's last. We're told so everyone's going to donate to Malala.
Well,
half an hour.
obviously, whatever you can manage, and it's totally up to you, because we've picked a range of charities so that you can support whichever one you feel is most important to you. Some people are choosing to give the same amount to every charity. That's also absolutely fine. It's totally up to you, but if you haven't donated yet, please consider doing so if that is something you are able to do. So
we do also have on all the pages the videos for the charities, so if you want to look at them all, read through them all, and if you can't donate, that's fine. Spread the word about the stream to other people, see if they want to watch it, even if you just enjoy it, or just do something nice for someone. And even if that is bring them to a math stream, which we've been seeing parties, people have been getting together.
People are going around to each other's houses to watch. It's incredible. All right, so should we watch a vid?
Here's Malala.
Hi everyone, I'm Ben. I'm one of the organisers of the 24-hour maths game show, and I'd like to tell you about the Malala Fund, which is one of the 4 charities we are raising money for today. And that's because at the moment, maybe up to nearly 130 million girls are not in school. Even more are in school, but they're not learning, and that's why the Malala Fund is focused on accelerating progress, challenging systems, policies and practices so all girls can access 12 years of free, safe and quality education. Now, the Malala Fund is founded by Malala and Ziauddin Yousafzai, and it promotes girls' education by advocating at local, national and international levels for resources and policy change. The Malala Fund invests in local education activists and advocates who are driving solutions to barriers to girls' education in their communities. They support grassroots activists, but also meet with heads of state and high-level officials, and these are people with power to shift critical resources towards education and ask them to increase their investment in girls' futures in particular. Representatives of the Malala Fund conduct pivotal research into the impact of girls' secondary education on our world to influence policy and funding decisions. And the Malala Fund is operating around the world in Afghanistan, Brazil, Ethiopia, India, Lebanon, Nigeria, Pakistan, and Turkey, and aims to expand into even more countries in the future. Here in the UK, we sometimes take education for granted, but Malala has reminded us all that it is not a given, and work still needs to be done to ensure women around the world have access to proper education. At 24 Hour Maths, we strongly believe that everybody deserves access to an education, and we've decided to support the Malala Fund to work towards this goal. Any money you can give would be gratefully received. Thank you very much. And hi, I'm Ben. I've just been on a pre-recorded video telling you about the Malala Fund. At least I think so. It has been pointed out to me by the team that I have inexplicably failed to change my jumper since recording that. But hey, we're all, at the deep end of this 24-hour maths game show now. We are moving into a new segment, which is going to be about a game. And I don't think you'll be surprised about it. But this game has a bit of a special place in the heart of many people who are sort of tangential to this community, because it was the first game I learnt to play at a maths jam. And when I say maths jam, I don't know if we've talked lots about maths jam, but maths jam happens in the UK in two different ways, in that every month people meet in pubs around the UK and around the world, in fact, on the penultimate Tuesday of the month, and they do puzzles and play games. And one of the games was called Set. And I was running a maths jam down in Dorset when that started off. I now run the one in Bath, and I've played a lot of Set in my time. It's now got quite a big following. You can buy it in pretty much any game shop, and we didn't think a maths 24-hour game show would be complete without a segment about Set and about the maths of Set. But it's quite funny, because every time I've tried to teach Set to someone, I sort of come a cropper, in that the rules feel really simple, and once you've got them, you're like, well, it's just that. And then you try and teach someone new, and then sort of occasionally they get really angry because they don't quite understand, and I don't quite find the words to make myself clear. So what I would like to do is, the beginning of this segment is make sure that everyone's got at least a first pass at the rules. And then I want to give you all, if you're watching, a chance to play the game. We are in fact going to have a live tournament with people, as we warned you earlier, who've been volunteering in the background since we started. And we've got 8 people who are going to play a tournament, which we've set up some games for. But we want to make sure that you can play as well if you want to. So I'll explain briefly how that works. But before I do, let me show you what the game consists of. So let me just grab a few of these. Basically, in the deck is a bunch of cards, and on those cards are some shapes with some colorings. Different shapes and some different shadings. Now, this is interesting for me as I'm slightly colorblind, and so sometimes the colors are not easy to tell, and we'll talk a bit more about that, how you can sort of fix that in the way we're going to play in a moment. But very loosely, there are 3 types of shape. There are 3 types of coloring, or shading rather. There's full, there's hatched, and then there's empty. It'd be clearer when you see this on the computer. There are 3 colors. Have I said that already? Purple, red, and green, I think. And then there are different numbers of shapes. So there's a 1, there's a 2. Let's just make sure that's visible, and there's a 3. Now, the only point of the game is to figure out how to get a set of 3. And a set of 3, this is the rule. You must have each of the 4 characteristics in the set of 3 being all different or all the same. And to help me explain this very quickly, I'm going to share a screen which has the help page, and then I'm going to tell you how the best way is to go and play the game. But I'm going to share this. Can I just check with anyone in the backstage team that you're seeing my shared screen and that my audio is not echoing too much? Because occasionally it keeps doing that. Is that okay? Okay. So here's a little reminder of the rules, as I just said. First of all, I'm going to point out that these colors on screen I genuinely find a bit unhelpful, but I think that's green, red, and purple. If you are going to play this in online in a minute, there is going to be a setting up here where you can change the card colors. So I'm actually just going to make the red something. Oh, that's green. Let's just make that really ridiculous. And now I think you can see that those colors, for me, they're a bit more obvious, but that's not the point here. So there are 81 cards, and you will have already sorted that out if you've realized that there are 4 characteristics. Each one of them has 3, so it's 3 times 3 times 3 times 3. And now the colors are slightly different from perhaps what they were originally. But if you want to make a set, you need the features either all the same or all different. And so here is an example set. These 3 cards are a set because they are all the same color. They are all the same shading, i.e. open shading. And they are all different numbers, and they are all different shapes. But then the ones below are also sets. This top one, they are all the same color. They're all the same shape. They are all different shading, but they're all the same number. And below that, we have one that's all the same shading, all different colors, all different numbers, and all different shapes. And so there are lots of ways of making sets. And to be honest, the best way of doing this is to actually just play the thing. This help page is on the Set with Friends website, which I'm going to make sure is shared in a moment. Don't put it in the chat just yet if anyone's waiting to do that. What I would like to do before I give you a chance to go and play for 10 minutes or so is introduce the tournament. Now, I think we have a couple of the players who are going to be playing in our formal tournament to join us in a moment. So can I ask them to turn their cameras on? I'll also say that after I've introduced the tournament and given you a chance to play, we're going to hear from 2 others, Kathy and Jonah, based in the US at the moment, and they're going to tell us a bit more about the maths of set, and in particular, the maths of some variations in the game. And so actually, I might get them to introduce themselves in a moment before I send you all off to have a little play. But who have we got who's so I can see, we have 3 tournament players. I can see Belgin and Amy and TD. Do you want to just give us a wave? And in a minute, we actually have 8 players of the tournament. In a minute, I'm going to say head off to the game setwithfriends.com, which we will eventually put a link in the chat. And the 8 people who volunteered are going to play a tournament. We're going to do it. Sophie's been coordinating this in the background. She's going to make sure that you get links to the game. But can I just check? Hi, Sophie. TD, Amy, Belgin, do any of you want to share any tactics that you don't want to sort of like, you feel like isn't just going to spoil the game because you're sharing your secret tactic? How do you play set well? What do you do when you're looking for these games? Just so that everyone's on the same page. Belgin or Amy or TD, do you want to share any advice? TD, go for it.
I guess I tend to look for like ones of the same color before I think to look for one that are like different.
Okay.
Yeah.
So TD's looking for colors. There's a weird artifact in that if you pick any 2 cards from a game of cards that's been dealt out, any 2 will form a set that go together, but they just need one other particular card. Is that the way that any of you play to find the sets, or is that something that happens more unconsciously?
There might be some unconscious element in my one, but I know to some extent I do try to look for the same properties. On the other hand, I also picked up from another friend that it might be worth trying to look for things that are totally different from each other.
Because one of the ways to get a set is when everything is different, and that maybe is, in some ways, the least confusing set to find, isn't it? So, Amy, any words of wisdom you want to share? But in a minute, I'm going to send you all off to start your games.
I think just have fun, but towards the end, it helps to have a more, if it's not something jumping out of you, it helps to have a more systematic approach. That's kind of like when everyone's quieting down and is looking for one that might be quite hard to spot. So like systematically ruling out whether it has to be all different or the same for each of the properties.
Excellent. So if you've heard the advice, these are clearly the experts. They volunteered to play in a live set tournament. I have also been told that none of them actually claimed to be expert set play. They wanted to set that bar. Can I ask Belgin, Amy and TD to follow the link that Sophie sent you, and you should be able to find a game. In the meantime, I'm going to show everyone else how to play this game by pointing out the Set with Friends website again. Let me just find that and share that with you. So I'm going to share my screen again, and at this point, very soon, can someone put the Set with Friends website into the chat, if you could see that? So I'm sharing with you the setwithfriends.com. To be honest, you don't need the link. You can just type that in and Google will find it. And you can see that once you get there, you can actually see that you can create your own game, you can watch other games, and what I'm going to suggest is if you want to watch the tournament games when they are running, I think Sophie's going to put the links to watch those games, and there's going to be 2 games to start with, and then we'll have a knockout. They'll go into the chat if you want to watch them. But if you want to play the game, what you could do is just click on create a game or a new private game if you don't want randomers to join in. You'll get a window like this, which means which has got a link, and you could share that link in the YouTube chat, and then anyone who's watching this video could click on that link to join it. I'm just gonna mute TD at the moment. Is that okay? I can't mute TD. TD, can I ask you to mute your audio just for now?
Yeah.
Thank you. Sorry, we're getting lots of feedback. So if you want to start your own game and play with people who are watching this stream, then I suggest going to the waiting room, set a private game, share the link, as long as you're happy to have random people watching that to join. You can just play on your own. Once you do start a game, I'm starting a game now on my own, you can just click on a set to play. So actually what I might do is start a new game, and I'm gonna, if you want to play with me, I'm gonna set my own game up. But I'm gonna say in a moment I'm gonna start a timer for 10 minutes, and we're just gonna have 10 minutes of set time. Before we finish that, I would like to ask Kathy and Jonah, are you just there for a moment just to say hi? We're gonna come and talk to you again in a few minutes. Look at that. There's Kathy.
Hi.
Hi, Kathy. Is Jonah's there as well? Hello. Basically, we've drafted in the experts, Kathy and Jonah. I'm sure they'll deny being experts, but they have spent a long time thinking about the maths of set, and in particular, some variations. So we're going to throw back to you in about 10 minutes or so. Is that okay?
That sounds great. I do have to say, though, I'm not the expert. My sister is the expert. So
Yeah, this is what all the experts say, isn't it?
No,
the thing is, the game is really nice because you don't have to be an expert in any way to play it. And I think, having said that, we should now all just go and play it. So Jonah and Kathy, I'll call you back in about 10 minutes. I'll probably put a timer on the screen so you know. But at about 20 past, just a bit before that, if that's okay. We'll see you shortly. And I am going to get my timer working. Let's see if that's going to work. Have you magically seen a timer on my forehead? So that's exciting. So I'm going to put the game I'm going to play in the YouTube chat. And then if you want to join me, you can. If you want to go and make your own game, you can. If you want to watch the spectator games, which have already been shared in the chat, you can. Let's just do 10 minutes of set, and then we're going to hear a little bit more about the maths of it. I'm going to start my timer and go and play this game. Is anyone going to join me in my game? By the way, you can, if you wish, mute my commentary about the game I'm playing if you want to watch other people. I've seen some players. You're welcome. Okay, so I'm starting my game. I have no idea if I've now blocked out other people from playing, but I'm going to keep the screen shared for now, and we'll just play the game. Hopefully my color choices haven't offended anyone else either. But
whilst you're doing it, I'll give people some updates on the other games as well. See.
Thank you, Sophie. That would be great.
Tournaments going, because I know talking whilst playing set is not always the easiest thing to do.
Are you saying I'm not capable of doing that? You are correct.
I would never dream of saying such a thing, Ben. But we have some close fights in pool 1. So Belgian has 8, TD has 6. I might actually be able to see TD's concentration face above mine. TD's now on 8, tied with Belgian. Lucy is on 5. Now I'd like to point out Lucy is 10 years old. She is doing it with her mum Judith.
Wow.
So bit of competition there. Sam is on 2, but Sam does have a baby, so I think she's got a concession there. And in pool 2, Anthracite, which is a pseudonym. I know who Anthracite is. They're not a random person, but they're on 11. And next up is Magda on 6. Magda and Martin are close. Martin's on 5. Amy's on 2. And actually, the game has ended already in pool 2. Pool 2 have been quick off the game.
I hadn't even seen a set in my game.
Demolished.
I did notice that, by the way, it might be worth mentioning, in a game I'm sharing on screen at the moment, normally they deal out 12 cards and you just got to find a set of 3. It's gone. But if 15 cards turn up, it's because the computer's realised there is no set there. And there's some interesting maths trying to work out what are the chances of having no set in a deal of 12. I have no idea if Kathy and Jonah are going to talk about that.
Actually, I'll let see if Kathy and Jonah want to speak about that. But yeah, it's an interesting one. Whilst you're doing this, I am going to multitask and talk a bit about the tournament, and also sort out the next level of the tournament, because we've had 2 games of 4 players each. Now what we're going to do is take the top 2 players, and they're from each tournament, have one mega tournament at the end. So that will be TD, Belgin, who both got 8, Anthracite and Magda, and the 4 of them will play in a final, which I believe we're going to do at the end of this segment, Ben.
Okay.
Great for me because it gives me time to get the links together and to email them out to everyone as well. But
So we're going to play the second round of the tournament. Let's say we'll start at about what 20 to the hour.
about 20 to the hour, yeah. Let's say 20 to 5. So it does mean that Anthracite, Magda, Belgin, and TD could always go away for half an hour if they wanted to. But why would you want to when you can watch this quality game?
The game I'm trying to host a live call and play at the same time and can't see any sets, and I can't even blame my color vision because I've changed the colors. Stop it! Hexagon Hannah and an anonymous B. I can't even say the full name here. I just pounding me.
Anonymous someone and
Anonymous Black Bear.
Black Bear and Hexagon Hannah. Hexagon Hannah has been doing sterling work this 24-hour stream, moderating as well for a bit. So we'll see the set that Ben just found. They were.
I just got a set. Yes, I've been trying to demo how to play the game by getting sets, and that was the first one I've been able to do.
So if you look on the left-hand side of the screen, you can see all previous sets, which actually is a really good way of seeing what constitutes a set. The way I often hear it described, I think Katie particularly likes the description. In a set of 3, each characteristic is either all the same or all different. So you can never say that one's the odd one out.
I think that's the short version of the rules, isn't it? If there's an odd one out, it's not a set, but it's a weird argument from negation in that you're describing what's not a set. But it is the quickest way to describe it.
Anyone watching, Set with Friends is a game where a website where you can create your own games. So you can easily, if you want to, either create a public game or even a private game and send the link to your friends. So although we've got our tournament going, there's nothing to stop you playing Set. You can actually also set a private game and not send anyone a link and practice and play on your own, because Set is one of those games that you get better with practice. And I guarantee every player you see that is good at Set has played it many, many times before. It's not a thing that you just stumble across and suddenly win all your games. So don't be disheartened if you lose the first few games, and maybe do practice a bit of your own, see how far you can go. That was not.
Sorry, I'm muttering because if you're playing like Pro Set as well, then maybe you'd start getting negative points if you start clicking on sets which are not sets, like I've just done a few times.
We're gonna have to be careful here. I'm gonna have to pick you up on that Pro Set, because Pro Set, I think we're gonna learn
that's true.
Something different. It's not necessarily professional Set, which I believe.
You are correct. There are different names for it, and maybe I was just describing the sort of like professional level, but Pro Set is actually a thing with a name. In fact, several different names for different variations are going to get discussed by Jonah and Kathy in a bit.
Got 4.5 minutes or so, or however long it takes for this game to finish. There are only 15 cards left in the deck. The deck is finite, so at some point the game does end. And actually, if you want a bit of a maths puzzle to be thinking of at the moment, there is 1 copy of each card in the deck. So you can try and work out how many copies there are, how many cards there are in total. So we've got the 4 different characteristics.
I may have given that one away earlier.
Well, we'll see how much people are paying attention, because I know for me, I have been awake for an extraordinarily long time, since about 7 a.m. yesterday. So if anyone else has also watched the live stream, I would say, please don't watch the live stream if you're tired. Like, sleep is important. It is not necessarily a good idea to do it. But if you have been, it'll be great to hear as well what people's favorite parts have been.
I've noticed that some people are pointing out the dark theme does exist, and it is much better contracts, but the colours I've changed it to don't work so well for me, so I'm just going to leave it on white. But I appreciate the chat was enjoying the dark theme there.
So we've been remaining for a bit, I think, at 12 cards. Oh, there's some more. You can often find you're in a stalemate, and I often find I'm just begging someone else to find a set so we can move on and get a fresh set of cards.
Well, interesting when you play with live cards. Obviously, there's no guarantee that there is a set there. Whereas if you're playing this game and they haven't dealt more cards out, I think it means there definitely is a set, and no one can see it, which is the story.
So
of my life,
online, it will deal out an extra row of cards if there isn't a set. But yeah, when you're playing it by hand, normally you can say with 100% confidence that there is no set, but it takes a bit of time for checking all the cases. But we can be certain that there is a set here.
Hexagon Hannah is
I could be
leading,
really annoying
leading
and say
away.
I know where it is, but I wouldn't do that.
You could, but would you be lying?
No, actually.
Yeah.
It's so much harder as well when you're under pressure. I'm quite lucky. I've got all the time in the world, and no one's observing me play, so it makes it a lot easier for me.
Black Bear got it.
Black Bear got it. Ooh, so we've got 3 cards remaining in the deck.
Not a set. Those two are the same, so that was an odd one out, so that's why it's not a set. I'm just helping the viewers understand why that wasn't a set, and why I'm terrible at this game.
Practice, Ben.
Practice that's what I'm doing. You're watching me practice.
So we've still got 3 remaining.
So this is the last set. If we find this, is that game over, or does it play to the end?
Sometimes you can play with 9 cards and there can still be a set when there are 9 cards.
Yeah, okay.
Which also another fun math problem is to think, what conditions do you have a set when there are 9 cards? Because obviously at times there are multiple different sets that you could choose.
Sometimes there's only one, yeah.
With each hand.
So interestingly, I'm looking at this game and thinking there's only one red. So either you use that red or all the colours are the same. That's kind of the logic. But there we go, and that's how you use the red. And if I wasn't talking about it and telling them, I could have done it. I've got a minute to win this game. I can't even catch second place. The anonymous Black Bear is going to take. I've been defeated very worthily. The anonymous Black Bear wins a salute. The Black Bear and Hexagon Hannah a worthy second against, to be honest, an underwhelming set of opposition provided by me. So that is our 10 minutes I allotted to play the game. Sophie, you are going to wrangle the tournament second round whenever it's time. Is that okay?
I am indeed, yes. So I will see you later.
And thank you very much, Sophie. I appreciate you being here. I'm going to stop sharing my screen because now we've all had a chance officially to play the game. I think actually what we should do is think about the maths of the game. And to do that, that is where we have got apparently not the experts, but I think they're more expert than me. So can I ask Kathy and Jonah to join us back on the call?
Hello again.
Welcome back. I hope you're not too embarrassed by my demonstration of how not to play set.
No.
I've just been whistled at by my timer. There we go. But
not embarrassed at all. We haven't been texting each other about your performance or anything.
Right. Okay. I find it surprisingly hard to play even when I'm not under pressure. I reckon my blood pressure and heart rate go spiking whenever I play set, and yet I still quite like it. Can I hand over to you to give us a bit of the mathematical background? And I know that in particular you've thought hard and played hard some particular variations. Is that true?
Yeah.
Correct.
We're gonna get some weird versions of set by the end of the hour.
Amazing. In that case, I'm going to lurk in the background, as is apparently my standard routine. If you want me to join in, then just summon me. But otherwise, I'll stay out of your way. And whenever you're ready, you can summon me back, and we'll see how the tournament's been going in the meantime.
Sounds good.
Over to you.
I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. Okay, can we all see the screen?
I can see the screen.
Awesome. Yeah, so as Ben said in his introduction, this card game is beloved by mathematicians worldwide. But I want to start by actually saying a quick note about how it was invented, because it actually was not invented by mathematicians. It was invented in 1974 by Marcia Falco, who was actually studying genetics in, I believe, dogs with epilepsy. And so she was trying to study how these properties corresponded to each other. So she started drawing patterns and looking for patterns, and somehow happened upon this game that is now just loved by all mathematicians. So we are very grateful to Marcia. So Ben gave a really nice introduction to the game, so I probably will not review too much. But as Ben said, when we play set, we deal down 12 of these cards that have these 4 properties, and they have one property for each of the characteristic. And so a set is a collection of 3 cards for which in each of the 4 qualities, the sets are all the same or they're all different. And so, for example, here's a set where we have different color, different number, different shape, same shading. And so our third color is blue, not purple. I blame Jonah. I'm not exactly sure why it's blue and not purple, but that's what we went with.
I'll take it.
But so we could literally, for the rest of our hour, we could just play more and more set. But in order to talk about some of these variations that we want to get to, we need to understand some of the math behind the game. And it turns out there's a lot of really cool math behind this game. So to start, I'm going to lay out 9 cards, and you'll notice that this is not a random deal. So we have fixed that all of these cards are red, and all of these cards are diamonds. But you'll notice that from left to right, we're varying the number of diamonds that show up. And from top to bottom, we're varying the shading. And so what we've done is we've kind of isolated, you could think about this as a 2-dimensional plane of set cards that share the red and diamond property. And so if we look at these 9 cards and we look for sets, hopefully you're just at your screen. Set.
Just one.
Yeah. Yep. And so one of those sets is this horizontal line, right? So we're varying the number from 1 to 3, but our shading stays the same. Similarly, we have 2 other horizontal lines. Jonah, do you see another one by chance?
I think so. I think the middle column is a set.
How convenient. Yeah, so the middle column set, we have that we're keeping our number the same, but we're varying our shading. What about one more, Jonah?
I want to say the diagonal from the bottom left to the top right, if I memorize the slides correctly. Yes.
Yeah, so on this set, we're varying both the number and the shading from bottom left to top right. And so if you're looking very closely at these, you might say, well, Kathy, I see at least one more set that doesn't appear in one of these lines. For example, we could have the shaded one, the striped one, the empty 2, and the solid 3. And so it would be really nice if we could interpret this as a line in the traditional line sense with our horizontal, vertical, and diagonal lines. But we actually can if we impose a geometry on this plane that's actually a torus. So I think tori have been discussed previously in this 24-hour show, but just as a refresher in case, or if you were sleeping like a normal person, we have identified our left and our right lines as being the same line in this geometry, and the top line and the bottom line as being the same line. So if we were sitting on this torus and we're walking along the blue line, we start at the leftmost point and we continue up through the 1 diamond, through the 2 diamond on the blue line. But when we hit the black line up at the top, we just magically transport to the vertical drop to the bottom segment of our blue line, and we keep walking. And so modulo this magical drop, we could view this as walking in a straight line. Does that make sense?
I think the analogy we've seen earlier in the stream is it's Pac-Man geometry. So wrap around one side.
Thank you. It's Pac-Man geometry. So when we hit the top, we drop like Pac-Man magically to the bottom. Perfect. And so it turns out that with this geometry, it's not just a coincidence that the sets that we're noticing form these lines. That's actually a complete characterization. So any set in this game will appear as a line in the torus. Now, for the whole game, we'd have 4 dimensions, so a 4-dimensional torus, and we can look for collinear lines. So that's one way to think about the math behind the game. And so that's geometry. Now, I'm not really the biggest fan of geometry, and so let's try to introduce some algebra. So before we can talk about the game in terms of algebra, we need a new numbering system. So our integers, our normal integers, will not do for this task. And so we're going to use, sometimes I call it clock arithmetic or modular arithmetic, which basically says that we pick a number, and whenever we get back to that number, we reset our counting to 0. So we say clock arithmetic because at least here in the US, we reset our time every 12 hours.
I want to be clear that I think in the UK, they still reset their time after a certain number of hours. It's more hours, right? Ben can correct me later if I'm wrong on this.
It depends which random person you speak to, I think, whether we're using the 24-hour clock or the 12-hour clock. But hey, we all know what we're talking about.
Okay, great.
Well, in this game...
completely unfamiliar.
In this game, we're going to use a 3-hour clock. So every time that we hit the number 3, we reset our counting to 0. So we only have 3 numbers, 0, 1, and 2. And our addition works as follows. If we add 1 plus 1, well, that's 2. We haven't hit 3 yet, so 1 plus 1 is still 2 in this modular arithmetic C3. But now if we add 1 plus 2, well, that's equal to 3. And so we reset, and we say that 1 plus 2 is actually equal to 0. And similarly, we say that 2 plus 2 is equal to 1 because we have hit 3, we reset to 0, and then we go 1 more forward. So now with this funky arithmetic, I ask the question, how can we add 3 numbers that live in this modular arithmetic land of C3 together to get 0? And so it turns out, well, we have one solution where we could just add 0 plus 0 plus 0. That's 0. But if you
I have another one.
Oh, you do? Okay, Jonah, hit me.
Okay, great. I'm just going to pretend that I'm making these up on the spot.
Okay.
1 plus 1 plus 1, I think, is another. Is
And why is that 0? It's because we have
because
3
that
of the
adds up
same
to 3.
number.
Exactly.
Yeah. Perfect. Okay. Next.
You fix the spacing.
I fixed the
Great.
spacing. Correct.
Okay, great. Good job. All right. And then 2 plus 2 plus 2 would be another.
Yes.
And then 0 plus 1 plus 2.
Great. That's our last
Would
one.
also be.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But if we look at these equations, you might notice that the numbers in the equation on the left side are either all the same or they're all different. And so that reminds us of our set condition. And so in fact, if we take a card and now we've arbitrarily associated a number 0, 1, or 2 to each property. So arbitrarily we've said that red is 0, 1 is 0, diamond 0, open is 0. Then for each card, we can write down this ordered quadruple that captures what's on the card. So this first card is green with 2 diamonds that are striped. And so the quadruple that corresponds to that is 2, 1, 0, 1 that lives in this 4 tuple in C3. And so now we have our original definition that we have 3 cards for which all of the 4 qualities are the same or they're all different. But in fact, we could rewrite this as saying, well, each entry of our tuple for the 3 cards has to sum to 0, because we noted that that's exactly how 3 numbers can sum to 0 in C3. Or if we think of our first, attempt at understanding the math behind set, well, if we call these cards A, B, and C, then we would say that these form a line in our geometric space. And so I think that part of the magic of Marsha's game here is that somehow these 3 ideas, they all coincide. We have a visual condition, we have an algebraic condition, and we have a geometric condition, and they're all the same. And so I wanted to point out, though, that we're not just forcing math upon this game. There are a lot of really interesting questions that you could ask about the game, and this algebraic and geometric perspective has been kind of like the tool for how we can study the game set. And so before we switch over to play some new variations, I just wanted to say that for everything that we're talking about today, like our obsession about set has just come from liking to play the game. So everything we're saying today is focused on wanting games that are fun to play. And so that usually means that we have to have some interesting visual condition that you can notice while you're playing, and you need some interesting math to make the game hard. And so before we jump in, well, what do we need to make a generalization work? So we're going to need some set of elements, right? So in normal set, we have these cards with these weird shapes. It doesn't have to be those cards, but we need something to put on our cards. We need some way to combine our cards. So again, in normal set, if we are in the algebra perspective, for example, then we're adding these tuples in C3. That's our operation. We need some sort of target element that we're trying to get to. So in the normal game, we're always trying to find a collection of cards that gets back to 0, 0, 0, 0. So we need something like that. And last but not least, Ben mentioned this in the opening, actually. We want to guarantee that if you have 2 cards that you can form a set, or else the game wouldn't be that much fun if you just had no idea whether or not you could form a set. And so we're not
just to be clear, sorry,
Yeah.
I just want to jump in. I think the idea behind this isn't necessarily that there is a set with any 2 cards like on the table right now, but that at least there could be if the right 3rd card shows up. And
Exactly. Thanks for
kind of
clarifying that. Yeah, totally. So we're not going to go into much more of the technical math, but what we really want is we want a group. And so the idea here is that really for any group, we could try to play set. And so Joan is now going to talk about some of the groups that we like to play with, where basically we've made some cards, we deal them out, and we look for ways to combine to the identity element. So Jonah, should I stop sharing screen now?
Yeah, I think so. I'm going to switch to my iPad now, and I think we'll use that as the screen. So let me turn on the camera there.
And we need to spotlight it, is that correct?
switch there. Yeah, can I get a spotlight on the iPad? Someone with Zoom power.
I think Scroggs in our
there we go.
background is
Great.
busy
There we go.
doing that. Excellent. Thank you, Matt.
Cool. Excellent. Okay, so yeah, I want to talk about different. Sorry, there we go. Okay, I want to talk about some different games that we can play with set using different groups. And if you want to know what a group is, we can maybe chat about that some other time. But for now, it's a set that has all the properties we need. So the first one I'm going to discuss is called ProSet. I think this came up a little bit earlier. And this is going to be similar to C3-4 that we discussed earlier, where we have modular arithmetic mod 3, except here it's C26. So we're looking mod 2, and we have 6 different coordinates in our system. And so we're going to represent this. I'm going to represent it with these cards. I think sometimes ProSet is drawn slightly differently. We have these little Pokemon decorations that I'll talk about later. But here are some cards. We're always going to deal out 7 cards in ProSet. And what I'm looking for,
can you make them straight for all of us who like things
I'll
to be
do my
in the
best.
line?
So yeah, they're nicely laminated. Thank you, Kathy. But that also means they slip all over. Okay, so we'll talk about what the Pokemon mean in a moment. But the main feature that these cards have is that there's 6 dots, and each dot is either filled in or not filled in. We've got light green, light red, light blue, which the colors might not be showing up super well on here. And so we're looking mod 2, which means that we want to add up to a multiple of 2. We want an even number of dots in each of these positions. And I think there is a set with, I believe it's, another difference now is that we're not going to necessarily require that we only have 3 cards in a set. So our new version of set is we're going to find some collection of cards that add up to this the identity, the 0000000 element. Okay, so here are my 5. It's going to be.
I'm close. What are the 5?
It's so it's these 5, and so what happens is if you look at each dot, we'll see that it's filled in an even number of each of these cards. So if you look at the light green dot, that one is filled in twice. The dark green is also twice. The light red, there are 4 of them. The dark red, there are also 4. The light blue, there are 4, and the dark blue, there are 2. And that is a set in ProSet.
And Jonah, can I interrupt for a second? Just for those, if you have trouble distinguishing between the colors, there's 3 rows. There's the green row, the red row, and the blue row, and the light color is on the left.
Yeah. So the colors don't really matter. It's always the same corresponding position in each set. So the top left, top right, middle left, middle right, bottom left, bottom right. We could maybe. Okay, I will briefly describe what's going on with the Pokemon. I wonder if anyone's noticed it yet in the chat. So the Pokemon are an equivalent way of playing this game. They're sort of summarizing what the filled in dots are in their row. And so an equivalent way of playing this game, instead of saying you want an even number of each dot to be filled in, it's saying that you want your Pokemon to cancel out with the rule that Pokemon either cancel out in pairs. So we have like 2 Squirtles and 2 Blastoises. Or they can cancel out in triples, the 3 evolutions of each line. So we have a Bulbasaur, an Ivysaur, and a Venusaur. Those cancel out. Likewise, the 2 Charizards cancel out, and we have a Charmander, Charmeleon, and a Charizard. So they all cancel out using those 2 rules.
You know your Pokemon so well.
Yeah, and my pronunciation is flawless. So yeah, that's ProSet, and it's been well studied. I mean, this game, it's not as well known as Set, but it's probably the most famous of the Set variations. Maybe the coolest feature that it has is that you don't actually need to ever deal out extra cards following these rules. And so that might be a thing to think about. Why is it the case that if I put out 7 cards, I will always be able to find a set? those of you who saw Tom Edgar's talk earlier about lights out, there's sort of a hint in that talk about it, where I think the linear algebra behind lights out is also the answer to why ProSet works.
And I'll just add, Jonah, if any of my linear algebra students are watching and they answer that, then I'll give you a bonus point.
Wow. All right. All right. So that is ProSet. And I think we will slide that away and move on to some other groups. So Kathy, what are your favorite groups?
Oh, I like the integers.
Integers are great. Yeah. So
we can add our whole numbers. We get to whole numbers.
Yeah. Okay. So how would that work? So the integers. So the way that works is we're going to print out a deck of cards
with every integer.
With every integer. Great. And then you look for some integers that add up to 0, and that's the game.
Exactly.
Yeah. So we tried this, but we ran out of paper, and so we are now going to talk about some finite groups instead.
Good.
Yeah. So another group that I want to talk about then, we're going to learn about permutation groups. So yeah, let's learn what that is. Okay, I've got some little visual aids here. So I think permutations, people are maybe used to thinking of them as like ways to arrange some objects. We'll look at permutations of 4 things. So you might think of a permutation as like, I've got these four little tokens. How many?
Wait, Jonah, could you sub in the blue one for the orange one? Because the orange and the red.
I could, but the reason I like these is it's got 1, 2, 3, 4 points. So there's like a natural ordering.
All right, fine, I concede.
Okay. So that's a permutation. I've just put them in a particular order, but I could do a different order. I could do like, I don't know, maybe like this. That's another way to order the same 4 objects. And so you might be used to thinking about permutations. I think they come up a lot in high school math curricula. But I don't want to think of them just as an ordering of things. The way we're going to think of them as a group is as a reordering. We're going to think of the function that makes that arrangement is the permutation. And as Kathy said earlier, we want a visualization of that object. Like, what does a permutation look like? And we're going to draw it like this. We're going to draw it as a function that tells you from the original ordering, how do you get to the target ordering? So you can see these little laser cut tiles that we have. That's what a permutation looks like. And so you can see this one, the red, if you follow the top line, goes to the bottom. The orange goes straight across. The yellow, follow the third line, goes up to the top. The green from the bottom left goes to the second to bottom position. So that's a permutation. And in order to play set, we have to be able to combine them somehow. So we need to be able to take 2 permutations and say, how do we add them up? So let's try it. Let's try adding these permutations. Any thoughts on how we can do that? Kathy, how would you?
So it looks like, I always view these as like, so red goes all the way down to the 4 spot, and then it comes back up to the 2. So let's move red to 2. And then the 2 spot goes across, and then it drops down to 4. So we move our moon down to 4. 3 should shoot up to 1, but then it stays across. So we keep that at 1. And then our 4th spot goes up to 3 and then stays across. So that's, yeah. So we're going to we follow our finger like along the lines from left to right.
Yeah, great. So that's our operation here. It's composition, if you think of them as functions.
But I noticed, Jonah, if we switch the order, it's going to change, right?
Yeah, this is a weird thing about this operation. Composition is not like addition, where you can just add them in any order. Let's see what happens if we swap. So if we swap, this is no longer the same thing. Now red starts at the top, goes to the 4th position.
And that's enough to show that it's not the same.
Yeah, right. I already know it's not the same. I can follow the others if I want. I guess orange goes here, green goes there, yellow there. Yeah. But yeah, it's the order matters.
Yellow doesn't go to the yellow goes to the top.
Did I do it wrong?
Yeah, no, you did it right. You did it right.
Okay. So this type of group it's called a non-abelian group, which is our fancy way of saying that the order matters. The order that you take two elements and combine them is going to affect what the output is. And also, what is the identity going to be? What would that be in this case? Well, the identity is, it's like 0. It's the thing that doesn't change anything. So the identity is the permutation where everything just goes straight across.
That's a pretty boring tile.
Yeah, we actually don't even print that tile because it's so boring, but it's the target. It's what we're going to try to shoot for in the game. So with that in mind, let's see.
I also just want to say for our viewers, if you are looking at these, I have never found a set in S4 set. I can in some of our other games. I have never found a set in this version on my own. So
I feel like I think S4 is my second favorite of the groups. Yeah. Oh, one thing we haven't talked about is how many cards there are in this game. So for original set, I think we chatted about that earlier, but for S4 set, we're looking at every permutation of length 4. And so there are 4 options for the first line, and then 3 options remaining for the next, and then 2, and then 1. So there are 24 different permutations. So it's a pretty small deck compared to a deck of set cards. And in fact, there's only 23 because we ignore the one that's straight across.
Take out the identity, right?
Okay, so what is a set? I have an example set here. And what a set is it's 3 three or more tiles where when you combine them, when you put them together, you get the identity. And what that means is that every path begins and ends at the same height. You can follow all of them.
And I noticed, Jonah, when you moved the cards down, you didn't change the order of them.
Right. When we deal these out, we give them an order and we want to keep them in that order. At least that's the way that we find most fun to play.
Cool. So we can just trace along with our finger. 1 goes down to the bottom, then back up to the second spot, then back up to the top. 2 goes across and then up and then down. 3 goes all the way across. And 4 goes all the way up and then all the way down and then across. Nice. Looks like a set to me.
Yeah, I will admit I found that one advanced. Just I wanted to make sure we had an example. But now let's play for real. Let's see if we can find.
And this is Ben or Katie. If anyone else wants to join us, it's quite fun to try to find these.
I mean, you saw my performance trying to find sets in the original game, didn't you? Right. So.
But maybe that's because you think with not a billion groups. Maybe this will be the game that agrees.
That's what it is.
Yeah. Let's see.
Remind me that it could be any number of tiles.
Any number, yeah, 3 or more.
Although you can notice conditions that have to be met on your set of tiles. So while it can be 3 or more, you can look for patterns in what has to appear in order to have a set.
Yep.
All right, I'm starting to get one, Jonah. Here we go. Can you straighten out the 4th tile for me?
Yeah,
thanks.
Here we go. And if anyone in the chat sees one too.
Oh yeah, please tell us in the chat.
I think I might have one. Yeah, so I think these 3 are a set.
Oh, I was close. You should have waited to let me get it.
Oh, sorry.
I was so close. I was just looking.
That could have been your debut set live on camera there.
Yeah.
I know. I was just looking for the swap. I hadn't found the swap yet. So I had noticed that in the right 2 that we should have a swapping. Like
Let's talk about that.
The right 2 tiles. Okay, yeah. Can you move the top 4 up a little? So we're just looking at the ones that were a set.
Yeah.
So I was noticing that the right 2 tiles, 1 goes back to 1 if you just look at the right 2 tiles, and 2 goes back to 2 if you just look at the right 2 tiles. So if you look at the second 2 tiles in the set that Jonah found, which is the middle row here, that's swapping 3 and 4. And so then if we look for 3 and 4, well, we can find there's conveniently a tile out that also swaps 3 and 4 back.
Also, I think people might notice there's little defects in some of these tiles. They have these little notches. And I can talk a little bit about what those mean. something to notice that I find helpful when I look for a set is that if you follow any pair of lines, like let's look at the top two, for example, in this bottom set here. You can look at how many times they cross each other, and these ones cross each other twice. They cross each other once on this tile, and then if you follow the paths again, they cross each other again here. And every pair of paths is going to do that. They're always going to cross each other an even number of times because they have to end up back in the same order that they started in. And so you need an even number of crossings in total. And with the yeah.
Wait, is 1, 2, and 4 a set?
Oh, up here, let's see. I think it couldn't be for the reason I'm about to say.
Right. Okay. I need that check. Then tell me what that check is.
So this the property here is that every pair cross each other an even number of times, so there should be an even number of crossings. And what the notches say is the notches tell you when there's an odd number of crossings on that tile. And so if you want an even number of total, that means you need an even number of notches in your set. And something that I find helpful is that once you know you have an even number of notches, it actually, you've cut your possibilities in half, and you actually don't need to worry about the last two lines. Like you're never just going to have one swap at the end.
So on that basis, actually, I should exclude tile 1 from that current list because
exactly.
there's only
Correct. Yeah.
Exactly.
And we didn't talk through it, but there are also these sorts of thoughts that you can have about the pro set that we talked about a few minutes ago too, about excluding or including based on parity of what you're seeing. Ben, can we check in? Can we go pretty close to noon? Is that okay? Like if we finish at like 55 or?
55 would be perfect. Gives us time to check in with the tournament. That would be great.
Yeah, great. I just want to make sure so that we can show all our fun.
Yeah. So I think with that in mind, why don't we move on to another group?
Yeah, I think that sounds good.
Yeah. Cool. So,
and also, Jonah, there's been some questions in the chat about playing with repeat tiles. So I want to make sure we leave time to also show the online versions.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So another group that we played with, you'll notice you could do this with any permutation. We find that that permutations of length 4 are about the right size. I think 3 is a little too boring because there aren't enough of them to have a fun deck.
There's only 5.
Yeah, and then permutations of length 5 are quite hard. So another group that we've looked at though uses permutations of length 3, but it uses 2 of them. This is called S3 cross S3. Get them nice and even here. So these tiles consist of two permutations of length 3, one at the top and one at the bottom, and they don't interact with each other. And so you'll notice they have 2 different sets of notches. There's the bottom notches and the top notches. And just to give you a quick example, I think these 3 are a set.
And you also can notice on the online versions that we'll show you in a minute, there's different colors. But here, the top 3 strands have sharp turns, and the bottom 3 strands have softer turns.
And that mostly makes it a little easier to make sure your tile is oriented the correct way.
Right. So while Jonah's lining up more, yeah, I checked, and the top 3, our 1 goes down to 3, back up to 2, back up to 1. Our 2 goes up to 1, across, and then back to 2. And then as Jonah said, we don't actually have to check the 3rd strand as long as we have the correct parity on the top.
Actually, even better. Yeah. Even better, yeah. Once you know you have the correct parity, you actually only need to check 1 strand on each half.
Right.
So I only need to check the top, and I know that the other ones will work because they can't be flipped. And then same with the bottom half. They have
which is quite nice on the bottom because we have the 1 strand all the way across.
Exactly.
Yeah, very nice.
So something that I find helpful about these games is as you play them, you start noticing all these properties that the group has, and you just get more intuition for how to play around with it. And I think that's part of the goal. It's just that you have this fun way of noticing things about the algebra.
I think we should show them our last tiles and then do the online stuff.
Yeah,
so
great.
We don't.
Yep. Okay, so maybe I'll leave this up at the top in case anyone wants to keep looking.
Oh yeah, put it in the chat if you find a set.
Lovely. I'm just going to give you your 5-minute warning if possible. That'd be great. Yeah.
Great. Yeah. I'm going to show you one more group. So one nice feature of this is mathematicians, we talk about groups a lot, and so I tell people about this game, and they just tell me their favorite group that they think we should try playing with. And so I was discussing this with someone a few years ago. He suggested this group. This is a wreath product of C3 and C2, and so sorry, S3 and C2. So we've got two things simultaneously going on here. We've got permutations of length 3. So just like before, we've got these 3 strands that go from some positions on the left to some positions on the right, but we've also got some dots. And the dots are kind of the same as pro set. We want an even number of dots in each of the positions. So I have a pre-prepared example set here. It's these. And what happens is if I take them and put them all together, the following things simultaneously happen. First of all, I get the identity permutation. Every strand ends up back where it started. Top goes to top, middle goes to middle, bottom goes to bottom. And then also along each of those strands, we have an even number of dots. We have 2 in the top strand, 2 in the middle, and 4 along the bottom. So this is, I think this is one of the more challenging groups to get a handle on, but I think playing with it this way gives you possibly more intuition for it than studying it in more traditional mathematical ways.
So Jonah, I think we should, can I show the websites just so we don't go over?
Yeah. Yeah.
And also, I have to say, on the YouTube chat, just to illustrate that I am not the expert in the family, my sister Becky found a set in the S3, 5, 6, 7. So there you have proof that I am the inferior shoe sister at set. Okay, so just to wrap up before we hand it back over, is that okay, Jonah?
Yeah, go ahead.
Let me share screen and then we'll be done. I just want to show, and I think someone will drop these links into the show for you all. One of our good friends, Gabrielle Dorfman-Hopkins, actually implemented an online version of the game, which is really fun. And it allows you to play with the rules. So someone was asking in the chat about allowing repeats. So you can decide if you want to allow repeats or not. Oh no, oh, there we go. You can decide whether or not you want to fix the ordering of the cards and whether you want to include the identity. And then as you choose your cards, they'll go up and form our permutations. Oh, I'm not going to be able to find it on the fly. There you go. And when you find one, you see they line up and vanish. So that's a really cool website to check out. And then the last one I think Jonah wants to just mention. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I've talked to some students at MIT, made a really interesting collection of set games that you can see here. These are all members of Epsilon Theta. And these ones are, some of them are variations on groups, like we said, the sort of algebraic variations on set. Some of them are geometric. You can see this one here, C5 3T. This one is both geometric and algebraic. You're looking for sets of 5 cards where you can think of it geometrically as there's a line of symmetry when you arrange them around a pentagon, or you can think of it in C5 as saying that these numbers add up to 0. But look at this one. This one's called, how's it pronounced? It's Foid set. So this version of set is based on origami. Each card has an origami pattern on it with some mountain folds or some valley folds, and you want to pick a set where when you put them together, you can fold it flat and there aren't any extra creases. So all sorts of mathematical concepts that you can play set with. Some extremely wild. I find them quite challenging, but I think as you play, again, you learn a lot about the structure. And you can play these online too. If you go up to the top, there's a link to back to games. There's a link where you can make a room name and other people can play against you in all these games of set.
So as promised, right on time, we did it, 55. And I guess I'll just say in closing, feel free to send an email I think someone's going to put a link in the chat where we have these pre-made decks for all the versions and probably like 5 or 6 more versions that you can print out and laminate.
I've been putting links in the chat. I'll put that link to the printable deck in again because I think a lot of people are going to be very, very happy with that link. Well done. Thank you so much for sticking to time, but also for showing us such amazing games. I think expecting us to take it all in that half an hour is like, wow, there's a lot to go and think about. So I need to go and just to like gaze at those tiles. I'm going to print myself a set and see if I can let that enter my
Yeah, you can
unconscious set.
The printing ones are all colored and they look nice. So yeah.
It's a strange game, isn't it? Because the practice is there, but when the practice is there, it's very hard to consciously know what you're looking for. Like it's very zen, I think. You sort of just like start to recognize, and it's quite hard to pin down exactly what techniques you're using, or at least.
Well, and can I make one more comment? Is that that's the most fun thing to me about playing the games is we've play tested them with a lot of non-mathematicians who really like set, and it's fun to see when it becomes intuitive. Versus like you're just all focused on the math. And so it's really fun to see when you get a visualization that catches the magic of you just look at it and you know there's a set there. So it's really fun.
Well, both of you are eminently Googleable, I know because I've tried, so I'm sure people can find you and get in touch if they want, and we've shared loads of links to various papers that you've written and the printable deck. We were going to go and quickly check in with the tournament if it was still playing, but maybe you won't be surprised to know that some experts were playing in the tournament and they've already cleaned up. So I'm just going to announce that the winner was Anthracite. Well done, Anthracite, and the runner-up was Belgin. But to be honest, Anthracite absolutely stormed that game of original classic set there. So well done, Anthracite. And can we have a final thank you very much to Jonah and Kathy? Thank you very much for joining us. I say can we have, but that means everyone else is clapping around the world, I'm sure, and watching.
Thank you for having us.
It's been such a pleasure. I hope people can get in touch if they want to, and I wish we had longer to play with these games. But thank you very again, Jonah and Kathy. So I'm going to tell you what's going to happen next. We'll see those two again, I'm sure, another time. We've got a segment coming up in a moment, hosted by Scrog, so I think he's running around trying to figure out which computer he's sitting at. I'm going to actually check if Adam is there as well. And maybe if I just check Adam is there, if he is, that he can wave, and then we can have a quick charity video before I officially hand over. Adam Townsend! Are you there? Is that a dumb question?
Hello, Ben. I'm here. Very excited about this next segment.
Excellent.
That's it.
Well, what I'm going to suggest is that we play a charity video. I think the Beat video is ready to go, and when that finishes, I'm going to reliably hand over to Adam, you, and Scroggs to host our Jeopardy segment. Is that okay with you?
Sounds fantastic.
All right, Scroggs, take away the video whenever you're ready.
Hi, I'm Sophie, and I'm a member of the team organising the 24-hour maths game show. I'm here today to talk about one of our four chosen charities, Beat. Beat is the UK's eating disorder charity. You might find it upsetting to hear about their work, so if that's the case, please turn the sound off now and I'll give a thumbs up at the end so you know it's okay to keep watching. Beat supports anyone with an eating disorder, as well as their friends and family, and professionals working with or worried about an individual in their care. This charity is very close to my heart, as 2 years ago, I myself was battling an eating disorder. In fact, when I participated in the last 24-hour maths show, I was doing so from my hospital room where I was being treated for anorexia. I know how awful and lonely eating disorders can be. It's not just the person with an eating disorder that suffers. I've also seen the pain it causes my family and friends, and the damage to my personal relationships. Beat's mission is to end the pain and suffering caused by eating disorders. I've witnessed firsthand the work they do. I've emailed their helplines and used their resources and support groups to help those around me understand what I was going through. I've turned to them for advice and treatment and used and contributed to their education platforms. I count myself as one of the lucky ones. I can stand here now relatively healthy and happy with my life back on track. Some people I've met along my journey haven't been so lucky. And that's why I support Beat's campaigns to get sufferers of eating disorders the help they need. Beat do vital work, and it would mean a lot to me if you donated. Thank you.
Hello everyone, welcome to Jeopardy! This is our hour of game show fun at the end of a very long 24-hour session. Let me tell you how this game is played. For those of you who haven't seen this game show before, you're missing out. It's very popular in the United States. Not so much over here in the UK. So let me tell you how this works. The premise of Jeopardy is the following. It says, if this is the answer, what is the question? Scroggs is here. Hello, Scroggs.
Hello, nice t-shirt.
Yeah, thank you very much. We used to sell them.
Yeah, it's true.
I think there's like 100 of them in your house, but there we are.
Only about 15 left.
Well, what a great
what a great. I'm sure the stream is enjoying this conversation.
Yeah, they are. Always nice to catch up with people you used to live with. Let me tell you how Jeopardy works. So Jeopardy is a quiz show. There will be contestants. You will see how it goes. The premise is, if this is the answer, what is the question? Which means our contestants will be responding to clues by giving questions. So it'll be what is blah or who is blah. Contestants must phrase their responses in the form of a question. What we're about to see is that contestants will be playing a board and they'll be trying to answer questions from the board. Each board will contain 30 clues in 6 categories, and contestants will win points, which look like money, for correct answers. Now, hidden on each board are 2 daily doubles. These are hidden on the board, and these, if the contestant finds them, the contestant can wager some of the money that they've earned so far on a question just for them. If they wager all of their money so far, this is a true daily double, everyone goes crazy. All right, but there's something to think about there. Once the board is over, we will go straight to Final Jeopardy. So people who know the show, there's no double Jeopardy in this version. We go straight to Final Jeopardy. And at the end of the game, everyone will wager based on viewing a category, but before they see the question. So a category will be revealed. The question comes later. How much will they win? We will see. Contestants, you will see that I will read out the question. You will see the question. When we see the board, this will become completely obvious. So all of the contestants today will play by the same rules, which is that I will read out the question. Once I've finished reading the question, you'll see white bars at the side of the screen. Once the white bars have lit up, then you can buzz in. And when you buzz in, I see that you've buzzed in, and I will call your name. Then you can answer the question nice and quick. And once you've answered the question correctly, you can pick the question category that we go to next. It'll all make sense. You'll see it all come together. Scroggs, I believe you have some exciting credits for us.
Yes, let me try and share this multiple times, and one of these will work. That one, share sound. Am I going to get it first time this time?
Very nice. What an incredible animation. How long did that take to make?
I don't know, because I got Katie Steckles to do that, because I can't animate.
Excellent. I think Katie did a terrific job. All right, let's get the board up on the screen. So let's see. How about that? Does it look like we have a board?
Yes.
Fantastic news. All righty. Well, let's get everything up and running. So we have 3. Let me shrink everyone to a good size. We have 3 contestants here today. Let's see if our contestants can pop forward and we can say hello to them. So our first contestant is Alex Bolden. Alex, are you there?
Yes, hello, I'm here.
Excellent, fantastic. So we'll have a chat, an opportunity to chat later in the show, but glad to have you here. What an excellent colour wall behind you. Also playing, we have Goran. Goran, are you here?
Yes, hello.
Excellent. Also repping the slightly off yellow wall. Very nice. Brilliant. Lovely to have you here as well. Thank you for playing. And our third contestant is Katie. Katie, I believe you are here. Hey, very nice. Hello, Katie, and welcome everyone to the game. So without any further faffing, we should play a 24-hour maths game show Jeopardy. So I'm running the first board, so I'll run the second board. We'll go from there. So a whole bunch of fresh questions, waiting for everybody. So the first thing that we have to do is we have to fill the board. So here's the board. So here are the clues. Behind each money amount is a clue, and we're going to take a look at the categories that we have for the first board. So here are the categories. 3D shapes. I'm going to show you a 3D shape. You're going to have to respond. Remember, as a question, telling me the name of the shape. Maps. So questions about maps. We'll test you on your mechanics. We'll ask you about some famous Greeks. Don't be mean. And finally, a trusty favorite, nagarams. All right, so Alex, you are first along the bottom. You'll see your amount at the bottom. So Alex, you get to choose where we go first. Alex, where is our first question for 24-hour maths game show Jeopardy? Where are we going?
I'll have famous Greeks for 200, please.
Famous Greeks for 200. All right, here we go. So once I finish reading the question, you should see white bars at the side of the screen. In fact, it would help if I probably made the screen a little bit wider so you can see where the white bars will be. There we go. So famous Greeks for 200. Here we go. His equation about triangles says a squared plus b squared equals c squared.
I'm trying to buzz, but it's locked. Ooh,
no, we're in. All right, well, you have buzzed in. So yes, let's go.
Who is Pythagoras?
Who is Pythagoras? Excellent. All right, where are we going next?
Can I have nagarams for 200, please?
Nagarams for 200. This anagram of triangle is the area under a curve.
We can't buzz. It's a lot.
No, I saw the buzz. Bolt, you came in first.
I think it was. I was still anyway. Okay. Integral. What is an integral? What is integral?
What is integral? We'll take it. Where are we going next?
Can I have maps for 200, please?
Maps for 200. This is denoted by 1 inch is equal to 4 miles, for example. Right. Oh. Bolt, you're in again first.
Yeah. What is scale?
What is scale? That's right. Now where?
Can I have 3D shapes for 200, please?
3D shapes for 200. Name of this shape. Bolt, Alex, you're in?
Yeah. What is a cube?
What is a cube? Very good. What we're really testing here is the lag on the internet connection where they're buzzing in from. Very good. Where are we going?
Don't be mean for 200, please.
Don't be mean for 200, alrighty. It's a measure of average that is calculated by adding up all the numbers, then dividing by how many there are. Right. Alex, I see you in first again. Where are we going? Or
what is the mean?
What is the mean? Good. Nowhere.
Can I have mechanics for 200, please?
Mechanics for 200. Represented by boldface, it's a quantity that has both magnitude and direction. Goran!
Hey, it worked! What is a vector?
What is a vector? Nice. Where are we going?
Let's take maps for 600.
Maps for 600. Here we go. If t of x plus y is equal to tx plus ty, and c times ty is equal to t into cx, t is called this. Goran?
What is a homomorphism?
Not the answer I was looking for. Bolt?
What is a linear mapping?
What is a linear map? Right, so we're looking for maps. Where are we going now?
Can I have famous Greeks for 600, please?
Famous Greeks for 600. This symbol. Alex?
What is eta?
No. Katie?
What is xi?
What is xi? A very famous Greek. Where are we going?
I'll take nagarams for 400, please.
Nagarams for 400. This anagram of integral is determined uniquely by 3 non-collinear points. Katie?
What is triangle?
What is a triangle? Very good. All right, where are we going now?
Let's do nagarams again for 600.
Anagrams for 600. Alrighty. This anagram of algorithm might be natural. Alex?
What is logarithm?
What is logarithm? Now where are we going?
Don't be mean for 400.
Don't be mean for 400. It's the film in which Lindsay Lohan said that the limit does not exist. Alex?
What is Mean Girls?
What is Mean Girls? Very good. Where are we going?
Famous Greeks for 400, please.
Famous Greeks for 400. Very exciting. You found the first of our daily doubles. You've got £2,000 you can wager. What's your wager going to be? Remember, this question is just for you, not for anyone else.
And it's going to be on famous Greeks.
And it is going to be in that category, famous Greeks.
Yeah, I'll wager the whole thing.
Way, everyone goes nuts. Very good. If I can type the number in correctly. Good, excellent. So this question just for you. Here it is. He told us route 2 is irrational and took a long swim. Gotta hurry you.
I'm going to say, who is Euclid?
Not, I'm afraid. We were looking for who is Hippasus. Bad luck. It's okay. You're still ahead of Goran. So where are we going?
Can I have maps for 400, please?
Maps for 400. All right. Lines of longitude specify the east-west position on Earth. These specify the north-south. Goran?
What is latitude?
What is latitude? And you're out of the hole.
Yay!
Well,
Let's take 3D shapes for 400.
3D shapes for 400. This shape, please. Alex?
What is a square-based pyramid?
What is a square-based pyramid? That's what we're looking for. Now where?
Don't be mean for 600.
Don't be mean for 600. Tomorrow, we're all falling back to this. Good news for people who haven't slept since Thursday. And Alex?
What is Greenwich Mean Time?
What is Greenwich Mean Time? Excellent. All right, where are we going?
Can I have famous Greeks for 800, please?
Famous Greeks for 800. He's the son of Leto and Zeus. Let's see, Katie?
Who is Heracles?
Not the answer I'm looking for. Anyone else want to buzz in? No, I can tell you the answer I was looking for was Apollo. But that's okay. So we're halfway through. We're halfway through the board. So now's a great time to stop playing and just talk to our contestants. So let's see how we all are. So let's see. Alex, you're doing pretty well so far. You know, you're up by 1,000. What has been your favourite show you've seen so far today?
Oh, today I was going to say. So I've been watching the Sydney Weaver's shows. I was rewatching those just before I started watching that, and they were very good. I mean, everything's been great, but
yeah. No, that's great. Sydney's playing our second board today, so we'll get to see what her favourite show has been as well. Well, thank you for playing. You're doing great so far. Goran, we've got a little way to go, but you know, I think you're in a strong position. We're settled in. What have you eaten today?
What have I eaten? I had my cereal and toast in the morning, a bit of fruit at lunch.
Cereal on toast.
And.
Oh, and.
Although that is a thing, I had a cousin, I think, or might have been an uncle. It gets confusing in my family, but he would have his Weetabix. He'd let the milk all soak in, and then he'd make it like a paste and spread that on his toast and eat it like that. And I don't go that far, I'll be honest.
That is an excellent Jeopardy quality anecdote. Brilliant. So thank you for playing. Let's see how we get on. Katie, what is your favourite thing about sleep?
I mean, I wish I could remember. I've had about 3 hours sleep in the last 2 days, so I mean, I'm trying to work out because I'm literally in the same house as Scroggs, yet somehow I'm not getting in time for the buzzer. I don't know if it's internet lag or just my brain. Just all of my reaction times are doubled because of how tired I am. But I'm going to keep trying because that's the game, isn't it?
That's the game. It's a lot about buzzer etiquette. I believe that's what the pros say. But you mean, well, yeah, you are. So I'm going to stop talking and let's continue playing the game. All right. Let's see. Alex, you still have control of the board. So let's see. Where are we going?
Maps for 800, please.
Maps for 800. All right. On topographic maps, contour lines are used to show this. Goran?
What is relief?
Not the answer I'm looking for.
I'm trying to buzz, but I can't. Oh.
Hey, good. All right, so there we are.
What is height?
Yeah, height's what I'm looking for. Okay.
Well, height is relief. I would argue that if you're looking at a relief map, relief is height.
Yes.
Look, I'm happy to defer to you as you're the quiz master at the moment, but I will be writing a strongly worded letter of complaint.
Dear points of view. Very good. All right. Well, nonetheless, Alex, I'm afraid you're in control of the board because I can't change anything on this. There we are.
Yeah, can I have mechanics for 400, please?
All right, mechanics for 400. Newton's third law is often given as for every action, and then these 7 words. Goran.
There is an equal and opposite reaction?
Hey, very good. Yes.
Points.
Right. You still have control.
Closer to 0.
Great news. Where are we going now?
I will take 3D shapes for 600, please.
3D shapes for 600. All right, I'll have the names of these, please. Alex?
What are spheroids?
Spheroids, very good. Where are we going?
Yeah, 3D shapes for 800, please.
3D shapes for 800. I'll take the name of this, please. Goran.
What is an icosahedron?
Icosahedron, very good. Alrighty, we're positive numbers.
In the positive.
Let's see where we're going.
Can I take don't be mean for 800, please?
Don't be mean for 800. It says that a curve between 2 points will have at least 1 point where the gradient is parallel to the straight line between the points. Alex?
What is the mean value theorem?
What is the mean value theorem? Very nice. Now where?
Don't be mean for 1,000.
Don't be mean for 1,000. It could explain why the number of car accidents goes down a month after a sharp increase. Alex?
What is reversion to the mean?
Yeah, right. I'll take it. Regression to the mean is what I'm looking for, but that's...
Okay.
Yeah, I know, right? The rules are made up, aren't they? It's made up. The points don't matter.
Feels like it's skewed in Alex's favour. More buzzes in.
I mean, the buzzers are definitely rigged, but...
Can I have mechanics?
A quarter of a millisecond before it then disappears again because someone else has buzzed.
Can I have mechanics for 600, please?
Mechanics for 600, alrighty. Pressure can be measured in units, abbreviated PA, named for this scientist. Katie.
Who is Pascal?
Who is Pascal? Where are we going now?
Nagarams for 800, please.
Nagarams for 800. Hey, very good. You found the second of the daily doubles, so your turn to place a wager. You can wager up to 1,000. So we'll give you the extra 200 if you want it, but
okay, I'll do that. Yeah.
Fantastic. Alrighty. So this question, remember, just for you, and here it is. This anagram of height is a fraction.
What is 8? Oh, I buzzed.
Right,
I didn't buzz, but okay. What is 8th?
What is 8th? That'll do. Very nice. Okay. So you're up to 1,800. Where are we going?
Let's do 3D shapes for 1,000.
3D shapes for 1,000. I'll take the name of this shape, please.
I know this. I can't bring the name to mind.
Oh, well, I wouldn't give it to you anyway.
Proof.
All right, Bolt, you
Yeah.
what are we doing?
What is a stellated tetrahedron?
Close, but no cigar, I'm afraid. Anyone else?
Can't remember.
Goran's buzzed. He's going for it.
Not going to lose much. What is a anti-stellated tetrahedron?
Nope, that's not it either. Katie, would you also like to lose some money?
No, thanks. All right.
Very good. We're looking for a stellated octahedron. But that's fine. All right, Katie, it's still with you. Where are you going?
Let's go nagarams for 1,000.
Nagarams for 1,000. Alrighty. This anagram of decorations represents your position. Katie.
What is coordinates?
What are coordinates? Yeah, we just don't know. Where are we going, Katie?
Let's do famous Greeks for 1,000.
Famous Greeks for 1,000. Tomato, cucumber, onion, feta, and olives. Delicious. Katie?
What is Greek salad?
What is Greek salad? Nowhere.
Let's go maps for 1,000.
Maps for 1,000. The Mercator projection, or Mercator projection, is named after a Flemish cartographer whose Dutch surname is this, also a character in Seinfeld. No one? Oh, you'll enjoy this. It's Kramer. Kramer, that's his surname in Dutch. It was then translated into Latin for Mercator. Very nice. Okay, where are we going now, Katie?
Mechanics for 800, please.
Mechanics for 800. The name of this force that can compel an object to move in a circular path is from the Latin for seek the center. Goran?
What is centripetal?
Centripetal force. Very good. All right, Goran, your choice of the board. Where are we going?
Oh, I really don't know where I want to go. It's a difficult one, but I think I'll plonk for mechanics for £1,000, please.
Mechanics for £1,000. Played by Michael Lavelle since 1983, he manages Coronation Street's Auto Centre.
I'm not losing. I'm
No?
Picture his face.
Picture his face. No, not brushed up on your famous mechanics. I can tell you it's the character name is Kevin Webster.
No, it was Kevin.
Of course, Kevin the mechanic. Alrighty. Well, that takes us to final 24-hour maths game show Jeopardy. So plenty of money here to be wagered. I can tell you what the category is going to be, and then you can write down your wager. So the category for final 24-hour maths game show Jeopardy is maths joke punchlines. So I'm going to give you the punchline, and you're going to have to give me the joke or the setup. All right? All right, so you need to write down your wager now. So write this down on a piece of paper. So you can wager the money that you have.
And only that.
And as you can choose, you can wager nothing, and you can wager all the way up to the amount that you have. So write down your wagers now. All right, so they're locked in. That's your wager, and you're going to have 30 seconds to answer or to come up with a response to the clue that you're about to see. So I'm going to give you the punchline. My question for you is, what is the setup?
And before you do, Adam, we write down what we think that question is. Is that correct?
That's right. So you're going to write down, perhaps on the reverse side of this paper, your answer. And we will then reveal, afterwards, we will reveal your answer, and then we will decide whether it's right or wrong, and then we will give you money accordingly. Sound good?
Yep.
All right. Math joke punchlines. Here's the reveal. With a protractor. Lovely. Right. Oh, what a nice rendition of the theme tune. Who knew that Sam could transpose it from F up to A flat without even knowing? Very, very nice. So that's 30 seconds. All right. So Goran, you have the least amount of money, so you get to go first. The response was with a protractor. We will judge this based on whether what you've said is funny.
Okay.
All right. So firstly, tell us your answer or your response.
Okay, my response or question or answer, depending on which one you want to, which word you want to use to describe it, is how, I don't know how much you can read. How does a mathematician run a farm professionally? And I didn't have quite enough space there to write mathematician, but
very good.
You know what it is.
That's very good. We'll accept it. And how much did you wager?
Well, again, this was a difficult one for me, but I went with £200.
200, very good. All right, so that's terrific. So you end up on 400. Right, Alex. Next, what was your response?
My response was, I don't know if you can see it. How does Euclid farm his fields?
How does Euclid farm his fields? Very good. I'll accept. And how much did you wager?
I wagered 1,600.
Ooh, 1,600. That brings you up to 4,800. All right then, Katie, what was your setup that you wrote on? What was your response?
I've been showing how we've all taken different approaches to this. I've gone with, how did the farmer measure angles?
How did the farmer measure angles? I think we could accept this as well. Very good. What was...
What I did was, I knew that Alex had 3,200, and I thought I would wager the amount that if Alex wagered his entire total would mean that I would still have more than Alex, but not all of my money. And I don't really know why, because I could have just put all of it. But then I did the maths and worked out how much that would be wrong, because I'm quite tired and I know that this is not the right amount, but this is what I got, which is 2,800. I don't know how I got it, just so tired. But, we'll see.
I mean, excellent game show etiquette. This brings you up to 6,600, making Katie our winner for the sport. Congratulations, Katie. Hey. Thank you all for playing. We play another board now. Let's see, Scroggs, are you there? You ready?
Yep, I'm there. Let's do it all again. That was excellent. I love those questions. I only recognised a few of them from previous years. So
just a few.
Do we have? Wait, I need to get the answers up, don't I?
That would help. I believe we have Ben, Rachel, and Sydney lined up for the next game. Does that sound right?
That sounds right to me.
Let's see if everyone is there. Ben, are you there?
I think I'm here.
You are here. Fantastic.
Hey, excellent.
Brilliant. Rachel, are you here?
I think I'm here as well.
Fantastic. Good to have you with us. And finally, Sydney, are you here?
Hello.
Excellent. So, Sydney is our expert on this game show. So I apologise for how much I am absolutely ruining it. But nonetheless, I'm going to stop talking and I'm going to load this board so that Scroggs can run it. Scroggs, are you ready?
Yes, I think. Yeah, I have the answers somewhere that I can find if I do. I think I know the answers to these questions. Right. Welcome to Jeopardy, everyone. Let's reveal the categories. We have 24-hour maths game. So this will contain the word game, show, and 24-hour maths game show. Those are our categories. And we will take Ben first. Ben, where would you like to begin?
Can I clarify? Can I choose anywhere on the board? Or does it have to be in sequence?
Anywhere on the board.
Okay. I'll take the 24-hour maths game show category for 200.
24-hour maths game show for 200. He's the hungry protagonist of the video game that Katie Steckles and Matthew Scroggs were talking about at 1:30 AM BST this morning. Ben.
Who is Pac-Man?
Who is Pac-Man? Ben has control of the board. Where would you like to go next?
Same category for 400, please.
Same category for 400. It's the 0-player game that Max Vermeeren was talking about at 10 a.m. BST this morning. And I see Ben.
What is the game of life?
What is the game of life? Yes, he was playing the game of life and Salary Automata. I would have accepted either of those. Ben, you have the board. Where would you like to go next?
Let's mix it up. Let's go with game for 200.
Game for 200. Super Smash Bros. Melee was the best-selling game on this Nintendo console. Sydney.
What is the GameCube?
What is the GameCube? And Sydney, it's your board. Where would you like to go?
Game for 400.
Game for 400. Agnetha, Bjorn, Benny, and Anna Frid sang this song that spent 4 weeks at the top of the UK charts in 1977. The clue is it must have game in it. And I think we're going to time you out. So that was Ada. The song we're looking for was The Name of the Game.
The name of the game.
Okay, Sydney, it's still your board. Where should we go?
Maths for 200.
Maths for 200. It's the only even prime number. Rachel.
2.
As is a question?
Oh, sorry. What is the number 2?
What is 2? Correct. It's your board, Rachel. Where would you like to go next?
I'm intrigued by the 24 one. So 24 for 200.
24 for 200. There are 24 of these in a day. Sydney.
What is hours?
What is an hour? Correct. Sydney, your board. Where next?
24 for 400.
24 for 400. It was the name of the British Broadcasting Corporation's news channel until 2008. Rachel.
BBC 24.
As a question?
Oh, what was BBC 24? I will get the hang of this soon.
I'll take it. What was BBC News 24? And Rachel, it's your board.
I'll take hour for 200.
Hour for 200. It's the time in BST that the 24-hour maths game show started. Rachel.
When is 7 p.m.? What is
when
7
is 7 p.m.? Correct. It's your board. Where are we going next?
I'll go game for 600.
Game for 600. Viewers were disappointed by the ending of this epic fantasy series. Sydney.
What is Game of Thrones?
What is Game of Thrones? Sydney, where are we going next?
Game for 800.
Game for 800. It's the stage name of rapper Jason Terrell Taylor. Ben.
Who is Jay's? No.
No, I'm going to have to time you out. Does anyone else want to buzz? So the category's game is Who is the Game? And Sydney, it's still your board. Where would you like to go?
Maths for 800.
Maths for 800. It's the only number that is equal to the sum of the reciprocals of the natural powers of itself. And Rachel's buzzed.
I'm guessing it's not what is 2.
It is what is 2, correct, because 2 is equal to 1 over 1 plus 1 over 2 plus 1 over 4 plus 1 over 8 plus 1 over 16 and so on.
Nice.
Rachel, it's your board. Where would you like to go?
Can I have show for 200, please?
Show for 200. Your maths teacher might remind you that you always need to show this. Sydney.
What is show your work?
What is show you're working? Yes. Where
show for 400.
Show for 400. To help a not theorist get started with a new job, you might need to show them these. Rachel.
What are the ropes?
What are the ropes? Rachel, your board.
I just need to give shout out to whoever made the questions. Very good.
Don't encourage them. Come on.
And what is hour for 400?
What's hour for 400? It's the hour that Dolly Parton started work in her 1980 hit. Ben.
What is 9 o'clock?
What is 9 a.m.? Ben, you're bored.
Let's have a 24-hour maths game show for 600.
24-hour maths game show for 600. Answer Smash appeared on this show, inspired by a daily quiz on television in the UK. Ben.
What is Richard Osman's House of Games?
Have another think about that.
What is Simon Singh's House of Games?
What is Simon Singh's House of Games? That's the show. Okay, so we're halfway through the board, so we're going to take some time to meet our contestants. So I'm going to start with Sydney. Sydney, how have you been enjoying the 24-hour show?
I have been loving it. All the segments have been so amazing. A lot of fun.
Excellent. Yeah, we've had lots of positive praise for your segment. The previous contestants were really enjoying your segment. I was really enjoying your segment. It was great to have some late night for us video games. Sorry, game shows. It's been a long night.
Same thing.
And we've not had any daily doubles yet, so it's all to play for. So got to keep an eye out for those. Rachel, have you managed to watch much of the 24-hour show?
I've had a bit of other parenting stuff to do, but I've caught bits. And actually, I went back and watched a bit of Number Wang because I was intrigued and I thought it was very good.
Excellent.
It was very good.
Yeah, Number Wang was during Number Wang. I think we had a portion where there was about 40 seconds of silence, and it was nail biting. It was fantastic.
I was disappointed because I seem to remember that he always had a really dodgy 70s suit on. So I was hoping Katie would rock a 70s suit. So I look forward to Katie rocking a 70s suit some other time.
Some other time. And Ben, a more difficult question for you. We've had lots of stuff in the 24-hour show. Well, first of all, what's your favorite bin of the 24-hour show?
I think I was at the stage of sleep deprivation and interest combining when I watched Number Wang, and therefore it was a good moment. Number Wang.
Yeah, it was for those who are staying up. It was just the right time of night. And a more mathematical question. Imagine some vegetables. Imagine all the vegetables. Imagine lining up the vegetables from the best vegetable to the worst vegetable. What's the median vegetable?
Cauliflower for me.
Yeah, it's solid. It's good, but it's not outstanding.
Very, very versatile. Not that thrilling on its own.
Probably squash, I think.
Squash, yeah. Sydney,
I love a
median
squash.
vegetable.
Oh, that's good.
Peas.
Peas, yeah, I'd have to go quite close with peas. They're good, but they're not outstanding. Excellent. Let's get back to the game. So Ben has control of the board. Ben, where would you like to go next?
I'm going to stick with the only column I have any success with in the 24-hour maths game show.
24-hour maths game show for 800 or 1,000?
Oh, let's do 1,000.
So 1,000. It's the game that Sophie McLean was looking at. Sorry, it's the game that Sophie McLean was looking at the maths of at 7PM BST this morning. Ben, I might have cleared the buzz. I think Sydney buzzed first.
What is Mafia?
What is Mafia? Sydney, it's your board.
24-hour maths game show for 800.
24-hour game show for 800. We have rotate the boards. That's this game show. Ben.
What is Number Wang?
Yeah, I never will know what Number Wang is.
What a question.
We spent now, still not sure. Okay, Ben, your board.
Let us do 24 for 600.
24 for 600. He's the main character of the Fox series 24. Ben.
Who is Jack Bauer?
Who is Jack Bauer? Your board.
24 for 800.
24 for 800. This factor of 24 is a perfect number as it is equal to the sum of its factors. Rachel.
6? What is 6?
What is 6? That's the number. Where are we going?
I will have 24 for 1,000.
24 for 1,000. It's the chemical element with atomic number 24. I hope you don't cry if you can't remember its name. Sydney.
What is chromium?
What is chromium? So Cr is the chemical element. It's chromium. Right, where are we going next?
Hour for 600.
Hour for 600. In 1981, Salman Rushdie's book about this hour's children was released. Ben.
What is midnight?
What is midnight? That's the hour. Ben, where are we going next?
Maths for 1,000.
Maths for 1,000. It's the only product of two consecutive integers that is also a Fibonacci number. Ben.
What is 2?
What is 2? That's the number, because 1 times 2 and it's a Fibonacci number. I'm starting to worry we've got to put the daily doubles in, but they might still both be in there. Ben, it's your board. Where are we going?
Maths for 400.
Maths for 400. It's the only prime number that is 1 less than another prime number. Ben.
What is 2?
What is 2? And Ben, your board.
Maths for 600.
Maths for
I'm worried.
600.
Yeah.
They are there. So Ben, you can wager anything from 0 up to 4,200.
I think I'm going to have to put it all in.
You're going to put it all in 4,200. This is to build a huge lead, but not unassailable because there's another daily double out there. So this is a question just for Ben. Let's see the question. It's the only integer n such that there is no n by n magic square.
What is 2?
What is 2? That's the number we're looking for. Ben has doubled his money, but it is still payable because there's another daily double out there. Will Ben find it? Ben, the board is yours.
Let's do hour for 800.
Hour for 800. Ben, you can wager anything from 0 up to 8,400. You could build an absolutely unassailable
it, Ben.
daily
Do
double
it.
in.
I feel like this category is less friendly than the previous one. I'm going to do 1,000.
1,000. You're playing it safe. Boo. Okay, let's see the question.
Townsend.
Bill Murray repeatedly wakes up at this hour in the film Groundhog Day. So this is a question just for Ben. 1,000.
What is 6 a.m.?
Sorry, need to look up the answer. What is
Yeah,
6 a.m.? That's the correct answer. You get your £1,000 doubled. So Ben is a long way ahead, but the others can still be close enough that you can catch him in final jeopardy. But Ben, it is your board. Where are we going?
Let's do hour for 1,000.
Hour for 1,000. It's the hour that is 21,600 seconds after 7 a.m. And Ben's buzzed.
What is 7 a.m.?
What is 7 a.m.? I think is not the hour we're looking for, but I'm going to check before Adam clicks that. It's not 7 a.m. So I'll open up the buzzers. Anyone else want to have a go? And I think we might time you out there. We were looking for what is 1 p.m. That's however many hours that is that many seconds. Good question. Right, and Ben, the board is still yours. Where are we going?
Show for 600, please.
Show for 600. You could appear in public by showing this side of a 3D shape. Ben.
What is show your face? What is a face?
What is a face? You could show your face in public to be seen. Yes. And Ben, the board is still yours. Where are we going?
Show 800.
Show for 800. If you want me to leave, you can show me this. Ben.
What is a door?
What is a door? We'll never know. Okay, Ben, your board. Where are we going?
Let's do game for 1,000.
Let's do game for 1,000. This song was the first single released from the Cardigans album Gran Turismo. Ben.
What is Loveful?
It is not Loveful. Remember the category is game, so we're expecting game to be in the title. And that's one to Buzz. And I think we're going to time you out. The song we're looking for was My Favorite Game. So let's clear the buzzers. And Ben, the board is yours. We're going to take show for 1,000.
Fundamental misunderstanding of show for 1,000.
Show for 1,000. You may reveal who you really are by showing these. 4 of them are enough to paint any planar graph. Ben.
What are colours? I say this
What
as a
are
colour vision.
Colours, or what are true colours? Yeah, you can show your colours or show your true colours to reveal who you are. And that is the end of Standard Jeopardy. So we're now going to move into Final Jeopardy. And we have a runaway. So unless Ben gambles more than he really ought to, Ben should win this. But I'm not sure Ben has played Jeopardy much before and might not know what he's doing. So it could also be playful. So now you need to grab a pen and paper. Let's see the category. The category is maths joke punchline. So we're going to reveal a punchline. You have to tell me the joke. But first, on the other side of the piece of paper, you need to write down how much money you're gambling. It's definitely all to play for second place. So pick your amounts wisely. Okay, has everyone got a number? So let's reveal the punchline and hear the music, and you can write down your questions. To get to the same side. Okay, so you should have your number on one side and your answer on the other side. And Adam, I've already forgotten which one do we do first? Is the amount first? No, it's the answer first. The answer first. Thank you. Okay, and we start with Rachel because Rachel, you're on the lowest value of money. So let's see your joke.
My joke, I don't know if you'll be able to read my writing. Why did Mobius cross the road?
Why did Mobius cross the road? I'll take it. Why did Mobius cross the road to get to the same side? That will do. How much did you wager?
Oh, I wagered all of it.
You wagered all of it. So we double your money. 2,800 goes to 5,600, which takes you into second place. Let's see what Sydney did. Sydney, which joke did you write down?
Why did the mathematician cross the donut to get to the same side?
Oh, another single-sided surface. I'll take that. Why did the mathematician cross the donut? And how much did you wager?
32, all of it.
Everything. Oh, so Sydney
Nice.
jumps back in second place. Let's see if Ben has made a mistake or not. Ben, what was your joke?
Why did the sleep-deprived chicken stay up so late crossing Mobius roads?
Well, to make this interesting, let's say that's completely wrong. That's not a joke. How much did you wager?
Oh,
That's a
so
joke.
mean.
I wagered 3,399.
3,399, which takes you to 6,401, and Ben wins by £1. Ben has seen the show before. Well played, Ben. That is fantastic. Thank you, Ben. Well done, Ben, for playing. Thank you, everyone else, for playing. That was a wonderful game of Jeopardy. I hope you all enjoyed that one. And thank you, Adam, for operating the tech behind the scenes while I've been doing the buzzers. Always a joy to run Jeopardy with you, and thank you for having me write the questions.
Great questions.
Yes, great. Thank you so much, contestants.
Amazing
I think
stuff.
we Say goodbye to our contestants. See you all soon. Ben, we'll see you sooner than some others. Because we are now going to move on with the show. Adam, hello. Anything you'd like to plug while you're still here? Or anything you're doing?
Not particularly. Have you spoken about a particular maths magazine that
It might have come up already. It might have come up.
might have come up already? Excellent. Well, that's been very exciting. Have you mentioned that you could pre-order it now?
I don't think we have, no, because you can actually pre-order it. We hastily added the feature. It will, of course, talking about Chalkless Magazine, the magazine for the mathematically curious. Yeah, if you go to chalklessmagazine.com, there's totally a pre-order issue 16 button. Oh, what's this? Oh, this looks good, doesn't it? Wow, what's this got inside it? Oh, look, it's got a feature, a day in the life, about a day in the life of some mathematicians. And it's got, what else can we find? Oh, look, a lovely picture of a bridge. Isn't that a really cool mathematical bridge? You can read all about that bridge. And we've got, there's more bridges. Oh, I love bridges. Let's see some of the puzzles we've got in here. We've got, wait, the best picture I've ever created for chalk dust. Check that out. Look at that. That is a sausage catastrophe right there. That took me absolutely ages to make that in ticks. And we've got all the usual gubbins. We've got like there's a cryptic crossword in here. We've got the cross number. We've got some puzzles. It's a really good one. It's got a really pretty cover. So if you go to chalkdustmagazine.com, there's a link at the top that says pre-order issue 16. It's due out in about 2 weeks' time. The exact date to be decided because we are still confirming the physical venue we're going to do a launch party at, but you can pre-order them and they will be sent to you as soon as we can possibly send them to you. And you can read all about bridges and many other things in that. Great, we've done that. Yeah, thanks, Alan. Great to see you. I guess I'll say goodbye because we're going to move on to do Taskmaster, for which I think I need to run upstairs because I'm going to be on the next bit. So maybe someone's here. That's Katie. Oh, wow, there's more money than when I last looked.
The total has gone up to £3,607.68.
We have smashed
absolutely smashed through.
Can I just quickly check, Adam? Can I see your T-shirt?
Have we got the same one? I've got this one. I've got a mask on mine.
Yes. I've got a mask.
Yeah.
We've nearly all got the same T-shirt.
Yeah.
I was about to suggest the total that you have behind. We go for a true daily double.
Yes. Yes.
I mean, if anyone watching is prepared to take that gamble and can answer a very simple question about a mathematical joke, we can.
Imagine if we lost it.
Do you know what? So I was like, let's get to £5,000. Now I want £4,000 because that's £1,000 per charity.
But we've already got over £1,000 for one of the charities, so we need to bring the others up to about 1,300.
What? Well, like an average of £1,000 per charity will be £4,000. Let's just do what we can. If you
left, there must be a lot of people who've been watching. It's getting towards the end of the show. It's about time to
I
donate.
think
Deciding how much to donate.
I think it's your fault for putting on too good a show for Jeopardy because no one wanted to stop watching to go and donate. So
yeah, I mean,
this bit is exactly the time people should be going to
go and get it done.
Link.
I'm just going to say that all my prize money, which I presume was going to go in the post, just put it into the charity pot. That's fine with me.
It's very magnanimous
So
of you.
generous.
Right, I'm going to run upstairs. I'll see you just behind you in a second.
In case people just joining don't realise, Scroggs, Katie and I are in the same house. So when he says upstairs, he literally means upstairs.
Yeah.
And we can probably see him come through that door very soon. Hang on. I can hear the footsteps. Oh. Look at it!
Hey.
Yeah, because that's on my phone, isn't it?
Right, he'll be back in a second with the chat. So we're moving on to the final segment of the show now. So this is something which we're very we've enjoyed putting this together so much, and we've managed to get lots and lots of people involved. It's Kevin's laptop. Hi, Kevin's laptop. There we go.
Can you tell we've been at this for 23 hours by now?
So tired. Yes, so this is a segment that we've been planning for a little while. We put a call out a few weeks ago for people to get involved with this, and also Kevin has been running various things with his students at the uni. But I think before we enter this segment properly, I think there is something we need to do, but it is going to require Scroggs to be sat down with a chair and have his laptop.
I think
I mean, we could do a charity video if it'll give us some time.
Friend come and visit us a bit.
I'm going to put that on.
To give us a bit of a hand with this segment.
People are expecting it to start at 6, so they'll be getting. They'll have rushed off to get their tea.
Probably say something worthwhile.
Should we get Scroggs in over here instead then? And wait until it's 6 o'clock.
6.
We can fill it with.
Let's watch a charity. Let's just watch the Art Attack theme for 3 minutes.
Let's just sit staring.
Stream. We can watch our little video about the whole thing. So people can see what they've missed. The one we showed at the beginning.
Is that on?
Or maybe we won't do that.
It's all gone slightly chaotic all of a sudden. should we have a charity vid for 2 minutes?
Let's have a charity vid.
Yeah,
Sort
'cause
that.
that's a button that already exists, so we can just do that.
Charity is the lowest down.
What is the answer to that question?
Lowest down is
I feel like DC was doing quite well last night.
DC's doing very well because it got a £500 donation.
Oh, that seems very kind.
Some people have been very generous, which we're really grateful for.
I've seen arthritis for a while.
So yeah, at the bottom currently is Beat, but they were the last ones that we donated to. I would put out a personal plea for Beat because they have helped me a lot myself.
Let's have the Beat video. The Beat video is a nice video.
I wonder who's talking in that one.
Yeah, let's see the Beat video. We'll see everyone in a minute or so.
Hi, I'm Sophie and I'm a member of the team organising the 24-hour maths game show. I'm here today to talk about one of our four chosen charities, Beat. Beat is the UK's eating disorder charity. You might find it upsetting to hear about their work, so if that's the case, please turn the sound off now and I'll give a thumbs up at the end so you know it's okay to keep watching. Beat supports anyone with an eating disorder, as well as their friends and family, and professionals working with or worried about an individual in their care. This charity is very close to my heart, as 2 years ago, I myself was battling an eating disorder. In fact, when I participated in the last 24-hour maths show, I was doing so from my hospital room where I was being treated for anorexia. I know how awful and lonely eating disorders can be. It's not just the person with an eating disorder that suffers. I've also seen the pain it causes my family and friends, and the damage to my personal relationships. Beat's mission is to end the pain and suffering caused by eating disorders. I've witnessed firsthand the work they do. I've emailed their helplines and used their resources and support groups to help those around me understand what I was going through. I've turned to them for advice on treatment and used and contributed to their education platforms. I count myself as one of the lucky ones. I can stand here now relatively healthy and happy with my life back on track. Some people I've met along my journey haven't been so lucky. And that's why I support Beat's campaigns to get sufferers of eating disorders the help they need. Beat do vital work and it would mean a lot to me if you donated. Thank you.
Okay, so it's now
I've gone to the wrong thing.
Scrog's gone to the wrong thing.
Oh God, I'm going to
No. It's the number one.
Normal stream. There we go.
Hey, there we go.
Hey.
Excellent. So we're now kind of piling into the final hour of the show. We're going to try and gather together all of the team that were in the bit at the beginning of the show. Oh, this is so hard. So Scroggs is now here and he's just going to get himself seated somewhere behind. And we should hopefully also be joined by Sam as well very shortly. How's everyone doing? Are we all holding up okay?
I'm kind of sad I didn't find a Chalk Dust t-shirt, but hey.
Yeah, I know. We should have sent. Yeah, we should have sent Chalk Dust t-shirts to everyone. I strongly do not recommend staying awake for as much of 24 hours as we have been doing. We're all people who were prepared for this and probably
simultaneously not.
I remember partway through that sleep deprivation is a form of torture.
It's not a hugely sensible thing to do, but we're hoping that everyone who's been watching has been looking after yourselves, and if you have found that you've maybe stayed up a little bit more than usual, then you have my permission to stay in bed for an extra hour tomorrow, especially if you live in the UK, because the clocks go forward, so you do actually get an extra hour in bed. Back, that's the one. The clocks go, you get an extra hour in bed.
Anything coming out of any of our mouths.
Wait, if the clocks go forward, does time go back? Something goes back if something goes forward, right?
Yeah, something happens
What
to
is
clocks.
time?
Yeah.
What is two?
Who are we?
My favourite moment from Jeopardy was when Ben said, "What are colours?" That is a question that Ben often asks himself. Okay.
I genuinely think they're probably made up and other people are just like having me on, but that's how it feels.
It's just a great gag that we're all having at your expense. Sam's here. How are you doing, Sam?
Hey, Sam.
I'm doing well. I have also got a lot of sleep deprivation, but that's not your fault. And I don't think the extra hour in bed is going to give me an extra hour of sleep somehow.
No, unfortunately.
No. I do have my favourite mathematical t-shirt on though.
Oh, that's good.
Oh, nice.
That's a very good t-shirt.
Yeah.
I like it. Okay, so how are we doing, Scroggs? Are we ready? Ready and happy? Okay, so what we're going to do is kick off this segment with a little video clip, which if you were watching right at the start of the show, you may have seen, or you may have not, because we accidentally posted the wrong streaming link to start with and then hastily changed it. That was the first and only tech error of the entire show. So here we go.
Oh, hello, 24-hour math team. My name is Greg Davis, his little friend. Right, Ben, Kevin, Katie, Matt, and Sophie. Hi guys, your task is to create an online 24-hour math show around the theme of games. Points will be awarded based on how much fun everyone has, how much money you raise, and how mathematical the show is. You have 24 hours. Your time starts now. I've got to press the button now, which is just over here.
Yes, but Scroggs will count us down when it's ending. If you
Okay,
don't want to
so
see it.
we are back on stream again. For those of us who are just continuing to talk behind the scenes. So that was a fantastic, I'm absolutely stoked that we managed to get that video.
Thank you very much.
Like, massive appreciation to Alex Horn, who basically presumably got an email and went, what are these people doing?
I think actually we also need to say thank you to Vicky, the producer, and who works on Taskmaster, who got it for us as well. So thank you both.
Fantastic work. And yeah, so we were set this task. We have, I think, delivered potentially. Well, we'll see.
Well, we will in about
wait,
an hour.
1 hour from now, we will determine whether or not we have successfully completed that task. But in the meantime, we thought we would do a segment about the game Taskmaster, which is the maths version of Taskmaster, because this is also something we wanted to do as part of the show. And I believe Kevin is officially the Taskmaster. That is your new nickname forever. Sorry about that, Kevin. What have you been doing?
Well, we did a couple of things, and I was being Taskmaster. It's very hard for me to say because I'm a Southerner, and maths is just wrong. So whenever I say it, it just sounds ridiculous. It's better when you say it Northern. You sort of say Taskmaster. It sounds better than Taskmaster. So we did two things. The first thing we did was I got some of my students and I was the Taskmaster in a version of the game show. So if you've never seen this, what happens is that Greg Davis and Alex Horn get 5 people, usually comedians, set them little tasks to do, and these get recorded in various locations, but usually in the Taskmaster house. And then these are brought to the comedians, and the video clips are brought to the studio and a studio audience, and the Taskmaster, Greg Davis, gets to award points and make sarky comments about their what they've actually done. So we've done a version of that with my students, and I've cut out all the bits where I was sarky because I thought that would be a bit too much. But we also put out a call asking people, would you like to submit a video of tasks? So we had a whole load of tasks, and some people sent them in. So we'll be having a look at that afterwards. But first of all, I think we should see how my students got on when I was the Taskmaster.
Yeah, well, actually, we have some music first because someone made a.
Oh yeah.
Which I've not done because we did the other one. Here we go. It's Taskmaster.
Excellent.
Amazing.
This is our rock and roll version of the Taskmaster theme tune.
We could release an album if it wasn't going
with Tao Mew on the stamp. Nice.
All of these copyright infringing cover versions of things.
Where did all the music from the whole 24-hour show come from tonight? We've had a lot of music.
All sorts of stuff. Yeah. So who was it did the rock guitar cover of Taskmaster, Kevin?
That was my very talented brother Ian. And
Excellent.
He did it really, really quickly, and he just knocked it out. And when he was practicing it, his daughter said, "Is that the Taskmaster theme?"
That's
Not quite.
A sign that you've succeeded. Scroggs has been playing the accordion, which is there. Not that one, a different one, but there's an accordion. That's, if you imagine him playing that, that's what it looked like. And a stylophone, I believe.
Yeah.
And some guitar. Was that Alison?
No, it's a
So you did the guitar as well.
Yeah.
Excellent. I got a trumpet out. occasionally. Ben's done a bit of, I think, piano and various.
Yeah, the countdown theme tune, which was played way too often for my comfort in one segment. But
yeah, and my extremely musical friend Tim also contributed a bit of piano for the the Simon Sings House of Games theme, which we played at the start of the show as well. Yeah, it's just been a real. Oh, and Sam Hartburn did the Jeopardy theme in a slow, chilled out piano version, which was very cool. And then as well as that, we also had a few people contributed title credits clips, so a lot of that's just been me hacking together PowerPoint slides, but actually the credits to Countdown, as we mentioned earlier, were done entirely in GeoGebra by Becky Warren, and also the intro credits to Blockbusters of Interesting Maths, which are genuinely my favorite out of the whole show, were done by Ailiane, who's appeared on a couple of the shows that we've had throughout the day as well, and she did a really cool animation thing and then just hummed the Blockbuster theme over the top, and it worked perfectly. So huge thanks to people who've been doing those throughout the show. So we've got tasks from Kevin's students. Should we keep our videos on and just mute ourselves so that you can see our reactions
so we've got
as this happens?
This file called Task Maths the Small, definitely this one. That sounds like the right file.
Okay, is that the one? Version final. Okay, let's see what happens.
Hello, I'm Kevin Houston, and welcome to Taskmaster, a version of the quiz show on TV, but in no way associated with that quiz show on TV. What we'll be doing is a version with mathematics, and we're here at the University of Leeds with a number of students who are going to introduce themselves now.
I'm Chloe, I do mathematics BSc.
I'm Johnny, I do maths and music.
I'm Boyan, and I do financial maths.
I'm Raphael, and I study maths.
Right, so welcome to our contestants. Okay, so the first round is building bridges. Yeah. So let's see the video.
Infinite bridges.
Mathematics says it is possible to make blocks stack as far as one likes.
You have 5 minutes to use these Jenga blocks to stretch out as far as possible.
The longest bridge wins. Your time starts now.
I'm gonna try and make a double-sided bridge. You know, I think this is a pretty good system. Oh, no, it's not. And you know, there's different types of bridges, right? So if I have some support beams at the bottom, does that still count? I think I'm just going to take the risk. Longest bridge is technically a bridge, but that's risky because it could result in a disqualification for not completing the task. It's a risk I'm willing to take. Okay, I think I'll stick with that one.
I think the key is to make it stable. Oops.
1 minute left.
Oh no!
5 seconds.
That's it.
Stop.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, so let's build up a little base. Someone's going to put like a model trebuchet or something. I mean, this feels like the most obvious thing. This doesn't feel right.
10 seconds.
Oh, it's a pretty interesting bridge.
Well, I can't remember the name of the theorem or whatever it is, but it's the thing where you stretch it by a half or something, then by not a half. I can't remember. Is it a quarter or is it a? It's got to be an infinite series, but so it might be a third. But a third might have. I'll just see how far it goes. What's the name of that little bridge thing? I have a horrible feeling it's just gonna all collapse. Yes. So I'm gonna leave it there. I'm happy with that.
So what did we have? We had Raphael, who's willing to risk disqualification. Boyan, who's had an absolute catastrophe at the end there when it all fell over. Chloe had a pretty interesting bridge, apparently. And Johnny mentioned the theorem that we were interested in, the one where you stack the blocks along, and you can go out as far as you like using that, but it does take many, many blocks even to get out a few meters, or even a meter or so. It takes many, many blocks. And of course, Johnny was happy with that at the end. So who gets the points? Well, I measured them. We've got Boyan had the shortest, with so she's only getting 1 point, I'm afraid. Johnny actually had second shortest because he had a very long base there, so that the bridge wasn't actually going very far. There was a lot of sort of like road leading up to the bridge, and then Chloe was the next longest, so that's 3 points. And of course, then the winner then is Raphael with 4. Right, let's have another round. This time involving bubbles.
The task is soap bubbles. Soap bubble films can be used to show minimal surfaces.
You have 5 minutes to make a wireframe shape and dip it in the bubble liquid.
Most interesting shape bubble wins, even if it isn't a minimal surface. Your time starts now.
So my instinct is to just get going, but I feel like I should probably think about this. The inspiration is suddenly all gone. I can't just do a circle, that's really boring. I reckon if I can make a star, that would be quite cool. I'll have to do. In it goes. With the bubble.
I don't know what Oh, would you look at that? Interesting. Oh, that's not good. Why does it pop? Oh, it's got a nice bend in it. Look at that. It's got a nice bit of curvature in it.
Let me start with the green ones. Okay, what it looks like. Okay, now looks like a heart. This one is a backup choice.
Minute left.
Minute left.
30 seconds.
I'll just go with the heart. I'm about to make a small person here, head, arms, legs, but I'm not good with wires. I'm just go with the heart.
Does it work?
Yeah.
Okay, I like this shape. I'm gonna make some sunglasses. So I'm thinking maybe I should go for like a Greek symbol or something. Come on, come on, come on. Yay. I wonder if I can put them on. Oh, the bubble broke. I don't know what else to do. That's my final product.
So Johnny didn't want to do a circle because that was too boring. Yeah. Instead went for just a star.
It's a lot more interesting than a circle.
Well, I suppose it does have more points on it.
Yeah.
Chloe had, I don't know how to describe it. It was very curved. It had a lot of curvature. You did mention it had curvature. We could definitely see the way that the bubble was twisted there. Boyan went for a heart, which was very good. But again, that's flat like the star, really, wasn't it? So we couldn't see any curvature. Raphael, what was where did the idea for the glasses come from? Just hit you from nowhere?
Well, I just made a random shape. I dipped it in. It's okay, I'll remind you of the easy shades. So it was like glasses it is.
Glasses it is. Yeah, it was great. I thought they were very, very good. So the way I judged this was that I thought we want some sort of surface, but if it's a flat sort of surface, it's not that interesting. So I decided that the surfaces which had a bit of curvature to them would get the most points. So we have Johnny and Boyan get 2 points, and Chloe and Raphael get 4 points each. For our next round, we have the mathematician's favourite, pi.
Let's see.
Pi. There are a variety of ways to estimate pi.
You have 15 minutes to calculate an estimate of pi using The selection of available objects.
The best calculation wins.
Your time starts now. Okay, so what do we have? We have a pie, elastic bands, A4 paper, pencils. I don't really know what these are. Straws? Okay, so I'm going to use the clamp. Oh, this could help me when drawing the circle. And a pumpkin.
How to calculate a pi? There's a pi. We do have rulers. 31.6 for the diameter here. 10. 30.16. It's actually close to the correct answers.
So we're going to draw a circle. I have to admit, this was not what I was expecting. Did you give me a ruler? What's with the straws? So let's do a nice small one. I should be able to just do it mathematically. So it's 31. Diameter is 10 centimeters. Pi is 3.1.
Some circle. Do we have any rulers? A circle. Circumference is 2 pi r. Oh, the whole time this has been here. Crazy. The whole time. This is 31. This is 10. Pi is approximately equal to 31 over 10. 3.1. And now if I can make this bigger. Basically. So I had
10 seconds.
Oh no.
That's it.
What a shambles.
Okay, so you'll notice we only had 3 of our contestants that time. They all did a similar sort of thing. They all kind of measured the circle and then did a little bit of a calculation from measuring that circle, and they got around about 3.1, 3.16 or whatever. So you may have noticed that there was a piece of paper on the back of the whiteboards. And in fact, Raphael, you noticed it was there. What did you think when you saw that?
So it looked like some sort of cheat sheet or something, so I was like, I'm just going to ignore that. I think even in the video I mentioned that there's a sheet of paper underneath it as well.
Why would you see that and then just think, nah, not gonna...
Because some of us have
I
integrity.
don't know. I was too busy stressing.
The point is there if you find it.
Circle large enough. Yeah.
Right. Okay, so what do we think was on the sheet? Well, maybe we should find out. Let's watch the next video.
So we have this unassuming number. Well, that's helpful. But there's a very helpful Buffin's needle experiment instructions on the back. And I'm going to give Buffin's needle experiment a try. Dropping a stick of length L equals 8 centimeters. Parallel. Okay, that's definitely 8 centimeters and 10 centimeters. If it's not, that's just mean. Onto parallel lines of distance 10 centimeters apart. The probability that it lands crossing a line is 2 times L over D times L, which is, okay, so 16 over 20 pi. Repeating, if you drop n sticks in total and s many of them land across a line, by the law of large numbers, s over n will, okay, tend to that. Rearrange to get an approximation for pi using your own values of s and n. So I basically just pour this, so it's the probability that it lands crossing a line. Okay, let's get going. Dropping a stick onto parallel lines, so... Well, that was predictable, wasn't it? Crossing a line. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 9, 10, 11, 12. Let's try again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 30, 31. That's definitely intentional. 31. 3.1. 16, 17, 18. Sprinkle them. 13, 14. Last one. 10. 54 over 31 times 4, which is 120 4. 16 over 20 pi. Pi is approximately 1.84. Now that doesn't seem quite right. And I've not got time to repeat the experiment, so I'm just going to go with my original answer. This can all go. Well, Buffon's noodle experiment, it was good fun to do. However, in the time I had, I couldn't do it enough to make it reliable. However, this is a very reliable calculation. Works every time and is accurate. Can I eat this apple pie? It would have been good to do a calculation with the apple pie and then eat it at the end. That would have been poetic, but I couldn't think of anything to do. What was this about?
Okay, so that's how it was supposed to be done. Buffon's needle. But it didn't give a very good answer, did it?
No, it was, yeah, there were a few issues. I probably should have done it a few more times to get an accurate answer, but I didn't really have time to drop it like 20 times.
Yeah, you probably needed many, many more times. But you still gave it a go. But however, I noticed that at the end of the video, you said, actually, I'm going to go with this calculation of pi. And what you did is you added, well, you wrote down pi as far as you could remember it, rubbed out the 3, put in a 0, and then added in 3.
Yes.
So the task was to calculate pi.
I calculated it.
Well, you did a calculation not of pi, but one that involved pi.
It was a calculation that gave pi as an answer.
Because you already knew pi.
The task didn't say you couldn't already know what it was.
Well, you could have just picked up the calculator and pressed pi on the calculator. But I think it would definitely, for that one, it was not a calculation of pi. So maybe you should be disqualified. What do we think?
Can I submit my Buffon's needle attempt instead?
That's going to do you so much credit. That's brave.
You could have said, well, I'm going to do it 20 more times. I mean, you did say that in the video. You saw you've done it more times. So maybe I will accept that. I don't know. So let's think about it. So the others, you all calculate pi to be 3.1 more or less. So 3.1, that's a good approximation to pi. So I think those three all get 4 points. And then Johnny, well, what should we do with Johnny? I think I'll be generous, and because it was using Buffon's needle and it was very entertaining, I think I'm also going to give you 4. So everybody gets 4 in that round. Okay, for reasons of keeping the video short, we did some tasks earlier to add to the scores, and we've looked at the scores, and the total scores, including those ones that we haven't seen today, are that Raphael wins. And looking at the other scores, everybody had the same. So you all come second. Well done. Right. So, thanks to my students here for taking part in Task Master. We'll see you again sometime. Bye.
Absolutely fantastic. That was absolutely incredible.
So good.
That was
Brilliant.
That was absolutely
Very well
amazing.
done.
Great work for those students. I can see there's a couple of students watching along because they're posting in the chat. Amazing. Great work. I know the chat isn't up there. It's over.
It's probably somewhere else. Yeah.
It depends how
It
people are
depends,
sizing their screen.
depends what you're looking at this on. Wherever you are, probably Leeds. Congratulations. That was such a nice. Oh,
Funny and smart.
yeah. That was great.
And also congratulations. Well done, Kevin, for putting that together. That was
those tasks were inspired. So you said there were some other tasks that weren't included in that video. Are you planning to release the whole thing at some point, or?
Yeah, director's cut. I think that would be the way to go.
Okay, and where will people be able to find that if they want to see it?
Probably on my YouTube channel, which hasn't. I don't think that's had a video added in about a decade. So
okay,
about time.
If you go on the 24 Hour Maths website, Kevin is listed on the page as a person who's done things, and there should be a link to his YouTube channel on there. I think it's Dr. Kevin Houston.
Probably
on my record.
If you've enjoyed any of the segments in the whole of 24 hours, everyone's links are listed on that page. If you go on the website, click on Game Show at the top, we will have a list of everyone's been in the game. Well, there's already a list of everyone that's been in the game show with Twitters, websites, YouTubes, Instagrams, LinkedIn's,
podcasts,
MySpace's, podcasts,
Mastodon.
There's some Mastodon on there.
Yeah,
might even be some TikToks. Everything's linked there, so you can follow these people on all of your favorite.
Not
websites.
addresses though.
Yeah,
not
addresses.
Locations, favorite color. Yeah.
Pin.
What are colours?
Mother's maiden name.
So I think
First bit.
definitely everyone who's appeared on camera is listed there. Are we also going to try and list some of the behind the scenes people as well?
In the middle of it, I have been quite busy for the last 24 hours.
Yeah.
So I've not done that much populating. The first few shows have got lots more information about people who wrote the shows, made the music, made everything else for the shows. The rest of it will be up after I have slept. It's not going to happen today.
An important next step.
Directly after you've slept.
Probably, yeah.
Right. You get up in the morning.
Tomorrow and say,
Right. I mean, so maybe we should move on. But before I do that, did you notice our lovely chair?
Yeah.
I was going to say, did you find that, or did you make it, or did you like steal it from Greg?
When we refurbished, we got these two chairs, and we call them the Big Brother chairs.
Yeah, they spin around with the,
or the Bond villain chair.
Yeah.
You need a cat for that as well.
I was going to say a white cat would help.
There was a lot of love in the chat for the Mega Sponge coffee tables, which I'm aware are in the maths department at Leeds as a relic from when we ran our Mega project several years ago. Ben did one as well, didn't you, Ben?
I think
Ben's got a Mega Sponge in the background.
I think it might be one of Ben's, though. Did he not donate it?
I think there was some that were built at Leeds.
Some were.
Yeah.
I can't remember now. There you go. So we had one. Yeah, we made it into a coffee table.
And Mega Sponge. Yep.
There we go.
Right.
1/20th of what Kevin has left anyway.
That reminds me. That's what the arm thing that they were going. What is this? And there was some string, and you were supposed to put the pie on it in. Have you ever seen
the pendulum thing?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So many cool ways to calculate
I
pi.
haven't watched enough Matt Parker videos of that.
Yeah, so this is the thing that Matt Parker's been doing. So every Pi Day, every year, he releases a new video about a different way to calculate pi. And he's done pendulum. He's done literally measuring the outside of a large circle made of pies. He's done various different calculation methods, including a video last year which featured several of the people involved in this show, including someone who has been, this is such a good segue, given how tired I am and incredibly proud that I've remembered this, including multiple people who are involved in our next thing that we're going to show you, which is the I've been referring to it as the home tasking segment of the Taskmaster thing. So we put a list of tasks on the website a couple of weeks before the show, just to say, just have a go, do some of these things. A couple of them I think were the same as some of the tasks that you've been getting the students to do. There's a little bit of overlap there, but we just gave people free rein to interpret the instructions however they wished, and we're not going to necessarily be as formal at scoring this because not everyone did all of the tasks, but we're just going to say nice things about people. So I've edited these up into some short little segments. So for each task, we have a little segment, and there's different sets of people appear in different segments, but each time, the first time someone appears, we put their name in the top corner. So hopefully we can watch some of these, and I think we'll kind of stop it in between and have a little chat, I think.
Yeah.
So are we ready to...
This is Taskmaster full edit final that for.
There's a lot of files with final in the final file name happened in the last day. Yeah.
I'm not playing because they wanted the final ones.
Oh.
Go on.
Okay.
Need to play. What's that one?
Let's give it a try. So, this task is collect as many objects as you can which have a different number of holes in
Most impressive array of objects wins.
Okay, well, obviously your colander.
The first thing I think about is donuts. They've got one hole, but I think I'd eat them. So maybe coffee cups and the whole topological, you know, they're the same. But so I can't just sit and watch a film and punch holes out of bigger and bigger pieces of paper.
Okay, now I conjecture that this has the most holes. It's not cheating, this has holes.
Okay, so that was our first task. And have you got an entry for this one as well, Ben?
I mean, I think I just held it up actually, but I mean, we can have an array of objects, but this is simulating an object with literally infinite number of holes. This is holes all the way down.
Yeah. Although the challenge was specifically an array of objects, each with a different number of holes. So that's just
there's a Klein bottle over there. Do you want me to go and get my Klein bottle?
How many holes is a Klein holes in it?
Well, precisely. I think it's going to enter the array quite nicely once we figured out how many holes it has.
So I think Max there was sort of thinking about having a go at this task, but maybe didn't. And Sophie and team collected, I would say, an impressive array of objects.
Yeah, but I didn't even count the holes, and I'm not convinced that the colander and the bag of bulbs didn't have the same number of holes.
It would have to be unlucky, but not impossible.
Look at the grater and the colander, and everything just had exactly.
They just raided their kitchen.
Yeah, it's just a collection of kitchen objects.
I did like the pie pencil holder, and I was really disappointed that the person with the pumpkins behind them, which had all the different faces with all the different holes, didn't even turn around and look at their pumpkins.
Those were some objects with holes in.
Yeah. Let's hope no one has that fear of holes watching this. The trypophobia or something.
I mean, I imagine that's a fear of like holes that are big enough to fall down, right? Rather than just actual holes. Terrifying. Don't be a topologist. There's a lot of holes involved in that. So are we awarding
I think all
a
points
win to Sophie's team? Yeah,
because they got at least one thing.
They definitely had an array, didn't they?
They had more than one thing with holes in, which is more than anyone else managed to present. All right, on to the next task.
Let's take it slick.
It's very slick.
2 is ready. 3 for 1.
Wow, terrifying.
Look, another task.
Rewrite the lyrics to a popular song to be about a mathematical concept.
And record yourself performing it.
That's one of my favourite things to do.
There's the Hotel California one, but Hotel Hilbert, but that's not original. Hotel Hilbert Hotel. What?
The song I decided on is To Make You Feel My Love by Bob Dylan, covered by lots of people, possibly most famously by Adele, but now covered by me and Maths. Yay! The title I came up with is To Make a Real Good Proof.
We could do, you know Miss Jackson?
I have heard the song.
You know how it says, I am for real?
Yeah, I do know that.
What if I am imaginary?
I usually is imaginary.
I'm just going to read you my favourite verse. You could try the letters P and Q, because that's always going to be helpful in a proof. And if that don't work, try W. Sound advice, if your proof's not working, change the letter you're using for your variable. There ain't nothing that you wouldn't do to make a real good proof. I've deliberately used ain't nothing there, and I want to explain why, because I think it's important. So it gives the impression that you would do absolutely anything to make this good proof, but there probably are things that you wouldn't do to make a proof. So by saying ain't nothing, it keeps that technically true, because it's the whole isn't nothing double negative thing, so there is something that you wouldn't do. So it sounds like there's nothing you wouldn't do, but actually it's saying that there is, which is more true. So these details are important in proofs. They're important in songs about proofs as well, I think. So that's my favourite verse that I've written.
I can't sing. I can't play any musical instruments.
Okay, ready? I'm
I'm
sorry,
Miss Jackson. I thought X was real. Complex numbers tend to make me cry. Don't tell me that 5 is not a prime.
Gaussian integers.
When your theory is falling on its face, and you can't tie up that one last case, just remember that it's not a race to make a real good proof. When you check it over and the doubts appear, and there's no one there to calm your fears, you might think you'll need a million years to make a real good proof. I know you haven't tried induction yet, and contradictions going wrong. You need to build your logic step by step, making sure that each line follows on. You could use the letters P and Q, and if that don't work, try W. There ain't nothing that you wouldn't do to make a real good proof. You could draw a picture here or there to make your thoughts easy to see. You could end it with a little square. It's much faster than writing QED. It'll make you happy if your theorem's true. Might even earn a Fields Medal too. So do whatever you have got to do to make a real good proof. To make a real good proof.
Okay.
That was
Fantastic.
amazing.
Fantastic. So I should clarify, Max does actually enter quite a lot of these, but I've just included his little speculation at the start because he definitely, like, he sat down, he went through all of them. He was like, I wonder how I could do this. And so I've included his first bits because they are hilarious. But he does actually get involved and do quite a lot of them later on. However, in this case, I think we've got two strong entries here. We've got Sorry, Miss Jackson, which was just wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. I just like Gaussian integers thrown in at the end there. And then
every maths talk with that, just mic drop Gaussian integers.
And then of course Sam, who incredibly thoroughly included lots and lots of preamble of her thinking behind how she's writing all the lyrics. There's a bit where she's in the car, she's kind of waiting outside for someone and she dropped off. And spent
right there as well.
Literally spent an hour in the car writing lyrics, came up with those and clarified very specifically, which we deeply appreciate because
I mean, technically correct is the best kind of correct, right?
Absolutely wonderful.
Who said that earlier? Yeah, that just the attention to the ain't nothing double negative wins serious kudos.
It's beautiful. Sam has posted in the chat, it's possible that I take these things a little too seriously. I'm absolutely
no such thing. No such thing.
Exact correct amount of seriousness. And I think, I mean, Miss Jackson is wonderful, but storming it with that entry,
it has to be. I did love them both, and I feel like there's a somehow 24-hour math show album with all the theme tunes, and the copyright aside, theme tunes, those songs, we want the full versions, you know, raise money for charity.
I will say there's a few comments coming to this effect in the chat. If this is something that you enjoy, if you enjoy the idea of writing mathematical versions of existing songs, there is an event called Math Jam, which has been mentioned a few times during the show, which is a lot of the same people are involved in the show, which is happening towards the end of November. And as part of the Math Jam, it's basically a weekend of recreational maths. So it's kind of people messing around with maths in much the way that we have been over the last 24 hours. But
slightly more sleep.
Yeah, in the form of a 2-day 3-day event. So it's 2 half days in a conference centre as close to the geographical centre of the UK as we possibly can. And Colin Wright, who's been on the stream a couple of times this morning, is the main organiser of it. And a few of us here are also involved in putting it together. And Ben and Sam, who we've just seen singing, organised an event as part of that called Maths Jam Jam, which is literally just sitting around singing maths versions of songs. And in fact, the event, I say it's towards the end of November. We've also got online options for that as well. So even if you can't make it to near Stoke for a weekend in November, you can also join online, and you're allowed to submit lyrics to which people will then learn to play the music and perform it on the night. The deadline for submitting, I think, is the 12th of November. And even if you just register to watch online, which is equally good as going in person, if you are someone who would much prefer to attend online, you can watch the performance live, and we can't really stop you from singing along as well. So that information is there if you want it. The website for Maths Jam is mathsjam.com. I imagine that will have definitely appeared in the chat in various different forms. Excellent. Shall we go on to the next one?
Well, before that.
Oh, yes, good point. We just spotted. Look at this. This is such a good number. However, it's not big enough. We want to get to 4,000. Look how close we are to 4,000. Look how close.
Mirrored on screen. That's so confusing.
Look how close. It's very deeply confusing.
Less than £150 away from £4,000 raised for charity. Yep. This is incredible.
Currently there are 51 people watching, so if each of you donated £3,
what if they already have though?
Yeah,
they might have already.
Again,
I mean, if like me, your credit card went, you're doing
open
too
your
many
door,
things.
go outside, find a human, and say, "Hey, can you do me a favour?"
If everyone watching now donated £5,
Mm.
no. If you've already donated, amazing. If you whatever you can manage is absolutely fine. And if not, just tell someone else to come and watch this show back after it finishes. Spend the rest of the weekend or next weekend or whenever, and get them to watch back, because the number of times we ask people to donate during the show surely cannot escape their notice. And we will hopefully, by some time in the future, we will hopefully smash this target. Are we on the next one?
Yeah, just posting the link. There we go. And we have the next
donate link has gone in. Next bit. Here we go.
That's the next thing, isn't it? There we go.
We got another task.
Another one, Max, yes.
Okay, let's have a look at this one.
Recreate Andrew Wiles' announcement of the proof of Fermat's last theorem.
Or another iconic mathematical moment of my choice. Most dramatic and realistic reenactment wins.
I think we should do the one where he actually gets it right.
Have you seen that? I haven't even seen that.
No, I haven't.
It was well, I haven't seen it, but yeah, we watched the documentary, and you watched the bit where he like stepped out from that board and everyone was like,
oh, okay.
Iconic mathematical moment. There's a couple that I'm thinking of. I have an idea. We'll see if it works, because I think everyone's going to be doing Andrew Wiles's because that's what's on the piece of paper. So I'm going to go for something different.
Hello, Mr. Archimedes. I have a crown, and I want to know how much it weighs, because it might be gold or not.
I don't know how you would weigh a crown to see how much gold is in it. I'm stumped.
Huh.
Oh no. Nice bath. The water. Eureka! I've got it! I've got it!
And it is proved! Does anyone have any questions?
3,987 to the 12 plus 4,365 to the 12 equals 4,472 to the 12.
Why can you explain such an occurrence?
Mr. Simpson, it is a rounding error! Haha, it still works!
Amazing. References within, in jokes within references there at the end. So if anyone didn't catch that, it was the slight like very, very close counterexample to Fermat's last theorem that was included in an episode of The Simpsons. So Simon Singh, who was up at the top of the show, would be all over this, but it was read out, and it was, of course, not actually a counterexample, just a rounding error off a counterexample. So it was a nice little touch to include in there. Isn't it annoying when you're presenting your, proof of an incredibly famous, long-standing theorem, and you write on the board, and the board swings forward and smacks you in the head? So annoying.
I was going to say the Cambridge venue should really get one of those boards because they've missed a trick.
It is much funnier when people present proofs and the board smacks them in the head.
Bang!
Yeah. So we had 2 entries there. One from Max, which was, of course, the fantastical fabled moment of Archimedes jumping out of a bathtub, having realised that you can measure the volume of a solid object using water displacement.
I mean, it's a sign of the times and the cost of water rates of how much water there was in that bathtub. I really appreciated that.
There was an extra clip that got sent in with that was just them putting the pumpkin in the bath. That was it. It was just like 3 seconds. I thought I'll not bother editing that on. But it was a deeply realistic reenactment. And then, of course, Andrew Wiles' entry, which was I have proved it.
Yeah, I can't decide between them.
Oh, the pumpkin in the bath is my favourite, I have to say.
You found a wig and everything.
I'm not confident that was a wig. I think
it's not a wig.
The later videos may reveal more about what's happened there, but we'll see.
Right,
what do
to
you
Max
reckon?
for dedication then.
To Max for dedication.
Brilliant.
Let's go with that. I don't know if anyone's recording this information anywhere, but it's gone up.
£70 or 4,000 now.
Come on, guys.
Well,
come on.
£68.30.
Yeah, we can do this. We can do this. Okay, let's watch the next clip.
Find or create 2 of the same object, but at very different scales.
Calculate the ratio of the sizes between the 2 objects.
Largest size difference between 2 similar objects wins.
I am in London, and I think when it comes to having small versions of big things, they're for sale on street corners in London. So I might just have to go on a bit of a tour of London and see the biggest item and the smallest little tacky tourist model of it.
Yeah, so if you do topologically the same object, you can have a dot and a line.
I don't really know how these guys are gonna market, but I feel like cheap solutions will be...
No, but it's originality, it's what they actually want.
Correct.
Is it?
I think so.
Make 2 of the same thing at different ratios. I got this.
So I'm here at Big Ben, and I've got my little Ben with me too. So I think I measured this to be about 5.4 centimetres high, and Big Ben is 96 metres high.
Okay, I know what I'm gonna do. 2 millimeters of string versus 10 meters of string.
Okay, some technicalities there.
Some
very
sneaky area calculations coming in at the end there.
I should also add before we make a final judgment on this that I've also done my own entry for this particular task because I got a bit excited and I thought I'd do this while we were sat around during the show, basically. So one thing that occurred to me is that if you've got like a book and a much bigger book, they might be two objects that are the same at different scales. So I thought what I would do is I would get Ben Alling's book, which is absolutely massive. And I have also produced a tiny version of Ben Alling's book. This has been my little project. So I've made
it has bad drawings on it.
It's got a staple. It's a proper actual book. I've copied all of the inside pages in as well, but I'm not going to show you that. And I have attempted to recreate the front cover here of Ben Alling's book, Math Games with Bad Drawings. So that's the two things at scale. I don't think I'm going to come anywhere near to the scale ratios that we were getting in that clip, though. So we had, the Eiffel Tower. I love this. So Tata's found a key ring the size of the Eiffel Tower, the shape of the Eiffel Tower, and compared it to the actual size of the Eiffel Tower. Got a pretty good, around about 7,000 times scale there. We had Big Ben and Little Ben, which
Love the name Little Ben.
Quite a couple of fans of that in the chat. What do we think about the string? Because it's sort of like a point and a line, right? It's quite a clever thing.
I think that's pretty artful, that one. It's a good reading of the task.
And like if you assume that the string has zero thickness, which I guess you can't necessarily assume.
We're assuming paper has zero thickness, otherwise it would have to be thin, like tissue paper and really thick cards. And
Yeah.
we're not going to like one out. So
Yeah.
It's probably fair enough.
But they can only get the length scale factor there. Like some of the other, I just see the other sneaky scale factors creeping into the other ones where they introduced area. And we should talk about volume of Big Ben at some point.
Well,
but
I did like when Eliane did her tiny crane, all three of us leant in.
Yeah, we were all like
suddenly.
Yeah, it was incredible. But yeah, we got the information through from Eliane that the small paper was A-2, which isn't even a thing. The big paper was enough bits of A ratio paper stuck together to make up A14, I think it was A12.
Aren't you going the wrong way? The larger numbers is
it's the other way around.
Yes, the other way around.
Would be the tiny one, and A-2 would be the big one, and that was the biggest if you scale it up by area, which I guess you can do.
But if you do that, then the volume of Big Ben should come into play
You
because
scale them all up by area.
I mean,
the surface area of Big Ben, if you can't.
I guess.
Which Alien's got it on the
She created both of hers.
The task
but the
set-
task
that's
did
true.
say-
That's a big factor in her favour.
And one of them had flappy wings.
But she did create it.
And most realistic recreation. So the tiny Big Ben didn't have a fully working clock inside.
So in that case, the string.
And technically, the tower itself isn't called Big Ben. The bell is called Big Ben.
Because the tower model was
representations
nevertheless.
don't have the bell.
I'm amazed no one said that in the comments yet.
Yeah, I'm looking for it. It's not come up, so I
don't know what
criteria
in the room this on. It turns out it's accuracy of naming.
The Elizabeth Tower therefore beats the Eiffel Tower because Max went there, and however good the area upgrade or volume upgrade or thing actually being there counts for something, but actually making both is good.
Making both counts, I think. Yeah, I think big
and she did
Elizabeth Tower is second.
Yeah, she wasn't even at home. She was away on holiday. She did this somewhere else. Yeah, let's go with that. Okay,
Eliane, well done.
Through the next one.
Take a wireframe shape and dip it in bubble liquid. Most interesting shape bubble wins. Ooh, I did meet someone earlier this year who said they set a problem about a trefoil knot in bubble. And apparently that makes like a Mobius strip. Maybe I can make a trefoil knot out of this. So I've bent my wire into a trefoil knot and we're going to see what happens when I dip it into the bubble solution. So let's give it a go. So what you can see here, we have dipped the trefoil knot into the bubble solution and popped that middle bit of the bubble, and now we've got a Mobius strip, so you can follow the surface all the way round through each bit and it's got one continuous surface of a side.
I mean, that was the only entry we got in the bubble category. I think
it
that's
was a pretty good one.
Pretty good.
That makes me so happy.
Everyone's going to try that now.
I feel like Leeds interview questions for prospective students should be shown what Leeds students attempted and then what Max did. That's how they're going to be picked.
Give them some wire and then say, see what you can do with that.
Nice little plug for Math City there in as well.
Didn't Max used to be at Leeds?
He actually used to work at Math City as an explainer. He's only recently moved down to London. So if you had been to Math City at any point in the last year, you may well have had something explained to you by Max.
That was very fine. I enjoyed the trefoil to Mobius strip. It was very good.
We've got 2 more
beautiful
show. I'm aware that it is literally 5 to 7. However, the hard requirement of finishing exactly at 7 has been negated by the fact that we split the stream into 3. Hang on.
Oh yeah.
Let's see.
Oh my God.
Well done. Thanks, everyone.
5 minutes. No. Right. Let's watch some more tasks. Ben's just gone. Ben was so astounded by having
someone check
just disappeared.
I dropped the mic and the camera.
Excellent. Right, we've got 2 more tasks. Let's see what we've got.
Yeah, it's come on my laptop, hasn't it? Hilarious.
What?
Zoom's frozen.
Oh wow, Scroggs' laptop has the £4,000 has killed Scroggs' laptop.
Do you want me to play it from this
I
end?
mean, actually, yeah, that money is
That's for the charities.
I mean, if there wasn't a technical hitch at the end, it wouldn't be a live show.
It's really planned because you got to bookend it. It started with a technical hitch, you ended with a technical hitch. It's a storytelling thing, you know. 100% deliberate.
It wouldn't be me doing tech for the event.
Which clip am I looking for as a backup person here?
I've got it.
Okay.
I've got the clip.
I'm
just checking for fun things in the chat. Someone pointed out that the big origami crane, you might need an actual crane to lift it.
Nice.
That's hilarious. All right.
All right, we've got the clips.
The penultimate task.
Create a piece of art using only maths equipment.
Best bit of art wins.
Define maths equipment.
Pen and paper. Well, maybe I can make something.
And it's worth reiterating, I'm not an artist or a musician or anything. So, but I am always surrounded by maths equipment.
So, this is a stellitic dodecahedron. If my diagram is correct, every face always has different colors, 5 different colors. Also, in this dodecahedron, each face will have their own sequence of colors, different with each other. I hope you like it.
That is absolutely amazing.
Wow.
So we had a couple of entries from Tata who had this brilliant kind of camera down on the table style and just showed us what they were working on. And that is some effort, I think. I love the thought process that goes from what is maths equipment to pen and paper, because that's literally all you need to do maths. And then just like, I will use some paper and I will crease the folds using a pen. And that counts. Yeah.
Gorgeous.
Yeah, I mean
that's an amazing piece of sculpture. I do wonder, like taskmaster tasks normally have a time limit, and that would have bust that open. But
how much you speed up the footage.
And that's a good way to get it in there. That's amazing.
We didn't set a limit. And I would argue that a piece of maths equipment is anything you can use to do maths with, and since everything is maths.
Yeah, and sometimes they have 6 months on the program.
There was a large amount of speculation from Sophie and team as to whether, given that maths equipment is technically your brain, whether you could just imagine a really good piece of art and submit that.
An NFT?
Is that what NFTs are?
Is that what NFTs
I don't know.
What is it?
Shall we watch the final clip? This is literally like a minute or two. So if anyone needs to be anywhere at 7 o'clock, I'm not sorry. We're going to be a little bit over time, but we are going to watch this final clip, and then we've got some thank yous and things to do before we wrap up. But let's see what we've got.
Physically recreate a classic computer game.
Best recreation wins.
Pac-Man.
Pac-Man.
Next Thursday night, I'm going to a retro geek-themed club night. Hopefully there's going to be people dressed up as the characters of... Yeah.
And who gets to be the Pac-Man then?
Me.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, and now open the mouth and a bit closer. And then close your mouth and move closer to it. And then close your mouth and move closer. And then open.
Someone for the video game thing. Go! Keep
going. Amazing. I mean, I feel like we should award points to the random person at a club night that turned up dressed as a Space Invader for their contributions in Max's entry. But yeah, so excellent weather. So Scroggs submitted, like, as if he's not got enough stuff to do in the last couple of weeks. He was like, I'll just do a stop motion animation. That's
great.
Not a time-consuming thing at all.
Stop motion.
Yeah, but that was if anyone saw our segment about Pac-Man earlier in the today, oh god,
this morning,
this
all been within a day.
That was like 4 years ago, wasn't it? We talked about playing games on the surface of a donut, and that was asteroids literally on the surface of a donut.
And a callback to the unsung hero of the entire show. The Taurus has turned up more often than it has any right to, so I appreciate that moment.
A lot of Tauruses going on.
Was my favourite, I have to say.
An attempt at stop motion animation of Pac-Man, which is just incredible.
Marks for effort. It was great.
Yeah, there was just a banana.
Knows what it's there for.
And they're not fruit in the Pac-Man game somewhere.
It's fruit. It's cherries.
Yeah.
Not
quite a banana.
They're like colours, they're indistinguishable.
But they were very clear that immediately it had to be Pac-Man, and they just went with it, and that's to be respected, I think.
Yeah. 100%.
And so, hold on, Max became Dog Emmett Brown for a moment or two, and that explains something of the hair. No, I understand.
And he literally bleached his hair just for that, I think.
Which is why his hair was blonde in the previous video.
I thought Archimedes was well known to have white hair, but maybe that was my mistake.
Or he can actually travel in time.
I would also believe
that was in chronological
He was
order.
a ghost earlier in Have I Got Maths for You?
Yeah.
So
yeah,
he's a mysterious one.
Then he was a dungeon master.
Yeah.
Live on the show today, not blonde anymore.
Is he a real person?
What's happened there? Who knows? Who knows what's happened there? But I have to say, massive effort put in by everyone involved.
Yeah.
So again, huge thanks to everyone for entering Taskmaster. Are we going to attempt to judge that last one, or are we just saying everyone wins?
I think we give it to the guy that Max met in the club.
Yeah, the guy in the club who's dressed as a Space Invader wins.
Space Invader guy.
Who was very reluctant to let go of his drinks. Did you notice? He's a Space Invader with some drinks.
There's just this brilliant moment where you can hear.
He knows he's going to get shot any second, right?
Keep going, mate. Keep going. It's so good. Excellent work. So if you are a fan of Taskmaster and you've enjoyed this mathematical alternative version of that, we're already nearly at 4,100. This is amazing. But as I say, all of this content, I guess, is what we've produced here. We've essentially just produced 24 hours of really good internet content for people who like maths and games. So if you haven't managed to catch all of the show live, which I'm hoping most people haven't, because that would be quite an endurance feat, if you have friends that you think would enjoy any of this stuff, if you watch something and you're in stitches laughing on the floor, which we have been at various points during today, possibly just because we're quite tired, but also because things have been very funny and entertaining, then please do pass on the link, tell them to visit 24hourmaths.com, and we'll make sure that the links to all the 3 parts of the show are on the website underneath a massive donation link, just so that people can watch this back, and if they have enjoyed it, they can make a little contribution as well. But I guess we just need to do the thing at the end. We need to do the thank yous, which I definitely made a list of somewhere. There it is.
So many lists and documents.
Oh my God, so many spreadsheets. Can you imagine how many spreadsheets?
The number of conversations which have gone along the lines of, it's in the document, and we're like,
okay,
yeah, which document?
Found the list, it ends in a comma. That's just a symptom of how things have been going here today.
Closing bracket.
It opens a bracket that it never closes. Oh God. Yes, it's the open bracket that goes with the one from Simon Sing's House of Games. So first of all, I want to thank all of these people.
And Katie.
And me, I guess. I don't want to thank me. I don't know why I did this to myself. But I think everyone has put in so much work into all of this, and I couldn't have done it without you all. I think that is something that we would all agree on, that everyone couldn't have done it without all of the other people. Some kind of permutation thing. But
well done, and thank you, team.
It's been a real effort. But the other people that we couldn't have done any of this without are the fantastic guests who've come on, either to talk about an interesting piece of maths or to run a game show, prepare, run and orchestrate an entire version of a game show. The hosts who've been on, either kind of introducing people or kind of running the shows. The contestants on all the shows who've largely just been press ganged into this by asking for volunteers, and have absolutely stepped up and produced incredibly entertaining bits of mathematical joy for all of us. We've also got a team of people behind the scenes who've been working away tirelessly. We've got chat moderators. We've had Jill and Hannah and Sam and Paddy, loads of people in the chat. If you've been noticing them all along, they're the people with the little spanner icon next to them, which means they're a moderator. They're allowed to kind of keep an eye on things and look after them.
Moderate.
We're doing an absolutely fantastic job of that. And Sydney jumped in, did some in the middle of the night when we were all hopefully trying to go to sleep. And of course in the tech as well, we've had Chris, who's been helping out in the tech, various other people who've jumped in and kept an eye on things while we've been also trying to run shows as well in the middle of all of this. And all the people we mentioned earlier who've been doing music and credits and content for this, anyone who's written questions, anyone who's kind of put together material for the show, editing, hours and hours of footage,
creating prizes.
The prizes for Simon Sing's show were manufactured by a friend of mine who's put a lot of time. Lisa has put in a lot of time to those, and just everyone really, and the people watching along at home who have been keeping us going, posting in the chat,
motivational messages, tweeting at us.
The clapping emoji is basically, I just live on the clapping emoji now.
There was a point to it.
Awake is the noise of the clapping.
There was a point at which the donations with the messages went from being "it's a great show" to "you can do it."
Wow. Tone shift at some point a few hours ago. Just when I failed to do a basic piece of arithmetic on camera, everyone's like, "Are you okay?" But I think if you have enjoyed this show, I'm super glad that the work we've put in has been worth it. Because even if someone smiled one time, I'm going to need like 3 or 4 smiles out of people for it to have all been worth it. But hopefully that is something we have produced. Anyone else got anything to add in? Anyone else to thank that we've forgotten?
Oh, definitely.
That'll be.
I'd like to thank all the people we'd forgotten to thank. Who, if you are out there, I'm sorry and thank you so much.
Original creators of the games that we
people whose intellectual property we have shamelessly stolen in order to entertain other people. We appreciate your lack of copyright claim.
But I think more than anything, anyone that has supported
it's fair use.
Parody.
Parody.
But anyone that supported any of us in any way, even just listening to us complain, but anyone that supported the show, we couldn't have done it without you guys, and hopefully it's all been worth it and everyone has enjoyed it.
And to Alex Horn for apparently kicking us off on this task, although
Yes.
the timeline is somewhat debated
It
about.
was
when
all
that
his
actually-
idea.
Yeah.
Yes.
And a huge extra thank you to these other folks who have done way more than I think any of us ever thought we would be doing when we signed up for it. They've
Hold on,
been
who signed up
absolutely
where? What,
amazing.
did I sign something?
Yeah, who signed up for this? This just
There was
happened
a
to me.
choice.
Yeah.
Specific thanks for me. I'm going to shout from off camera one last time.
Yeah, we always forget to thank Scroggs because he's always off camera at the time when we're doing the thanking. but
All hail Matthew Scroggs.
Extra thanks for Scroggs. I think the sign up was when Scroggs put us all in a WhatsApp group, right?
Yeah, that was what happened.
You're in.
We were all in a group and he was like, so when are we doing this show?
Right. We all keep rambling for hours. if
Let's
not.
wrap things up. We can do this all day.
2010 minutes maths game show. I've got one thing to play us out. I think we're going to go. The countdown clock is going to count down the last 30 seconds of the show. I'll turn our sound off so we can.
And shall we do a number one wave to say goodbye?
Well, the whole 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Face the countdown clock and go to black, and then I'll turn the stream off if I can work out how to do that if I tired state. Thank you so much.
Thank you all.
Thanks everyone.
Thank you.
I can't reach to wave.
Bye.
Oh, the clock.